Good morning everyone, welcome to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We're doing a rundown of the main show, the opening tournament, and we welcome the country and the players steps to the main hole and let's start this off. So we are about to get underway with the opening ceremony, so we're around half the main show and being part of what is an amazing ceremony, so we pay respects to the land holders and we're going to get this thing underway very shortly. So please come on down to Bonsoy and be part of the welcome country.
Aaron Brooks locks in, still routing through this one, the 16-year-old. Mikey Madonna taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks.
The journey for qualification continues as the WSL Challenger Series hits Sydney's northern beaches, the second stop of the 2024 season. The iconic North Narrabeen returns to the spotlight. Grinding left-handers and rippable alley rights provide the perfect canvas for surfing's future stars.
Wow, that was squared up.
And hangs on for the finish. Competitors converge with a singular ambition to inch closer to the coveted championship tour.
This is what you've trained for. These are the situations that you think of when you go to sleep at night. Come on!
You had to be on your game or you were done in 30 minutes.
For these hopeful surfers, the pursuit continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Good morning. How good is the Challenger Series? It kicked off with an absolute bang on the Gold Coast. The 16-year-old phenom, Aaron Brooks, taking the win on the women's side. An emotional victory for Lennox head surfer Mikey Madonna, who moves to #1. This morning on the Dawn Patrol, we'll look at North Narrabeen. So good to be back at this iconic location. We saw thumping conditions on finals day last year. We also got a fantastic look at champions from years gone by here on the Northern Beaches. They'll be back out there at some point. There's Laura Enover, one of our favourites, one of our commentators here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, as we start to see the arrival of those campaigners on the Challenger Series, some of the superstars from Snapper Rocks, who gave us stunning performances, getting out there nice and early to get a taste of some pretty fun conditions. And looking forward to seeing what they bring to these peaky sandbars. North Narrabeen, one of the most consistent beaches on the East Coast. And we're thinking that it's probably going to deliver for us today. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. I mean, the contest on the Gold Coast was exceptional. It's one of the best after parties we've ever been to. Fisher set the place on fire. I'm almost better. How are you?
Yeah, almost recovered. But yeah, still trying to digest just how good the Gold Coast was, how amazing Snapper was, the performances that we had. I mean, that was probably some of the best surf I've ever seen in a Challenger Series, and the best surfing. It was a lot to digest. Yeah,
the level's gone up. Rich, must be good to be home, mate, on the northern beaches. You're proud of this place, and we're going to create more history over the next, 7 days?
Yeah, absolutely. I am happy to be home, sleeping in my own bed, but it comes with more responsibility. Lots going on this week, but it's shaping up to be amazing. The free surfs have been incredible. The warm-ups yesterday in particular, Northie started to really flare up, so it's looking promising. It's going to be a great week.
Well, let's get the official call on what's coming our way today. It's a big good morning to a world record holder. Laura Enover, how are you?
I'm good, guys. Down here with Vahine. We've got a big day of competition ahead of us. The event is on. The waves are fun. You've just been out there this morning. How is it?
It's super fun out there. It's like perfect left coming through. Like with the current of the river, it's like creating this like really open, like multiple turns, and it's like really cool out there.
We love to see it. We love to see a left on tour as well. North Narrabeen, my home break and my favourite wave in the world. I'm glad that you're liking it as well. We've got a big day ahead of us. We've got to go into the men's round of 80 first, into the women's round of 48. A full day. Vahine, what are you looking for out there, and what is so great about being back in Narrabeen?
Yeah, being back in Narrabeen, it's like, probably the only like main left on the whole Challenger, so it's like nice to see everybody go left and do different turns and different airs, and so it's just really exciting.
Amazing. Good luck this week, and let's get back to it, guys. We've got a big day of competition, day one.
Thanks, Law. Looking forward to chatting throughout the day. So we are going to get into the opening rounds for the men and the women, and we know that there's no second chances on the Challenger Series, Rick. No finding your way in a seeding round. You got to perform, otherwise you're out.
Yep, 30 minutes. That's it. It's time. It's go time. You know, it's amazing. There's so much lead up to that 30 minutes. You know, the preparation that goes into it, the warm-up surfs, which board am I going to ride? Is the body feeling fit and ready to go? Is the mind feeling ready to go? That's the important thing. So, yeah, I'm psyched. Can't wait. Let's do this.
Yeah, Felicity, have you been looking at the Surfline forecast closely?
Yeah, I had a little look this morning, a little peekaboo with Rich. Obviously, I'm spun around here. I'm on the East Coast now. I'm used to reading a West Coast forecast, so I needed some help from Rich. Uncle Rich gave me a helping hand.
How's it looking?
It's looking promising. I think a week ago it was looking so-so, and it just keeps looking better and better. Let's get into it.
Yeah, so the forecast is actually looking great. So fun size, east-southeast with a little underlying south swell here. But on the east coast, we want the east swell, and in particular at Narrabeen here, anything out of the east with a little touch of north in it, that's when the lefts start to really open up. Today's going to be great, consistent all day long, and then we've got another swell pushing in through the week. We're going to have light and variable winds all week long, typically offshore in the morning, and then they'll swing around onshore. But let's have a closer look at today. Conditions in that 4 to 5 foot faces, head high. We're going to have a slight offshore this morning, light winds. It'll swing around a little bit more onshore this afternoon. And then looking ahead, Friday all the way through to Monday, you can see it starts to check up on Saturday. Sunday's looking amazing, actually. And then Monday's looking really good as well. So there's going to be no shortage of swell. It's going to be super fun, really contestable. The interval isn't that big, so there's going to be a lot of waves. Judges are going to have their work cut out for them. And so are the cameramen.
Yeah,
it's cool though, because you do have some options out there. This time last year we were watching surfers attack car park rights at different stages on the lefts, and then there's alley rights as well. So, you know, in a heat with 4 surfs in the water fleet, you can find some space and chase numbers down.
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely a lot of space out there. It's a big playing field, but I think what you were saying, it depends on that swell direction as to where you're going to sit in the lineup. One thing that I love, and Vahine already mentioned that, is there's not that many lefts on the Challenger Series Tour, and this is predominantly a left, and I can't wait to see lots of surfers surf that way, and yeah, just see some different types of surfing. It's going to be good.
Let's have a look at the Challenger Series schedule now that we know it's super challenging. Let's say that. We know it's hard, but we've just come from the Gold Coast, now onto a left. It is a big Australian leg, especially if you were relegated from the Championship Tour, but from there it's over to South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think the surfers really mind hanging out in Oz. We've got great conditions, great waves over here. So, yeah, big tick on the Goldie. We're now here at Sydney, and then we're off to Bolito, which is, again, predominantly a right-hander, but Bolito does get really, really fun and contestable. It can be big barrels, little, short beaches, plenty of airs. And then we go to the US Open of surfing, the Mecca, Surf Town, Surf City. And, just an incredible location right next to the pier there. And then we head off to Portugal after that.
Yeah, Portugal, beautiful long right-hander again, and good part of the world, and finishing off in Saquarema there in Brazil, where a lot of those spots are clinched. So, yeah, we're looking forward to exciting Challenger Series.
It's going to be awesome. Yeah, you count your top 4 results from that schedule, and obviously Aaron Brooks, Mikey Madonna, they're sitting pretty at the moment. Big wins on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, they're doing well as best you could do at this point in the year. They've got the win. Now they need to maintain and just stay up there. You think about there's going to be 6 winners. Some of them might be repeat winners, but those winners get 10,000 points. So kind of have to stuff it up pretty bad to not make the tour. You've got to be consistent, though.
Yeah, Richard's piling the pressure on.
I don't want to put the mocker on them, but consistency is the key to this.
We've still got a bit to get through on the Dawn Patrol show. After the break, we're going to have a look at some of the campaigners, the favourites on the Women's Challenger Series. Stay with us. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol. We're going to get competition underway on day one of the event window here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. But before we do, we want to have a talk about some of the favourites, some of the magic performances that we witnessed on the women's side up there at Stop 1 at Snapper Rocks. It was one for the books. Erin was on fire. That barrel, the 10-point ride, we had 2 10s for the first time in the Challenger Series.
It was unbelievable. I feel like the performance just rose. I mean, obviously we saw Macy with that 10 first, and I think she actually surprised herself, but she threaded that thing amazingly. But this woman right here, Erin, just absolutely blew us away with this 10-point ride. I honestly watched this and I thought it was a 20. I couldn't believe it. The barrel alone was a 10, and then she wasn't done yet. She just had more work to do after. But I mean, I am worried for her competitors here because she said that her practice for snapper was Fiji. So warming up at cloud break on a left for a right-hand point break, and that's how she performed. She's coming to Narrabeen, where it's now a left.
She must have been doing some ferocious bottom turns over in Fiji, because those backhand snaps were wild. But she was so impressive, Rich, because she really warmed towards finals day and then stole the show. She stole the moment on finals day. She really did own it. Mikey Madonna had the emotional victory, but the day was owned by Erin Brooks.
Yeah, she was formidable on finals day in particular. She blew us away just with her, competitive savvy and maturity throughout the entire event. But the surfing as well, it's free, it's loose, it's connected. She just looks so comfortable on a board. Oh, man, she's scary. She's going to be real hard to beat. Yep,
she sure is. And when you think about it, relegated surfers that came off the championship tour, they're so strong. Some of the most winning surfers we've ever had on the CT in that mix. And Erin's already snatched 2 Challenger Series victories away from them. She won the last event last year, the first event this year. Number 1 at the moment. She'll be deadly. Let's have a look at the Challenger Series rankings after stop number 1 and have a bit of a look. Who else came through with a big finish? Luana Silva was impressive.
Yeah, she was. She was rock solid as well. Erin convincingly won the event with just amazing surfing. Luana just worked her way through the draw with some real solid, blue-collar surfing, dependable as hell. And, Isabella Nichols and Sally Fitzgibbons relegated, but looking really good as well. I thought Sally in particular stepped it up a notch.
Someone for me, Bronte. She was in every post-show that we did that during the Gold Coast, and her backhand was just looking so strong. She wasn't just placing her turns, she was powering through them. She was dropping 9-point rides every heat. And I think she's in great form. And for her to only get that, I think it was a quarterfinal finish, I just feel like she had more to give.
Yeah,
she was
she does.
in form, and I think she's going to be really dangerous out here.
Those quarterfinal finishes are great if you can add some bigger results with them. But Bronte, be really aware that, that's not enough for her because she's failed to make that cut.
She won an event last year and still didn't make the cut.
Wow.
We'll make it onto tour. So that's
brutal.
It's brutal on the women's side.
You got to ramp it up on the women's side. Let's have a look at Isabella Nichols, her amazing performance here last year to get herself back onto the CT. She'll be looking to obviously go back to back, but when the conditions got bigger, she really stepped up with turns like that.
Yeah, she dug in really hard. It was a challenging day, finals day here last year, and Bella had a so-so result up on the Gold. He didn't do too badly, but then she came down here, and this is where her Challenger Series campaign kicked into gear. She got the win down here, and you could feel the confidence. I think coming into this event, she was still lacking that confidence, just beaten down from not making the tour, and it took her an event to pick herself back up, which she did. Great to see the win. She'll be a threat out here again for sure.
All the championship tour surfers that get relegated are looking to put a smile back on their faces in these first couple of events. I feel like Isabella, Sally did it with the semis. Luana got a second, and she wasn't smiling.
No.
So I think she's poised for another big performance here. She's really focused.
Yeah, you could see it. I mean, you did the prezzo, and gave her the mic, and she was like, you know what? You could just disinterested. I'm not actually that stoked with a second. I wanted to win, and I like it because she's being totally honest.
Yep.
But that just says to me that she is so hungry. So anyone that has her in a heat, watch out.
Yep, it's going to be good. We're going to have a look at the standouts on the men's side from that first stop, and also talk about some of the threats here at Narrabeen right after the break.
Just under 15 minutes till start. So all free service, start to clear the area. Start to clear the area down here. Third team that we'll see in the red, Oxford Berry. In blue. Kyle Mortadaro. In the white, Winter Vincent and Geordie Murray in the green. This is the answer to all your review test in the next 30 seconds. So, be aware this is just a review test that's going to go off in the next 30 seconds.
Welcome back to the show. Well, during that first stop of the Challenger Series, there was a lot of hype, a lot of buzz coming from surfers on the Championship Tour in particular, marvelling at the performance levels of our campaigning surfers on the Challenger Series. They really delivered at Snapper Rocks. We saw a lot of big numbers, a lot of excellent heat scores, and you get the feeling we're going to see a bit more this week.
Oh, definitely. I think if that performance was anything to go by, they're just going to continue that down here. I mean, there were so many names that I was impressed by. Obviously, I mean, Mikey was incredible, but I mean, you'd look at, you know, Sammy Pooper,
Yes.
who he was so good. For me, he was in form the whole event. Just couldn't obviously get the job done in the final, but yeah, power to Mikey because that was an incredible win.
Yep. We talked about Aaron owning finals day, owning that moment on that slabbing wave behind the rock there at Snapper Rocks. Well, Mikey Madonna took the moment in the final, and no one saw it coming, Rich. Sammy Pooper was in a rare vein of form. He looked deadly, but you know, it was awesome to see this young Australian step up.
Yeah, no, this was a huge breakthrough result for Mikey Madonna, and he has been at it. He has been working so hard behind the scenes for so many years now, and you could just see it actually when he came in after the final. You could see it was such an emotional victory. But, I mean, this was rock-solid surfing all week long. You know, this guy grew up on point breaks, and, you know, he's down at Lennox there, just super consistent, and with big open-faced turns like this, he's so comfortable in the barrel. You know, he said that he tries to emulate Mick, and you can really see that he's taken Mick's style and put it into a taller frame, and it's all there. But yeah, he'll be looking to back up. There he is there on screen.
Great emotional moment. Ugly crier though.
Yeah.
It's not a pretty sort of cute crying face. It's.
That was great.
No, it was awesome. We love the emotion, and one of my favourite moments of the event actually was Mikey embracing his dad after claiming that victory. It was huge, and You know, it's amazing to think that he hadn't been past a ninth place finish in a Challenger Series event. He was stoked when he broke through the quarters. And chatting to James Woods, his coach, at about 3 o'clock in the morning after the Fisher concert, and he said, mate, you're not going to beat Sammy doing the surfing that you've been doing through the earlier rounds here.
Yeah.
You've got to throw yourself into this one, and he did. He put it on the line and got that massive breakthrough result. We'll see if he can maintain his position at the top here after stop number 2. But let's have a look at the rankings. After that first event, Sammy Pupo again kicks off the year with a fantastic result. And the way he's surfing, I know the three of us just don't see him not getting back onto the championship tour at the year's end.
Yeah, 100%. Sammy's just surfing too good not to make it. And we got the feeling that whoever was going to get through that semi-final, Sammy against George Pitter, who's come on really strong in the last couple of months, was going to take the title. But, yeah, Mikey shut it down. Obviously some great names on there as well. We got to talk about Michael Rodriguez's form up on the Goldie. Incredible. This style of wave down here is going to suit him as well. But we're looking for this guy to bounce back. He was such a standout on the Challenger Series last year. He's been rock solid. I'm a little bit scared how he said, I'm super comfortable in the Challenger Series.
I know.
I want him to get comfortable on the Championship Tour, but he'll have no problem getting back there as well. He's surfing so good. Some highlights here from last year, you know, just comfortable in these style of conditions.
Oh, yeah, when it's big, when it's unruly, Jacob looks at home, obviously, coming from West Oz. He lives on the East Coast now, but, I mean, these are his sort of conditions, but he has been on the Challenger Series for 10 years. He obviously cracked the CT last year and prematurely exited, not making the cut, but I feel like here at Narrabeen on a left, he's going to feel at home. We've got a bit of stormy conditions coming up, a bit of a mixed bag, and there is swell. So I think it's looking good for him.
Yeah, he was ripping on the through the earlier rounds, so we'll see if he can get that big result leaving Australia and get himself elevated on the Challenger Series ranks. Stay with us. We've still got a couple more things to get through before we kick off day one with the round of 80 for the men. It's all coming up. Scenes from an incredible opening ceremony here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. We acknowledge the traditional custodians in their country on which we gather today. By these words, we show our respect to all Aboriginal people. We acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of the clans that lived in this area. It is a special place, much like the Gold Coast. It's not just about the coastline here on the northern beaches, the bushland, the Ku-ring-gai National Park, the Gadigal National Park. They're just a 5-minute drive away, and you can just throw yourself into it. There's incredible rock paintings that go back 5,000 years. It is an awesome place to really tap into that energy.
Yeah, it's incredible. The northern beaches, it's a special place. We're lucky enough to call it home. You know, you can basically walk all these headlands and beaches all the way from one end of the peninsula to the other. Come and check it out. Explore.
It is awesome. One great feature that we had here last year was the opportunity to see some of the hometown heroes, the legends out there. Two-time world champion Damien Hardman. We had Rob Bain, a Masters champ. Pauline Mensah, she turned up. She's from just over the bridge. Sydney's produced so many legends. Nathan Hedge, he was out there getting in the mix. It was so much fun.
And my favourite legend, fellow commentator, absolute big wave Dave Loza.
Did anyone make a wave?
Yeah. Laura, look at this. On the 20, just ripped a mean carve. And Laura will be psyched to get back out there again, but Duma.
Iceman.
Yeah, putting those new hips to good use out there.
Yeah, Bainey layering up on the backhand as well. It was tricky little conditions actually, but they did well, and we're going to be doing it all again, possibly on the weekend.
Love tipping the cap to those absolute heroes. Love tipping the cap to our very own Laura Enova. Laura, you looking forward to getting back out there with your heroes?
Oh, absolutely. And the best thing is, I heard that Steph Gilmore got priority up on the Gold Coast, so I'm sure they're going to be rolling over that rule down here at North Narrabeen.
Oh, guaranteed, yeah. How's that usually work for you in the lineup?
Nah, honestly, Hedgie was pretty nice last year. A couple of paddle battles with Duma, but you know, it's so good being out there and looking at the swell forecast we have ahead. I think Saturday and Sunday are going to be so fun. We've got that east swell; it's going to pick up, so should be a great afternoon for everyone to get down here and cheer us all on.
Well, you might even get to rip the cord on the inflation vest, Law.
Totally.
Looking forward to
Absolutely.
it. It's going to be a lot of fun. The Legends Heats always are. We're getting set to kick off the first heat of the day, the round of 80. And what a lineup it is. Oscar Berry, who made the round before the quarters, up there at Snapper Rocks. He'll be up against Kai Odriozola from San Sebastian, who put in a good performance up there at Snapper. Winter Vincent competing at home on the Northern Beaches. He'll be a force, you'd think, in this event, and the young South African Geordie Marie will also be in the lineup. Good way to kick things off here.
Oh, great way to kick things off. And Oscar Berry was someone, when we were looking at the men's rankings, was someone that I was, if I had a chance, going to mention, because I feel like he, you know, really impressed me, along with Dakota Walters from that same region. Just, you know, first year on the Challenger Series, like properly, and really making a big impact in a big way.
It's really funny, and all fun, I should say, watching someone come in as a bit of a rookie without too much experience in the competitive jersey on a world stage, and they start to get through heats, and you can just see them start to go, oh, hang on a minute, I'm actually part of this, I can do this, I can mix it up with the best. And that was the story of Oscar Berry up on the Gold Coast. I'd love to see him be able to continue that role and really make an impact here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, we saw him get the call up to compete in the Challenger Series event last year, and he did perform pretty well, but there's been physically a massive change in him. He's filled out in a big way. He's so strong, always had the airs, but the rail turns have gotten a lot bigger and a lot more powerful. So let's see how he fares in this first heat of the day. We're underway here, day one of the event window, the second stop on the Challenger Series, and we have a stacked field that needs to step up from this opening round. No second chances here, and it is going to be Oscar Berry finding the inside and getting himself into this first wave. Nice little series of backhand hits here to kick the day off. And Oscar, well, he has just found one that's linked right through to the inside, and that's got to feel good. We've had a fair bit of rain, hence the colour of the water. but we'd expect things to clear up a little bit as the contest rolls on. But the good thing is when the lagoon here breaks its banks, you get that outflow of sand. It does help to groom this bank a little bit, which it looks pretty good at the moment, got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check out replay here. First wave of the event for Oscar Berry. And nice to see this guy going left as well. And this wave just goes again. You can see it had that little crease through it. Hits this inside part of the bank and just offers a little bonus section. A couple little hits through the inside. So not a bad way to start things off. But instantly, we're looking at a different style of surfing than we saw last week.
Completely. It's just night and day. I mean, well, for one, we're going left. I mean, compared to rights all day, every day up on the Gold Coast. But, I mean, my initial thoughts is it just looks so fun. It looks so rippable. You've got to be thinking that judges might take a little while just to drop this first score of the day and set the scale. As we look out the back in Winter Vincent. Oh. Wow, two-turn combo there. That was super impressive. Really fast, tight. And it's going to be interesting because obviously Oscar's wave, very different to Winter's. Winter's obviously so much bigger in size, but yeah, only the 2 turns as opposed to Oscar's, 4 turns on that smaller wave. So we're going to get a good indication of what the judges are sort of looking for.
Oscar's going to get busy here, has a look at one on the inside. Doesn't eventuate into much down the line, so he's out of there. But yeah, it is going to be very interesting. Typically here at Narrabeen, you'll get those waves. They stand up, but they do taper. As we see Kai now looking to kick off his campaign here at the second stop. Couple of nice hits there on the backhand for the young surfer. Having his first real run at the Challenger Series in 2024. But yeah, you don't need a whole lot of space necessarily to get big turns done on the outside. And Oscar's wave, it ran through to the shore break, but it was sort of just a lot of small moves, whereas Winter Vincent had the opportunity to let go of 2 solid turns.
Yeah, and same with Kai here. You can see Kai's not sort of driving for speed. The wave's offering speed up for him. This is live action here.
Geordie Marie getting in on the mix as well. So everyone's got their score now. We're waiting for the judges to do their work. Great to have GWM as our title partner for the Sydney Surf Pro. Bonsoy, extremely supportive also of all the events on this Australian leg, big backers of this game, and also massive supporters of many of the campaigners here in Australia. And celebrating our partners last night with a welcome to kick things off for the event, which was a lot of fun. But very tame, knowing that we've got a couple of big days of competition coming our way. Nothing like what we had at the after party on the Gold Coast.
Still recovering, Rod.
I'll be right. just give me a moment. Here's Kai again. Second wave for him. Throws the tail. Whips it into reverse. Doesn't get back out in front of it, though.
Yeah, so the judges just taking a little bit of time here for these opening rides to set the scale of, the opening heat, but also the event, give us a feel of what they're after. I feel like the scores so far, they'll stay somewhat conservative.
Oh, Geordie with a bit of room out wide. Good-looking wave, or good-looking section, I should say. Those punchy sections, you want to have a crack at them, because even though they... you only get the one option, the one move. There's big points up for grabs on those really critical sections.
Yeah, absolutely. And that wave had a little bit of a south swell line to it. That's why it stands up on that left a little bit taller, closes out a bit quicker. It's those waves with a bit more east in the swell that'll run down the point a little bit. So we do have the mix of the 2 swells at the moment. When
you take your mind back to when we had the Championship Tour event in the shortened season, 2021, we had a lot of south in the swell with a good sandbar. So we had wedging waves that slammed down on the bank only providing surfers with the opportunity to throw one big turn, and we saw some unbelievable stuff. Gabriel Medina in particular, willing to huck himself out onto the flats, turned in big numbers with those single moves.
I feel like, you know, Rich, you mentioned it with that south angle, it gives a bit more energy, obviously, because it is wedging in on the bank.
Yeah.
So when you do go up and you drive off the bottom, you hit that section, you're being met with power, right? So if you can do something explosive on that one section, I feel like it's so possible to get a massive score, and it's going to be such a different ball game to the Gold Coast. Obviously, long right-hand point break, multiple manoeuvres, but I mean, we saw it happening up there too. I mean, surfers, you know, in those days when it was more peakier, getting big scores for just 1 or 2 turns, and I feel like you can get big scores here. There's 2 ways to slice it. You either get multiple turns or you can do it with one big moment, and I feel like when we saw it earlier on in the year, if I think back to the CT performances from some surfers. I mean, I think back to Molly, you know, almost getting a near perfect score for one big turn at sunset. It's so possible, and especially out here when you've got those really big heaving sections coming out at you, judges will reward that commitment for sure.
We're starting to see those numbers roll in from the opening exchange, and Kai Odriozola is going to get the best of it. 6.17 for the young man representing Spain. Winner Vincent drops a 4.5. It's a 4.3 for Jordi Marie, and Oscar Berry a 4-point ride. So even though Oscar had a wave that offered the opportunity to do multiple manoeuvres, nothing huge for him. As we see Jordi Marie there just stuff the grab rail reverse under the lip. Don't know if he got clear of that whitewater enough though to deem that complete, but pretty impressive. Just bogged himself into the face of the wave.
Yeah, I mean, commitment, he went for it. I think the timing was maybe a little bit off, and he would go, we'll break it down now. But yeah, just straight into that.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, it was that little nose pick reverse that we saw a few of the crew do. Lent into that manoeuvre up on the Gold Coast, and we've talked about Josh Kerr doing it.
Yeah, that's amazing. As we see Kai trying to back up that 6.17. Love to see a slow-mo of Jordy's move there. It was amazing in the earlier rounds. Up there at Snapper, we saw Jiao Chianco throw one of those club sandwich nose pick grab rail reverses. And I think you got a fall for it. And when you slow it down, it just blows your mind. The elasticity required in the body to execute that move. As we see Winter now on his second ride, 4.5 to kick off the event for him. And he's probably not going to couple that up with anything impressive there. No big turn. But yeah, it's such an amazing manoeuvre. Requires a lot of strength, and Jordi Marie just buried his board. You know, it doesn't get much more critical. You're under the lip, you're stuffing it in the face. It's a real shame for him and for us that he wasn't able to get clear of that whitewater, just to give us an idea of, you know, what the judges are thinking there. But here's the replay of Winter's ride. Nice hit, Rich, but kind of a little messy coming out.
Yeah, just got stuck as he reconnected with the bottom turn, and just upset his fly a little bit. And that wave not really offering too much more down the line. Good opening section. Winter from just down at the coast at Queenscliff on Manly Beach, and this is another kid who's had a pretty severe growth spurt over the last couple of years. And he's shot right up, and it's always an adjustment period for those surfers. Just you know, they're basically changing their boards every couple of months because it's, you know, their growth is so quick. Yeah, he's just sort of finding his feet again, but surfing really well and starting to make some inroads.
Yeah, I called the event that he had the clutch performance and finalled up at Surfest, and it was super impressive. A dominant run, and he'll look to tap into that kind of confidence and form here at this second stop on the Challenger Series. Wanted to get another look at this. So impressive, and it's kind of one that always has you kind of scratching your head. Where will the judges take it on the scale? He obviously didn't ride out of it, but super impressive, and by far the most high-risk committed turn attempted in this heat so far.
Totally. You scratch your head at how it actually happens too, because, like, you know, you think about a manoeuvre, like, more often than not, you want to keep the board clean and sitting on top of the wave and drawing a nice line. For that manoeuvre, you're actually stuffing the nose of the board and pivoting around it while it's underwater.
Well, Kai's got the lead at the moment, and he's trying to back up a 6.17. Love the depth in these backhand bottom turns as he finishes off another one here, and that will help his heat score total. He's going to drop the 3.67.
I like this guy's approach. Probably the most energetic out of the four in the water at the moment, and I like that energy. I like seeing that enthusiasm in your approach and that light-footed sort of fast action, you know, especially his first heat of the morning, kind of wakes the judges up, wakes us up. But he's found another little three-turn combination there on a cuppy little left. So watch this, deep bottom turn, tags it right in the pocket, and again. So I just love that sequence, that figure-8 motion of constantly keeping that speed on the backhand.
He's got kind of a lankier sort of version, but a very similar style to Morgan Siblick on the backhand, the way he loads up. And I think that's what the judges are appreciating, it when he's finding room out there to draw those bottom turns up and get that vertical approach happening. He's doing it perfectly.
Oh, there's no in between each turn. Well, he's going again. Here we go, taking a chance at a little right.
Nice little hit there to set up this section. Swings the reverse. Unfortunately, loses his footing and goes down. He's got a couple of scores on the way now as Winter gets into a nice looking section. There's a well-timed hit. Just the single move though. Winter's looking to consolidate that second position by dropping a 4.5. But the feeling is Kai Odriozola is going to drop a pretty big score here in a second. When I say pretty big, it's in the context of this heat. There's a number of 4-point rides on the board. This would have been a good one for him to complete.
Yeah, tags his first section. Check turn, really, to set up that second manoeuvre. Just couldn't get the rotation and lost his foot placement. Behind him, this was Winter Vincent again, just picking the ones that stand up a little taller, getting the one big hook. I just want to see him do the two-turn combination rather than the single turn, but he'll settle in now. I do like the judges' spread at the moment. I think they're spot on.
Yeah, well, he's begging for one of those two-turn waves as well. But at the moment, just looking to really consolidate that second position. Kai, though, has dropped another 6-point ride here. So in a fantastic spot. And Winter's about to put another decent score on the board. Winter is finding those slightly bigger set waves. So just keeping his head above Geordie Marie and Oscar Berry here at the moment.
One thing I'm really liking about Kai is I feel like his wave selection has been on point this morning. He's really found waves that have really cupped out really beautifully. You know, if I just compare it to Winter's obviously, like you said, finding those bigger waves, only allowing that one turn, but something about the pace of Kai's surfing and there's nothing in between his maneuvers. He's literally going, the speed of the wave that he's finding, he's going from one maneuver straight into the next. There's no bawbling, there's no like little bunny hop in between the bottom turns. It's literally seamless surfing. And you know, even that last, his backup score, that 6.07, it was a smaller wave, but the judges are just appreciating how well he's putting together those three turns.
16 minutes to go here. Still time for Geordie Marie and Oscar Berry to turn this one around as more of our competitors get set to hit the line up here at North Narrabeen. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. absolutely love our time here in Sydney. Thank you to Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And this is a city that you've got to experience if you haven't already. And if you have, there's still more to see. Incredible beaches here. No shortage of surf, but amazing restaurants. You can just shovel food to your face every day and be blown away by the diversity in the cuisine in this region. It's awesome. There's a beautiful view looking south to Longreef. Great walk over the headland there. Longreef Golf Club is beautiful. And the club house is a great place to sit and just look north to North Narrabeen, all the way up to the Central Coast. It is beautiful, and some pretty awesome bombies out the back there too that fire up when the swell starts firing. Just on 13 minutes to go here, and we have Kai Odriozola out in front. He's been rock solid. A couple of 6-point rides for the young surfer representing Spain to kick off his campaign here. Winter Vincent just hanging on to that second position at the moment, but he would be nervous as hell this morning. Geordie Marie, he's only after a 4.83. Oscar Berry, one of the stars, who had some great heats up there at Snapper Rocks. He's only after a 5.13. And this heat is far from over, Flick.
Oh, completely. One thing I've noticed is we've just seen so many waves surfed already this morning. We're going to have so many more exchanges go down. I reckon at least another 2 or 3. And rotations in the priority right now. I mean, Winter Vincent's definitely not safe, and I mean, we've got Oscar and Geordie sitting there only needing, low scores to jump up into an advancing position. So this heat's wide open, and Oscar's actually, he's in 4th, but he's sitting at the back. He's got the little P next to his name. He's got priority. He can have any choice of the wave that, any choice of wave that comes through. He gets to choose what exact wave he wants. So it's nervous times right now. No, I feel like Kai's got a pretty good lock on it, the 2 6s, but I feel like I think there's still room for that to change too.
At a championship tour event, we go through that opening round, appreciating the performances, but there's no consequence there really. Obviously, there's a bonus in getting yourself as a 1st or 2nd place finish in that round and avoiding the elimination round. That is a huge bonus, but you have that second chance, and here that you don't get that. You don't get that grace. You have to fire up, and it's a massive disappointment for competitors early in the season to burn up those throwaway results when you're counting your top 4 for the season. So, Oscar, a really positive start for him, but he doesn't want to drop the ball here. He's got to turn in the number he needs and leave Australia in a better position. Yeah,
he's got to keep this going, and a 9th is a maybe keeper result here. Here we go. Here's Geordie, takes the air.
Oh, Geordie showing a little bit of flair in the first heat of the day, comboed it up nicely. Now, in the grand scheme of things, not the most mind-blowing air reverse we've ever seen, but in a heat that's been short on performance highlights, this might stick out and might get Geordie out of that 3rd position and up into a qualifying spot here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. Good-looking wave from the outset. So takes to the air, opening manoeuvre, little air reverse, lands backwards, fin first, spins it around. He gets a tidy hit on the end section as well.
Classic little North Narrow wave.
Yeah, I really liked it. I like that he put it all on the line for this first turn. And, I mean, he was only surfing for a 4.83, but, I mean, right there he's surfing for something a lot higher, I mean, by putting it all on the line. And I like it. I like the approach, and finish with that second turn, little fin throw. Liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and a complete mix-up in what we've seen already, dished up by the other competitors. So Geordie Marie puts it on the line that first turn. As we said, not a super critical section to execute that turn, kind of ollied out of the lip, but it was the combination that's going to help him get the number he needs here.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you think of that little section that he jumped off, what did it offer him? Perhaps a little snap, perhaps a little sort of jam back. He made the most out of that section. He turned it into something, finished it up with the little hit off the end section. So a great 2-turn combination. The high-risk manoeuvre was the first manoeuvre, which the judges are going to pay off. I think he's going to get himself up into the qualifying position at this point in the heat. There you go.
He does. A 5.67. Winter Vincent now. He's got a bit of work to do. He's after a 5.35. Geordie has come to life here, finding a little right, ripping into a couple of backhand hits. And he is trying to now dump the 4.3 to add to that heat score total, to bump the requirement up higher for the Australians out there in the lineup in this first heat of the round. Approaching 8 a.m. here as we dive into this replay.
Yeah, this one a little bit slopier. He went up to the lip there for that first turn, but I'm not sure if that's really going to improve on that 4.3. I think most of the points will come from this first turn here. That was well timed. You can see down the line here, this wave's a little bit disjointed. It was hard to move through this section here. He hit it right in that part where it was disjointed. You can see he gets a little bit stuck. He does get up there for that final finish, but I don't know if it's going to come close to that 4.3. It was smaller, it was slopier, and the score's coming through, and it didn't.
No, 3.17. I mean, the judges are really looking at the performance, but that wave kind of hindered him through that mid portion. Here goes Winter Vincent going after the top two here. Nice hit there, a solid combination, a beautifully timed final manoeuvre here from the surfer from down there at Manly Beach. 7.5 minutes to go after a 5.35. You've got to make some comparisons to what we saw from Geordie. This wave had a bit more in it, Rich.
Yeah, he tags that first turn, gets a really nice carve to finish off. So again, the two-turn combination, but this one was better than his last. Hits the lip, gets that tail release, pivots well, gets straight back onto that bottom turn. And I like, this was a hard section to surf with that foamy bit coming at him. And he just kind of carved through it, clicked it, brought it down right at the perfect moment.
He was so cool after cracking the final at Surfest earlier this year. Really just has a measured approach. His heart rate never seems to go up, and it feels that way in heats too. He just looks so in control of his emotions.
Yeah, I think there's, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but there's not that desperation or urgency there. Everything looks very cool, calm and collected in a good way, you know, and you see it reflected in his surfing too. I mean, even just paddling back out right now, he looks pretty relaxed. And I like what you said, Rich. I mean, that last section was so hard to hit. He just had such a great read on that.
Well, he's not going to get the number he needs here. He gets a 5.07.
I was going to say, I think about his approach and the sort of laid-back attitude that he looks like he's taking. Compare it to Parko, but Parko looked like he was always ripping in, but it was super smooth and silky. You can almost sort of say that Winter almost looks a little bit too relaxed at some points, and you'd like to see him a little bit more enthusiastic. But you know, it's obviously his way of competing. He's found that sort of sweet spot that works for him. The surfing looks amazing, in my opinion.
He didn't get the number that he needed there, Rich, and you know, 2 turns. You've got to make some comparisons to what we saw from Geordie Marie, but what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to the first hit. That was just a clean snap. Just maybe didn't have enough on it. So here we go. Here goes Kai.
Straight up into the lip. Steep section here, and if he can hang on to it, he doesn't.
Hey, where did Oscar Berry go?
He's out there.
He's dropped anchor, and he's got the P. So maybe being a little bit too selective. There's been a few waves come through. He's only searching for a 5.97. So this one here, great wave selection again. This section's so late, so critical. I'd be interested to see where that score goes if he did right out of this turn, because, you know, I start comparing it to the couple of 6s that he's dropped. The 6s, you know, he had 3 turns. This was a 2-turn combo.
Yes.
That was late. That was critical.
Crazy section.
Yeah.
The feeling is too, isn't it, that probably would have eclipsed what we saw from Winter Vincent. Just a bit more venom in what we're seeing from Kai at the moment. So Winter's got to find that sting. He's got 4.5 minutes to do it. The timing looks spot on. But got to push a little bit harder out here to get himself into that top 2. Oscar Berry, like you said, Rich, you know, just kicked off the event for us with the first couple of waves, but has been very selective with priority and maybe too selective.
Yeah, it's a different priority than up on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, where it's really obvious when the sets come through. A lot of waves here, a lot of repetitions, and there's a lot sitting wider as well. There's a couple of peaks with the mixed up swell. Looks like a bit of a swell approaching the lineup now. Hopefully Oz can find another wave here.
Well, the two busiest surfers in this lineup are the surfers in the qualifying positions at the moment. So let's see what unfolds here and if the patience of Oscar Berry pays off. But right now, good-looking wall standing up for Jordy Marie. And he's again going to go to that turn. But he just gets pretzeled inside the pit and hucked over the falls for his trouble. 3.5 minutes to go. That one obviously isn't going to factor in. He became part of the wave there, Rich.
He did. He went for the submarine move. Didn't actually pull it off, but yeah, good effort though, nonetheless.
Oh, just putting it all on. Again, I mean, that was even later than that first attempt we saw from him too. I mean, let's have a look. Bigger wave once again. Sees this one section. Bit more time to think about it, and literally did that turn straight into the pit. Oh, just absolutely got gobbled up there. But I'm just interested to see if Oscar's going to pull the trigger on another wave right now. Got to be thinking, you know, he's waited a long time
He'd be frustrated.
without catching a wave, without standing up. And it's going to be interesting to see where his head's at when he does get this opportunity and how the form is. Because, I mean, some people are clutch. Some people can make it happen in those dying seconds. They thrive on that pressure. But others crumble. And, I mean, on the Gold Coast, my general take was he was convincingly getting through these heats with big scores. I mean, the momentum was there, whereas now it feels like, yeah, obviously it's the opposite. And he hasn't got that convincing lead at the moment. He has to fight back right now.
Yeah. He's flat battery at the moment. Needs a jump start. 2 minutes to go. Oscar Berry with priority. That's what's working in his favour. If a quality wave comes through here, he'll get his shot at it, but he'll still have to stand up and deliver. And as we get to the NRMA Parks and Reserves, 2-minute warning here.
Good shot of the line up there where you can see the lagoon right at the northern end of Narrabeen Beach. It creates this beautiful sandbar that we've got for competition for the next week.
All eyes on Oscar Berry. He's got to be feeling the pressure right now as Winter Vincent. He's going to load up. He might have to go to the air here. He's looking for the section. And no, he's going to stick to turn. Needs to hang on to this and doesn't. That might have been the number he needed only after a 4.91. He's got a minute to get back out there and try and save himself in this draw. But the two Australians are right up against it in this first heat of the event.
Oh, I'd say this was the score almost. I mean, he went for a float manoeuvre here, but he had to just to get around this section. But that was a heavy wall of water that he attacked. I feel like if he rode out in front of that, he definitely was going to have the score. I feel like it was almost right there. So now he's back at the end of the priority rotation too. It's going to be hard for him, and just I'm interested that Oscar didn't pull the trigger on that one. There's 30 seconds left, and he's only rode 2 waves. Yeah,
tide's filling in, and Narrabeen can be a bit tricky as we get closer to the high tide. The bank moves in. These waves sort of can slide under you.
Oh, here we go. Maybe.
Well, he's nothing there.
Wow.
Nope. Nothing there for him. Still waiting. 10 seconds to go. Something standing up on the outside here. Will it reach Oscar Berry in time? And is it going to provide the opportunity for him to even throw a turn down? They're counting it down. He's trying to get into this one. Over the section. Has to stick it. The wave closes out. And he doesn't even get a chance to hit it. And Winter Vincent runs out of time as well. So... a shocking loss here for Oscar Berry. He would have had high hopes. Winter Vincent too. He would have wanted to perform. But look how pumped Kai is. Just a solid campaign from him. And I mean, you got to put your hands together for Jordy Marie as well. He made his move at the perfect time, threw some risk at us, and got the numbers he needed to hang on to that second spot.
Yeah, he surfed his way into this heat too. I mean, he wasn't in the lead in the beginning. Vincent sort of had that second place, and yeah, I'm impressed with Kai too. I mean, his wave selection out there was really good, and yeah, he's looking in form on his backhand, and yeah, I think being busy and adapting to this beach break scenario as opposed to the long right-hand point break is pretty critical today. If the first heat is anything to go by.
Well, a couple of visitors to these shorelines are going to take the win over the Aussies in the first heat of the day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Heat 2 just around the corner.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Oh, you just know Richie Lovett loves his time at the NRMA Parks and Resorts, and one of the best of them is right here at North Narrabeen, and it's the closest campground to a world-class wave in Sydney, for sure. And it's a fantastic place to set up camp. Good fishing right there too.
Good fish.
Flatheads.
Beautiful. Good eating.
Jewfish as well.
Jewfish?
Yeah.
Really?
Right there. Right there in the lagoon. I've seen it myself. But right now, well, let's get stuck into Heat 2, or introduce it at least. Owen Moss of the USA is out there in the red. Rinta Otu of Japan is going to be in the blue. Leo Casal, the dynamic goof, is going to be out there in the white. And Daniel Emsley, the nephew of Greg Emsley, I believe, is out there in the green, the young South African. So let's see what unfolds. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Felicity Parmentier, big wave surfer. And have a look at this. It's Daniel Emsley who's going to get started for us.
On the backhand, big belt there, comes around the section, a little cargo move. This wave just sort of tapering off and, yeah, just diminishing in size there. But behind him was Rinta from Japan, getting moving. That middle turn, just a little transition turn, all those points are going to be coming from that first and second manoeuvre. And, yeah, the heat's underway.
Yeah, back out in the lineup there, and Emsley goes down. Just a couple of low-scoring rides for him to kick off his campaign. Rinta puts in a 5.17. And let's see, Owen having a look at one here, but it is going to be Leo up. And he's going to bash into that first section. It's all he's going to juice out of this wave.
Wow, he's looking good. I mean, just one turn there, but so solid. That's just the first word that comes to my mind. Every time I see this guy surf, I'm like, wow, he doesn't look like he's going to fall. He looks so sure-footed. It was only the one turn, but good signs already.
Yeah, he's planted, isn't he?
Yeah, well and truly.
So waiting on those numbers to roll through now. 25 minutes to go, just after 8 a.m. here, Thursday, May 9. And it's a school day, so we've seen some of the Groms down here watching these campaigners in these first couple of heats of the day. But, you know, much like Snapper Rocks, you know, the area here, Northern Beaches, They love getting behind these competitors. They're thrilled to have a world-class competition to cheer on, and I'm expecting big crowds over the weekend again.
Oh, 100%. I think one of the first things that comes to mind when I think about Narrabeen is just the board riders club here and how passionate they are. And I would probably go as far as saying is the most passionate board riders club in the world. And just, you know...
Whoa, easy.
Whoa. Australia.
It's been one of the most dominant ones for sure, but the Northern Beaches, every beach here has a board riders club pretty much. As we see Renter up again, backing up that 5.17. Quick start for the Japanese competitor. He's going to get out of there, but that'll be another reasonable ride. But yeah, there is always, we're beautifully hosted by the North Narrabeen Board Riders Club, and they turn out in force as well to cheer on their own, which they'll get the opportunity to do at this venue. Dylan Moffat in the draw. Geordie Lawler, I believe, is also in the mix.
Oh, and the Legends heat? I mean, how good is that? And like Laura said, if the weekend forecast is anything to go by, I think that's when we'll be seeing them all out there. But yeah, I just love the Board Riders Club, how passionate they are, all the groms that are involved, and the real community feel that you get from the, you know, Narrabeen board riders. As we break down this second one from Rinta, just trying to back up that 517 really quickly. And I like this approach because, I mean, if that last heat was anything to go by, the two guys that were the most consistent out there, catching the most waves, were the ones that advanced. So I don't think you want to be dropping anchor out there. I think a priority right now can be a little bit of a curse. You know, you're sitting out there, you're waiting, and like Rich mentioned, with that higher tide coming in, you know, you might be thinking a wave's going to break and come towards you, and you sit out there waiting for the perfect wave, and it never really eventuates. So I like that approach. It's a beach break. It's different to snapper. You want to be consistent out there, so we see Leo.
Oh, yeah, looking sharp. Bit of release in the tail of this one as he kicks out. Let's check in with the winner of the first heat of the event. We'll throw it down to Laura.
Yes, guys, down here with Kai, first heat of the event. Kai, you've been here for quite a few days now. You actually competed in the Pro Junior. You were still so young, but must feel good to get the jump, the Heat 1 win of the morning this morning.
Yeah, it feels really good to start the contest like this. I wasn't expecting to do much heats here in the challenges, but I did some in snappers, and it's really good to get now another chance here at Narrabeen.
And it's your first time down here, your first time competing on the Challenger Series. What are you taking in from all of these events?
Yeah, it was already a win without doing the contest, because it's really good to be surfing here with all my idols and all these great surfers, and I learned a lot from them, so it's really good to be here.
And Ronnie was loving your surfing in the booth last heat. He was saying that you had venom in your surfing and in your turns. What are you riding at the moment, and how confident are you feeling in your surfing?
Yeah, I'm riding Puka's Mayhem in Europe. It's a really good board. I'm riding a Driver 2.0. And I have some really good boards here. My shaper, David, he's doing some good works, and I'm really thankful for their work, and it's going really good.
Amazing. And anything you want to say to your family and friends back home?
Yeah, I want to say hi also to my brother, who is now competing in the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador, and to my parents and all my friends who are watching from home. And vamos, la siguiente.
Amazing. Good luck in the next round.
Good on you, Kai. We love seeing a fresh face do well. And he had some great heats up there at Snapper Rocks. Turned in a great opening performance to kick off the day for us with a couple of 6-point rides. He's got a bright future.
Yeah, definitely. I just love the silky smoothness of his surfing and limited transitions between turns. It was, it was really well done. Just one turn to the next. And
smooth operator too in the post-heat interview, wasn't he?
Super smooth. But yeah, I think these guys, especially Rinta, taking notes, and I don't think anyone's going to be sitting for too long, especially after watching Oscar. I mean, that was a bit of a disappointment.
For sure. Yeah. And also, Rich touched on it, you know, priority on the Gold Coast. You know where those waves are going to break. That bank is a lot more defined than what we have here at North Narrabeen, but also just the way the swell wraps into that protected Rainbow Bay. It allows you to position yourself perfectly. You know where the wave is going to break. Here, it's a little more shifty, especially today with the conditions that we have. So even if you've got priority, you know, you can't drop anchor and guarantee that wave is going to come to you. You've got to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Looks like Leo's going again.
Well, Leo's given us some nice moves, but hasn't turned in a solid number just yet. So his work has been done on smaller waves. It's looked impressive. but he hasn't even broken into the 3-point range at the moment.
I think, you know, we were saying, yeah, okay, let's get busy out here. But as we see, a little funnel through the lineup, and no, just going completely unridden that one. That was a little gem.
Yeah, North Narrabeen is so consistent. It always serves up a fun little wave. Every day of the year, there's something to be had here. You see Leo almost stick the rotation there, but it's the blue jersey again, which is standing up at this point. A couple of 5-point rides. I mean, the technique you can see is spot on for Leo. Just his board kind of connected with the lip and put it on a funny angle, so he wasn't able to stay on top of it.
Yeah, his form's looking really good. He's looking like, you know what, if he gets the right way, maybe he needs to actually be slightly more selective. I liked his approach there. He obviously, you know, noted, I'm only going to get one section, let's go big. However, if he can just string 2 turns together on a bigger wave, I feel like he's in the market for a bigger score, because his surfing's looking great on those smaller waves.
Has a sniff at this one, but it is going to be Owen Moss. And Owen's going to bank into this first couple of pocket turns. A couple of solid hits there. But again, he probably wanted more. He was hoping for a steeper section down the line there after letting go of that first move. Yeah. But we'll get him in the heat.
I think on these waves where you're getting 2 turns, you want that last one to be explosive, right? So he goes up into the lip here on the first one, gets that belt, but then he doesn't get a proper closeout maneuver here. This wave, you can see it's really close to the one in front of it. Doesn't give him that exclamation point. Leo again.
Yeah, loading up, has the section. Oh, he's going to somehow stay on top of this one. Stays low, gets out in front of it. Almost looked like he lost his footing halfway through that turn again, but the competitors these days are just, it's remarkable how they find their feet again.
Yeah. Smaller air, but so technical as well. And you can see how far forward his front foot was just to ride out of that. When he went into that manoeuvre, he did widen his feet, but once he landed, that front foot was right up near the nose of that surfboard. So, I mean, you can see the intensity in his approach. He's hungry. He's super, super hungry. I mean, I just draw a comparison to that last heat with Winter. You know, I mean, this kid, Winter was surfing great, but for some reason, for me, that intensity wasn't there. If I compare it to Leo, I mean, Leo's only dropping small scores at the moment, but you can really see that hunger.
Yeah, he's getting reps in, and he's getting comfortable. He's stuck the reverse this time. Not his biggest version of that turn, but it'll help him build some confidence, and mentally he'll be prepped when he takes on another wave here in a moment. What a way to kick things off. A rainbow down there over Collaroy Plateau. Collaroy, that's where Nat Young learnt to surf. One of our first world champs down there, Simon Anderson, from that end of the beach originally as well. Both of them ended up finding their way into the lineup here. As we see on the outside, it is Daniel Emsley. Nice opening turn from him, and finds a little bit of room to lay down a nice carve, fighting to get the finish on that final move on the outside. Owen Moss. Well, these waves are really starting to line up beautifully. A couple of good turns from Moss, and maybe the turn of the heat so far on that final section.
Well,
great exchange.
2 of my favourite waves so far. I feel for Daniel. I feel if he would have made that last turn,
I think he might have hung on for the finish, but it was a little sloppy, but still got the job done. Well, we had to shift our cameras to Owen Moss, but he was fighting his way through the foam.
Yeah, impressive by both surfers. For me, Owen, really strong. Let's break down this first one of the set. I liked how he came from behind on that first section. It set him really well up for these last 2 finishing manoeuvres. Let's see if he holds on there. Oh, it does look like he did there. But yeah, Owen Moss just powering his way through these first 2 turns.
Oh, that one.
For me, this is the strongest wave of the heat so far, without a doubt. 3 really well-timed turns, bigger wave.
And back to live action now as we see Leo, and he's been really busy. He's shown some good signs. It was all looking good, but then that big exchange happened for Daniel Emsley and Owen Moss, really getting into some high-quality work and expecting solid numbers to drop for them. Still a question mark on Daniel Emsley's final move. Did he ride out of the foam? You know, it's even going to hinder the score with a sloppy finish like that compared to what we saw from Owen, whose final turn was just absolute money. Emsley now having a look at the right. The back foot slips off for him.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even just the fact that we're talking about, was it a make or not? That's just a question mark in the judge's brain. Even if he did right out of it, you know, that is definitely going to hinder that score. But Owen Moss, I feel like, is just going to catapult out here. Obviously, he's, you know, looking for a small score to get up into an advancing position, but it's going to put him in a really good place. And I feel like you could really see the power difference between him and, you know, the other surfers' waves that we've seen so far this morning. He really pushed through his turns at the top of the lip there. And, yeah, it was really, really strong, really well-timed. What I did like about Daniel is on his wave, the biggest set wave, the first one of the set, he was deep enough so that he could come around that section and really square up off the bottom. I feel like that's kind of important here at Narrabeen on these, like, wedgier lefts, because it can be really easy to get out on the face and then you're forced to do an open face turn, as opposed to if you come around, you can actually square up. So that was really well done. I think that he'll probably be kicking himself if it wasn't such a clean finish.
Yeah, he got a 5.7, so I don't think there was a lot of credit for that final move, but he did do good work. Got 2 big turns in, nice hit in the pocket, nice drawn-out power carve on the backhand. But Owen Moss, he drops the number of the heat so far, the number of the morning so far, 7.17 to put himself in front here. Just over 13 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
That last exchange with 15 minutes on the clock, so halfway through.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Matty Chudovsky there, loves being home on the Northern Beaches, part of our commentary team, and how's that one bomb of him swinging over there at Queenscliff Bommy. There's some really good big wave spots on the Northern Beaches. Flick, have you had a crack at it? And we know you love your big waves.
I have actually never popped my big wave virginity here on the East Coast. I'm serious. I've never had it go. But They look fun. They look really fun. One day, maybe Laura can take me out for a little sesh. That'd be fun.
North Narrabeen has a bombing out the back. I've surfed that. That's harrowing on a big day. You've got to punch your way through South Narrabeen, which is, you know, generally when the bombing starts firing, you're trying to plough your way through 8-foot closeouts, death slabs on the sandbar.
Sounds delightful.
But that's a lot of fun. But yeah, there's plenty of them. As we see, Owen Moss just trying to back up that 717, drop the 3, and give himself a red-hot chance at powering through to that next round. Impressed with his surfing. You know, with each of the regional QSs, you know, that there is a lot of depth there, but I always gauge you know, how much depth there is by who's missed out on getting onto the Challenger Series. And the North American ranks are so stacked. There is so many quality surfers not on the Challenger Series. Special shout out to Taj Lindblad, who blew my mind last year with his surfing. Didn't crack the Challenger Series this year. So he's off chasing clips for 2024. But yeah, there is a really deep pool over there. So, you know, then you suddenly think, wow, props to Owen Moss, who's 40's way through those ranks to give himself a shot on the Challenger Series. Beautiful looking wall. Standing up here for Leo, only gets the one turn. This guy seems on form-wise, but just can't find the room to move. Daniel Emsley, on the other hand, has connected with some great waves and done some solid surfing. He's trying to dump it at 2.77 and chase down a 4.54 to get himself up into the top 2 here.
Yeah, look, that was nice surfing. Probably didn't get the finish he wanted with that big closeout section, but beautiful form there on the back, and you could just see how low he was getting on those bottom turns. That back arm really touching the water there. So I'd say he's probably going to obviously improve on that 2.77 and give Rinter something to think about. But for me, Owen, I mean, we're counting down 8 minutes 30 on the clock. He's got to be looking to replace that 3.3. I don't think he's safe just yet. He has got that one big score, but that 3.3, you know, you're going to be wanting to replace that. And I feel like right now he's got second priority, but I think you just want to get moving. You don't want to get stuck in that Oscar Berry situation where you're just waiting for something that never comes. This turn here, that was exactly what you said, Ron. He is looking in fine form. It's just he hasn't found these ones that have opened up to allow him to get multiple turns like this. It was great, crisp surfing, but like I said, this wave just tapering in size, not allowing him to get that sort of finishing manoeuvre.
Yes. That was like a wave. If I could compare it to something, it was like a balloon that someone undid the knot on. You know, it kind of fizzed. There was a bit of energy at the start. You know the noise they make.
Yeah.
Bit of energy at the start, but then it just faded away. So it just didn't have enough in it. Didn't pop. And as a result, he only got a 2.43. Leo again grinding away on a smaller wave. He needs to do something big here. I mean, it's impressive surfing, but he's after a pretty decent score. He needs a 5.47. He's standing staunch, but whatever he's trying to sell, I'm not buying it.
I don't know about that claim. I thought that claim was a little bit of a frustration also. Let's have a look here. Carving manoeuvre for the first turn, gets a fin drift. You can see he's setting up for this air. Look, what's he searching for? 5.47. I'm not seeing it either. It's a smaller wave. I agree. I think he looks on. I think he looks sure-footed. He's making his air attempts. I think he needs to be a bit more selective. It's his wave selection right now that's letting him down. Yeah, this wave here, it's smaller. This air, I mean, it's well done, but he's going to need more. He's definitely going to need more, and especially, you know, Rinter sitting at the back, you got to be thinking he's going to have another opportunity come through, and he's going to want to be better on one of these fives that he's got. I feel like that was a frustration claim. It was like, yeah, I'm trying to sell you, but also I'm really frustrated here. I mean, he's caught 7 waves and hasn't scored over a 5.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, these guys that they will claim waves that don't go into the excellent range if it means it gets them into a qualifying position. But, you know, when you're putting your fists together like that and you drop a 4.77, you probably need to reel it in a little bit. He needs a 5.47. Daniel Emsley's after a 4.54. Still 6 minutes. Very achievable numbers. We got another great North Narrabeen surfer joining us on the commentary panel this year. It's a big good morning to Jess Starling. How are you, Jess?
I'm good, Ron. How are you?
Loving my time here. Thanks for having us. What do you got for us down there?
I have an Oakberry surf conditions update, and yeah, being a local, growing up here, turning up this morning, seeing these lefts, it looks so fun out in the surf there this morning. About 3 to 4 foot. We have more east in the swell today, which is why we're seeing those lefts come through. Super bowly faces, really hittable lips. I was actually sitting with Matty Cattle, one of the coaches down here this morning, and we were drooling over how fun the waves were looking. So yeah, pretty contestable today.
Awesome, Jess. Looking forward to chatting with you throughout the event, getting your local insights. And Jess and her sister True have one of my favourite media sites, Murmur Mag. You got to check it out. Great features on the Challenger Series campaigners. A lot of stuff on women's surfing, but really good insights on just, all assets, all facets, I should say, of the surfing game from a competitor's point of view. Really unique.
So young and just absolutely getting after it. I love it. And really, really highlighting women's surfing too, which I think is super important. And as we look here, another exchange underway.
And it's going to be young Daniel. He's been pretty crafty with his wave selection and positioning in this lineup. Puts it into the first turn. Doesn't get it right, so knows he has to push things on the final move and goes down. 4 minutes to go. He's trying to fight his way into second position here. Doesn't need a whole lot, so a lost opportunity there.
Yeah, this wave funky. I mean, you could see it here. It had a little bit of a weird section there. He was off footing, went for that last turn, knew that first turn wasn't really something to write home about. So he's like, okay, let's just throw it all on the line for this second one. But he was already disjointed here, so this second turn just not probably coming to fruition how he thought it would. It's definitely not going to go into his top two, so he's going to be searching for more. And Rinta and Owen just trying to hold down that first and second position. Good thing is they've got first and second priority, so yeah. I mean, it's looking like a lockdown right now for these two surfers. I mean, if they do get an opportunity, a 2-3 wave set, they're probably going to improve on that situation. You've got to be thinking that Owen's going to be improving on his, so he only needs a 3.3.
Yeah, well, they'd be really aware that both Leo and Daniel, and it's very different to the last heat, have been the busiest surfers this time, and they're in the third and fourth position. But they would be aware that Leo and Daniel are catching a lot of waves, and they haven't been able to get themselves up into those top two spots. So at the moment, smart decision making from Rinta and Owen. But Rinta, he wants to not only convert on his next ride and replace the 5.07, rob his competitors of the opportunity to chase down those low scoring numbers that they're after.
Yeah, if you're Daniel or Leo right now, I mean, you're trying to find some space. There's only 2.5 minutes on the clock. Good thing about this lineup is there is space if the guys are going to let you have it. That's the other thing. I mean, you'd be mad if you were Rinto and you weren't, probably hovering pretty closely around one of those surfers, as we see someone having a look.
Oh, Leo loading up, doesn't have a whole lot of room. He's going to get a section here on the inside, but arrives there just a little bit late.
Just wave selection for him has been a big one. He's caught a lot of them, but yeah, like I've already mentioned, hasn't scored over a 5.
Yeah.
You want to be improving. As a surfer in a heat, you don't want to keep taking off and just... I mean, we always say it sounds silly, but building a house, you want to keep improving with every wave you're getting, and right now I'm just not seeing that from him.
Well, Rinta's going to make a move with priority here and get it wrong. It never really even looked like a wave that was going to dish up the opportunity for more than 5 points. So he's put himself at the bottom of the priority order now, and he's vulnerable.
Definitely an error there. That was never going to score better than his 2 waves he already had. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens here. And he's really opened the gates now for Daniel, who's sitting out there in second priority. I mean, that was a major error. And it looks like there's waves coming through too. So he's only got himself to blame there right now.
Well, it looks like a big set standing up on the outside. Owen Moss has the priority. Deep is Daniel Emsley. He's going to have to give this one a go. He's after a 4.54. Couple of turns, gets there a little late. And the wave just swats him down. Unable to finish that one off. So Rinta's holding on to that second spot at the moment.
Tell you what, he's lucky because that was a big error, and the fact that Daniel didn't convert on that or get the score he needed was very lucky. And now Rinta's gone up into second priority. He shouldn't make that error again. You've got to be thinking 26 seconds on the clock.
Well, here goes Owen. He had the 7.17. He hasn't been able to back it up. But he'll probably, well, he might not even better the 3.3 with that one. 10 seconds to go. Leo having a look at this one. He looked sharp, but he just never connected with a quality wave, not even a quality section on one of those closeouts. And as a result, he's going to get bumped out of the contest here along with Daniel Emsley.
Yeah, I like the intensity he was bringing, but wow, I mean, wave selection for me. He got 11 waves and did not build on any of those. I mean, just a couple of fours. So, yeah, but good job done by Owen, obviously finding that 717.
You can see what it means to the competitors. A lot of frustration there. And he would have liked his chances, the goofy footer here in these beach break conditions too. But impressive stuff from Owen Moss, the American getting the victory here in the second heat of the day. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Matt Janowski, Richie Lovett and Laura Annabelle will step in for the call. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Janowski. I'm with Richie Lovett, Laura Annabelle. We're here at North Narrabeen, round of 80, Heat 3 of the Challenger Series, stop number 2. Straight from the Goldie into pumping North Narrabeen. What have you made of the morning's conditions, Richie?
It's been super fun. You know, it's pretty typical North Narrabeen on any given day. We've got a nice peaky little swell in the water, predominantly out of the east, and it's really offering up some great scoring opportunities. We've yet to see someone break the excellent mark, but I feel it's coming.
And Laura, you've had lots of experience out here, local girl, competed here for many years. Now you're in the analyst chair. And what have you made of the conditions this morning?
Yeah, just so happy that this swell has swung around to the east, still that south underlying swell, but looks like great off Leo, off to a really nice start there.
Yeah, two-turn combo there for Leo out of the French Caribbean from Guadeloupe, and he's going to be looking together to put together a nice combo here. A lot of these surfers starting off the round of 80, super competitive. And this was in the break, Richie.
Yeah, Rafael Teixeira here on a beautiful left-hander. Nice pockety little running wave. And Goofy Footer getting super busy, looking energised. Racking off a couple of nice turns there. And outside, this is Leo Paul here. Comes around on the backhand, tags that section, hits the closeout.
Oh, that was
sick. Doesn't make it.
Unfortunately, didn't ride out of that one, but that would have been... That would have been a good couple of extra points there, because the way he went up into the lip and projected through that turn was really nice.
And in blue, in red, we have Jarvis Earl from Cronulla, Robert Grillo, the Hawaiian, Rafael Teixeira there up and riding before, and Leo Ateni. So these surfers are stacked heat. There's no easy heats, we keep saying in the Challenger Series, and that's what we come here to view. This is the game, and this is why we're so excited to be here. and we're coming live to you from North Narrabeen. It's been a stalwart location for professional surfing over the last 50 years. We've seen so many world champions kick off their careers here. So many highlights. One that comes to mind, Shane Herring, 1992, the Coke Classic, taking out Kelly Slater, the local boy from DY. It's a place where upsets and local knowledge can actually come into play, but we've seen a lot of overseas surfers take the win, Richie.
Yeah, we have. You know, it is such a competitive zone here on the Northern Beaches. You know, arguably the most consistent break on the whole of the peninsula. We've seen the Coke Classic here. We've seen the Pro Junior here. We've seen careers made right at this very place. So, yeah, it's over the years, you know, the locals have dominated at times, but, you know, thinking back to the Pro Junior, I remember that the year that Kelly and Dorian in the final, you know, that was an interesting one. But, yeah, I mean, mixed bag, really. You can't guarantee who's going to win this thing. It's open.
And up and riding, this is Robert Grillo, the Hawaiian. Strong two-turn combo, looking for a strong finish here, and gets explosive into the lip, and 4 turns on here with some quality moments. As we wait for the judges to lock that in, we're going to go down to, actually we're going to catch this replay before we catch up with Owen Moss, that last heat winner. So Laura, talk us through this one.
Oh, such a fun, punchy little left-hander here, up into the lip there, and just got to really tag this wave all the way through. And you know, even when Northie is so small, it's so fun, and you just get these runners, and you know, the bank is so fun right now, and he's just been able to connect with this. Robert going to absolute town. Just having the flow through these turns. You can see it's almost like a little wave pool right now. We've got that lagoon rushing out, making these waves just punchy on the sandbank. So Robert just taking this one to the beach.
Great camera angles there, and while we have an interval, we're going to go down and speak to Owen Moss, last heat winner with Jesse Starling.
Especially at a place that you've never competed before, has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, definitely feels pretty good. I surfed a pretty dumb heat, but yeah, I got 1 wave, so it feels pretty good.
Dumb heat with a 717 though, it can't be too bad.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I'm stoked to get that wave, but yeah, everything else was pretty bad for sure.
How are you taking on, I guess, the transition from regional series to challenger series? Has it been a big jump for you?
A little bit, but it's kind of just more getting used to the 30-minute heats and just how to structure a 30-minute heat, but that's really it.
And it seems like we're getting right before you had a bit of a crew cheering you on, telling you to wear your beanie a certain type of way. How's it been traveling with your crew from home?
Yeah, it's been really fun. My boy Alan from Mexico and Luca from Peru, and yeah, the boys, it's been fun.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jesse, and a stylish, unique-looking Owen Moss, who came roaring through the super competitive North America regional qualifying series. I got to see him there in Central California, there at Morro Bay, and I mean, we think it's difficult here. It's really hard over there. And up and riding Jarvis Earl, the Cronulla surfer. Wow! And he sends it up to the air and unable to ride out, and straight behind him, this is Raphael. It's North Narrabeen left, looking fantastic for the goofy footer. Putting that snappy surfboards, his signature model, to the test here, and he gets a little reform through here. So this one, not a dynamic end section, but he is able to finish cleanly, and that one will be a nice backup score. So you see approaching the 22 minutes, and what's the difference between a 30-minute heat and say a 20-minute heat, which you might get in the regional qualifying events, Laura?
Oh,
apart from the time.
Yeah, the extra 10 minutes, you know. No, look at this wave from Jarvis. You just see he was just eyeing that section off, and wow, that was make or break there. I mean, if he'd landed that was excellent. And unfortunately, his first wave of the heat, putting it on the line, unable to turn that one in. But yeah, back to the heat time, Maddie. It's, you know, just the way you can structure your heat. You know, even just sit out there and just try to get that first really good score before, you know, working out when to actually push the trigger and maybe start searching around, going to plan B. Just that extra 10 minutes just is, it feels like an extra hour sometimes. It's amazing.
So for our American surfers, spending a lot of time doing the NSSA events, coming up through the 20-minute heats, much like Australia with our board riders, some of our board rider clubs, like Jarvis, would be used to 15-minute heats.
Totally.
And Richie, how do you balance that between 15 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's a different approach. I feel like it's a more kind of measured, considered approach when you talk about wave choice. You know, it's a 15-minute heat. It's almost like a race. You're just trying to get reps. You're just trying to build a score on absolutely any wave that comes through. You need to be a little bit more selective in these 30-minute heats. Although we do have, you know, 4 surfers in the water, there's still so much opportunity for all the surfers to ride 2 quality waves, to build 2 quality scores, and that's really what you have to do. Live action here, Jarvis.
Here goes Jarvis. You know what he's looking for. Hunting down the line, and that section didn't come back at him. We have that mixture of swells, a little bit of the south and some east swell in there as well, but
bailout.
The Hawaiian out in the lead. Robert with the 617 for his 4-turn combo with just a small backup there, and not far behind Raphael. Still got a score to drop with that opening 5.33, but you have to say if Jarvis is to connect with one of those airs, that's what the judges are looking for.
The replay here of Raphael. Just he's looking super energetic. Brings it all the way through to the inside, gets a bonus section. Tags this little closeout. And so not a bad little combination there. Just watch this layback hack. Beautiful option there. Now that wave didn't really offer him too much, but he made something of that section. Comes around again. Same type of turn, but makes it look somewhat different. So he's got 2 pretty good numbers on the board now. Box seat with just under 20 minutes to go. Now he can start to build on those bigger scores.
Yeah, and that's the difference, as we heard Owen in that post-heat interview say, just adjusting to those longer heats. And Raphael, a seasoned campaigner on the QS and the Challenger Series, 31 years of age. You call him a journeyman across many different sports. Is that respect that goes with a professional competitor who can really balance their career over different tours and across, say, a decade. And yeah, the Northern Beaches, where we are right now, was home to many journeymen. And Richie, you were competing on the championship tour. You backed it up on the QS for many years, and yourself too, Laura. And how difficult is it to maintain that momentum throughout your career and keep developing as your competitors are getting better as well?
You have to keep adjusting your approach for sure. I don't think it's difficult to keep the motivation as long as you're in it, as long as you feel like you're competitive and you have that competitive desire that makes you want to keep winning, so you never lose that. Or as long as you have that, you're going to want to stay on the World Tour, and that motivates you to keep, you know, your performance is sharp. It keeps you thinking about the maneuvers you're doing, and you know, there's always fresh faces coming on the tour. And you have to adapt your performance, otherwise you'll be left behind.
And Laura, you competed at a time before the equal pay for the women, and you kind of pulled the trigger out of contest and went to big wave surfing right as it equaled out. And I know that you wanted to make your way back onto that tour at one stage, but what made you pursue big wave surfing over continuing with the CT?
Yeah, no, it was hard. I mean, I think just that feeling of traveling with my friends, like you make such a family on this tour, on the championship tour and on the QS, and just some of my best times of my life have been traveling to these events and just having the crew that we had and the experiences. And you know, obviously you're all going for the same, you're trying to achieve the same goal to get back on the World Tour, but what comes along with it is just so beautiful and some of the best memories. So it's hard to give up that side of it because, you know, you're doing it for so long. It's all you've ever known. And I think that's what a lot of the surfers that are still here, like you said, the journeyman, like the Jads and Andres, they just love the journey of this tour and this sport. And I think it's really beautiful.
Well, it's a terrific job, one of the best in the world. And here goes Ateni, the Frenchman. Wow, sends up vertical in that second turn. So that'll be his best wave yet, with just a 3 on his opener where the judges deemed it incomplete. And that's exactly what you've got to do at this point in the heat. He's currently in third, looking for a 3.68. And Raphael Teixeira out in the lead, the journeyman, as we said before, knowing how to structure those Challenger Series heats. But we got 4 different nationalities in the surf right now. Last night we had the opening evening at Shorty's Golf, just up at Terry Hills there. And how cool was it to see the different surfers, different nationalities collaborating together? And I guess that's the community that surfing brings together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a global fraternity. As we look at the replay here of Leo, tags that first one, gets caught up on the bottom turn. It almost put him in a good position for that second hit. So tags the lip there. Just, you can see that almost caught his hillside edge. But he did well to get up for that second manoeuvre.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that and how much they maybe cruel him for that catch at the bottom of the first turn. But either way, so nice. That wave just had such a nice pocket to it, and he just took advantage of it. A bigger set. He'd been waiting probably waiting for about 10 minutes, because he was one of the first waves of the heat.
Well, let's dive into that criteria today. The update from the head judge was, as usual, speed, power and flow, but those little sub-criteria notes which are so crucial to the location and the daily conditions. Today, riding out cleanly is going to be really important to really show, and North Narrabeen in particular in previous years has been testing for a lot of top professional surfers where they're unable to ride out of those pivotal maneuvers, and it's been debatable. So they want to see clean completions, smooth transitions, but degree of difficulty hitting the lip line and going to the air. Single major maneuvers will be scored very, very high. It's at very high is in the criteria. And we're going to go to a break, and we'll see you very shortly. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. North Narrabeen, one of the homes and the pivotal place of competitive surfing on the northern beaches of Sydney. A beautiful place, and this is a replay in the break. Richie?
Yeah, so this is Leo just coming unstuck on that second turn. We saw him drop that 477 for that wave previous. We feel like there was perhaps some more points in it if it was all executed just a little bit cleaner, but looks like live action. This is a wide one.
Wow, and he goes for the barrel, the first barrel of the day. And unfortunately, that one just clipping. But that is what we come to North Narrabeen to expect in an east swell or anything with a bit of north. Richie?
Yeah, that one, that was just a little hint, a little teaser, a little entree of what North Narrabeen can actually produce. And the banker's lining up perfectly, but that was a crazy little barrel there. Really didn't give him too much more option than to pull the trigger in. Goes for the pig dog stance. He's slotted right here, driving, but unfortunately that wave just clamping down, not offering him an exit. Would have had a couple of nice seconds of vision.
Absolutely, and needing only a 5.98. You have to say, if he was to come out of that, he was under priority, having gone incomplete on his previous wave. So actually able to capitalize on that, but unfortunately unable to come out. When there's that little bit of a swell, Laura, you've got that cross section, that southeast swell mixing with that east. You can get some amazing barrels, but unfortunately get some closeouts. But we'll just see Jarvis, he's looking for one of those end closeout sections. He goes to the air and he rides out. So there's our third time lucky there for Jarvis. He's going to look for something on the end as he generates speed and Nice carve there, and going to try and link this inside section. So nice 2 turns after that aerial. So a great wave, his best wave yet, Jarvis. Laurie getting excited or what?
Yeah, this is, I'll grab it, Law. This is, you know, this is what we expect from Jarvis. This is how he likes to compete. He's got this weapon, this front side air reverse. He's got it on lock, and his make rate is incredible. So great to see Jarvis leaning into that. This is live action here.
Wow! And Robert Grillo just slamming that inside section there. We just caught up with that one turn. We'll see if he got anything done on the outside. But rapid fire here from the competitors. Half an hour heat coming down to that last third of the heat right now. So a crucial moment. But it's current heat leader Rafael Teixeira who's out in the lead. But we've got some good scores to lock in from these competitors. And this is that replay of Jarvis, Laura. Well, Richie, we got a little sound.
Yeah, Jarv just hitting that lip there, getting the full rotation. Then he does some nice work down the line here, looking for that end section. But that big explosive frontside reverse. Highly committed, it's technical, it's high risk. And outside, Robert, just a 2-turn combination, but it was a good one. Really bowly section, critical moment.
So the judges taking their time. They'll be looking at those replays, just deliberating on those scores. But, I mean, pretty clear. There was some good makes in that one. And Jarvis going in just a 1 and a .53. He had his intentions set on going to the air. And we haven't seen too much of that already this morning. So really, it's going to be interesting to see where they go and how they set the scale with that air. But he also finished nice and clean with 2 turns afterwards. But it's all going to come down to that aerial maneuver. Judges really paying dividends on those clean, smooth completions. I remember one that was thinking back to Italo Ferreira up against Connor Coffin here. He stomped a really good air, but didn't ride out. The judges see the whitewash catching up with him, and Connor put on a backside display, some really clinical power surfing, and that was just a critical moment in the year for Italo, but you've got to ride out, and that's what the surfers are doing here at Narrabeen. It's what they had to do at the Gold Coast as well. And we saw some really clean, flowing transitions, power surfing, and of course, heavy airs and great tube riding. Not just from the men as well, from the women. What was your highlight up on the Gold Coast event, Richie?
I mean, it's hard to go past Aaron Brooks's barrel. It was just incredible, and you know, not too far behind was Macy's 10. That was just mind-blowing moments. You know, that barrel section behind the rock, just absolutely incredible. And we saw some amazing performance surfing as well.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some more of that at Narrabeen, perhaps more airs, and I think a lot more single major maneuvers here at Narrabeen, especially with that convergence of the left and the car park rights coming together. Lots of waves under priority as well.
Thank you.
Josh Burke getting ready for his heat. He was an absolute heater there up on the Gold Coast.
My boards are down there. You can.
Semi-final finish, and he's carrying a lot of momentum heading into Narrabeen, and super spirited, really happy, relaxed around the contest zone, and that's always a good sign. But we've got scores locked in. So Jarvis, a 7-point ride, so that puts him into 3rd place, just needing a marginal backup. Still waiting for that score of Robert Grillo, but Rafael at this point still holding on to the lead. And the Frenchman, Leo Eteni, needing a 6.39. So there it is. Robert Grillo, the Hawaiian, goes out to the lead. 4-time national champ, 6.9 to 6.17. Brazilian in 2nd, and Jarvis chasing the 4.16. And Leo requiring a 6.39, but all attainable. When we're looking at those single major maneuvers, Richie, obviously the pressure comes down towards the end, and we saw in that last heat Leo Casal going for it as well. But if you're a coach right now, these are the situations that you train your surfers. But what's going through the head of, say, Leo and Jarvis right now?
I think Jarvis is actually in a really good position. I think, you know, his mindset right now is to just back it up, make sure you don't leave that 7 as a single number. He's well poised here to actually jump straight into 1st position. Rafael is the guy that's under threat right now, just with those pocket 5s, because well, Robert Grillo has shot straight into the lead now. So, you know, the judges are making it really clear. They want to see those big committed turns. The fact that they went into the 7s on Jarvis's air, I love it. I think they're rewarding the technical, the the sort of high-risk element of riding the wave early on the wave as well. So you can see Jarvis, he's gone really deep on the peak here. And he's way down in 4th priority. If he's going to try and sneak a little inside runner and jump up into the lead. But yeah, if I'm Jarvis, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. We're still 5 minutes to go. It looks like we're going to get live action.
All right, here he goes, searching for the 416. So opening Rio there and goes for this lip line float. So I was just about to say before, the 416, it's a tricky score out there this morning, Richie, and here goes Leo, the Frenchman. Wow, pulls there a spin and just loses a little bit of control, but he stays on his board, so leave that one with the judges. First thoughts on Jarvis's wave, Rich?
It's right there. It's not convincing. I don't immediately go, yep, that's right up in the 6 range. Yeah, it's going to be tight.
Yeah. 4 minutes 45. We'll wait for those scores to be logged in, but 2023 World Junior Champ, and this is that replay. Just goes to that Rio, and you see him just hit that lip line. So conservative surfing there for Jarvis, and Richie, the replay of Leo's.
Yeah, well, Leo just attacking the lip there, going for the big reverse off the top. And a little untidy on the second manoeuvre. And this is Raphael outside trying to protect his position. Quick snap to start things off. This wave's offering a couple of different sections down the line here. Some nice tidy surfing. Geez, he pivots so tight.
Yeah, the board looking to be like perhaps an EPS or a composite material, maybe carbon rails, looking very light, very poppy. And I don't think it's any coincidence that his sponsor is Snappy Surfboards.
Yeah, right.
Brazil. So that's a word that comes to mind when we think of Teixeira surfing, especially on the Gold Coast. He was fast and really electric through his transitions. Still waiting on scores to be logged in and live action. This is Leo, Frenchman, so he's coming around here and he goes the reverse, puts it up, and just rides down tail first, unable to get the completion. So that's not going to be the score required. Coming down to the business end of the heat. Won a QS, and Lucknow can qualified through the regional QS and the Euro QS. That's so strong, and to see these guys representing all the way over here, a lot of trouble for these guys out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, so Leo just tagging that one, going for the reverse again off the lip. Just the one turn, unable to complete it, so will not change the situation here. So he's in a spot of bother because his best score is the lowest out of all the surfers. So he really needs to find a special kind of wave here.
And under priority, he's just pulling the trigger, trying to build and create something out of nothing, but only needing a 6.57. You have to say, if he's able to pull something like that off in a heavy section, it'd be right there for the judges. But they're giving Jarvis the nod, a 4.33 for his last. We said it was right there. So now it pushes Teixeira back into 3rd, but we've still got a score from his wave previous to drop, that 3-turn combo. But what comes to mind with Teixeira's wave compared to Earl's is Raphael's is running away, and it's getting smaller as he's going down the line, where Jarvis's are holding up, and it's creating a little bit more drama on those on the lip line. So perhaps that's the spread of the scores, but only a 4.33 for Jarvis. So he's, he's leaving the door open for Raphael and Eteni right now. But there he is. He goes into 2nd, the Brazilian. And here goes Jarvis now back into 3rd. So ping-ponging around, and he gets the nose pick. And here he is, just working his way through to the inside. He's going to need a finish on this.
It's a shame that wave just let him down after that amazing manoeuvre to start off.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. The judges will really take their time on that one. That was here's that replay, Rich.
Yeah, beautiful wave. And Jarb goes for the air reverse. And unfortunately, just really not too much else offer on this wave. But I just love the commitment. I applaud his approach to these opening manoeuvres here. It was a pretty sick little air rev as well. Really technical. When you actually start looking at the angles of the board and where his body was, wasn't straightforward. there was one more significant turn down the line here, all day long, Jarvis, he'd be wiping that 5-4.
Yeah, it was critical. It was on that first section, but it was on a smaller wave as well. So the judges deeming that a 4.6, not enough. Still chasing a 5.4. 30 seconds remaining, and you can see.
Oh wow, tactics.
Raphael sitting there on Jarvis, third and fourth priority. So the journeyman currently in second place, but it's the Hawaiian out to a healthy lead right now, and he's got priorities in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's always a good position when you've got first priority, it's counting down, and you're out in front. It's nice. This is a frustrating result for Jarvis.
So the Hawaiian taking the win from Rafael Teixeira, the Brazilian. We say goodbye to Jarvis Earl and Leo Ateni. A good battle there. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to bring you Heat 4 coming up next.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinosky in the booth with Richie Lovett and Laura Enova. We're here for round 4, round of 80. And this is the stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. Rapid fire action this morning. Josh Burke, Tally Wiley, Ryan Huckabee, and Axel Carrotta and Green. Oh, man.
Good
the
heat.
wild card coming up from your home beach, Richie.
Yeah, Axel got a win in the trials out here the other day, and from North Stain down at Manly. So part of that whole crew with George Pitter, Saxon Reba, a few of the boys really starting to layer off. Really competitive start to this heat.
Wow. And as Axel, first wave of the heat, really hustling, and he's going to be leaving nothing to risk out there right now. He's just going to throw everything at it with that opportunity to, I mean, what's it feel like, Laura, to get a wild card in a big event like this?
Yeah, I mean, to win the trials and get into the event, it's so awesome. I mean, the waves and the wind and the weather they had on the trials day on Monday was just...
It was chaos.
It was atrocious. It was horrible. I felt so bad for everyone arriving going, I was like, I'm so sorry. It's not usually like this. But this is the Northie we like to see, and the forecast is just looking amazing over the weekend. And I think it was meant to rain today, but that's also... So the skies are cleared.
Yeah, we're here at North Narrabeen, and we're blessed with a combo swell of some east and southeast swell. The winds offshore, the peaks from all that rain have actually been cleaned up. The lagoon's been running out, and and bringing these amazing peaks that Narrabeen's so well known for. And this is Tully Wiley from Bells Beach. Wow, opening gouge there and carrying his momentum forward. 3-turn combo, the powerhouse goofy footer looking strong in his opening wave, the crowd going wild. And he's put in some good performances over the years on the QS, and he's had some Challenger Series spots as well. And this is Ryan Huckabee. Wow, and he ride out of that, nose picks that reverse, and he does ride out, so showing some progression on that, and all surfers up and riding. This is Josh Burke, Barbados surfer, and he finishes his 2-turn combo as well. So all surfers up and riding, feeling energized this morning, Richie.
Yeah, that was solid as a rock from Josh Burke and Tully Wiley. I feel like those guys they will get the pick of these opening rides. As we look at the replay here of Tully Wiley, beautiful carve to start off. With a 3-stage bottom turn to get up in the lip, tags it again. So good to see some frontside action from Tully.
Yeah.
We're used to seeing him on the backhand. This is Ryan Huckabee, goes for the reverse off the lip. Has to pat the kitty for a while here, but does eventually get out in front of the whitewash. And for me, I kind of feel like this is the wave of the opening exchange. For Josh Burke, he just had a great event up on the Gold Coast, but a solid closeout hit there. And then Axel behind him.
Yeah, this is that. We didn't catch that one. Wow. So that one may actually be the pick of all four. But how good is this, Laura?
Oh.
We are sitting here at your local spot, and you'd be watching this, tuning in if you weren't here for off surfing Cloudbreak or somewhere. But
Totally, absolutely. I mean, you know, North Narrabeen, favourite wave to come home to. It's where I grew up and learnt to surf. So fun to have these lefts. I mean, last year was all about the car park rights, but these are the lefts that Northie is known for, and there's so many of them coming through at the moment.
So he goes Tully on his second wave. So nice opening carve there, and he's setting up this one. Another snap, carrying that momentum forward. Lots of action on that, and he pulls out of that one. So everyone getting off to a quick start, and it's always nice to see these surfers with lots of opportunity out there, Richie, and I feel like it's going to continue all day.
Yeah, well, this is we've got a lot of swell for the next week actually, and it's not a long period swell, which means there's going to be a lot of waves. It's not a big, strong, lined-up swell with a 14, 15-second period, which means that storm cell's quite close as it travels up the coast here. Replay of Tully, and one of his weapons really is all this power and leverage. He's a big lad, and as a result, the turns are big as well. Throws a ton of spray, so good backup wave for Tully.
Scores still getting locked in.
Yeah, that was an absolute flurry to start the heat off. And just thinking back to Axel, though, you know, had that paddle battle to the start, got going on that wave and got a 0.7, but ended up getting probably the pick of all the waves.
Yeah,
the biggest, most bowly wave at the end of all those surfers' waves then. And I think, like you said, Matt, I feel like that's going to be the pick of them. Just 2 strong turns. Josh Burke, his first turn, kind of a setup turn. But, yeah, excited to see these scores roll in. We've got a heat on our hands.
Yeah, we do. Axel's a really raw competitor, the way he approaches it. He's a raw surfer, you know, he just attacks the wave. He's got a really good air game. He's got big turns. And, I mean, his only Achilles heel, and I'm just sort of giving you the insights here, is that he can get head noise. But I feel like the win in the trials has set him up well to really come into this event. He had a moment where he took a bunch of pressure off himself. He was kind of rattled about competing, but he went, oh, do you know what? I'll just let it go. And he's done it. And I feel like we're starting to see the best of Axel with a jersey on.
As we wait for those scores to be locked in, we're going to catch up with Robert Grillo, the winner of Heat 3 with Jesse.
Yeah, Robert. Actually found out he goes by Robbie. You made it look like you've surfed that wave a million times before out there. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. You know, decent heat put together, so I'm pretty stoked. Yeah.
And this is your first year on the Challenger Series. Snapper obviously didn't go the way that you wanted it to. Is it a massive confidence boost getting a heat win here?
Oh, for sure. I think my first wave, my legs were shaking, but stoked to put it together in a heat finally, and stoked to surf more heats.
And I've done a little bit of research. You're a 4-time national champion over in Hawaii, so you obviously know how to surf a heat. How does it feel coming over here to Australia, traveling with your group, and just, yeah, putting a few heats together here?
Feeling good. I mean, I won all those events at Huntington, so it's pretty similar to this, so I'm pretty stoked.
Awesome, congratulations. And is there anyone you want to say thank you to who helped you get here?
All my friends and family back at home, and Akila down here working with him. So, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Jesse, and nice to hear from Robbie, the Hawaiian, taking out that hotly contested heat. That was a great one to watch, but scores beginning to get locked in for this heat. Tully with that 4.33 in the opener, still scores just a drop for him. Ryan Huckabee, a 3. He's down into 4th, but Axel Kuroda, a 7.17 on his opener. He just rockets straight to second place, and Tully with just that backup that just dropped then, a 4.03. So the two Aussies out in the lead, but I mean, I feel like that was well rewarded. Whenever we sit up out of our seats and someone attacks the lip line like that, you know the score's going to be rewarded. You must be sitting there pretty proud right now, Richie.
Yeah, stoked for Axel for sure. You know, it's a dream start. He's got 3 points on each one of his competitors on the opening exchange. Live action.
And that's Huckabee right now, harking into the lip himself and able to ride out of that one. So that was almost a replica of his first wave, getting super flexible. He's great in the air, great in the barrel as well, coming from Flagler Beach in Florida. 20-year-old is on an absolute tear, and he's free surfing. Checking out his Instagram, he's got a pretty epic spread of waves, and he's done lots of traveling over the years too. And here he goes here, so he sends that up inverted, picks the nose, and able to ride out of that one. So we'll have to see where the judges go with that. What are you feeling on this one, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, I love this one. I think the judges kind of didn't really reward him as he probably hoped on the first one, but that was so inverted, the way he was able to do that and pull it off. This was a lot cleaner, a lot crisper landing. He still was, you know, sort of stuck in the whitewash. They might feel like it was a bit sort of slow to get back to his feet, but I think that's gonna be a good scoring wave. That was an epic turn.
Yeah, it's certainly progressive, that's for sure. You see how far up his foot was when he was riding out of that. It's just to keep that forward momentum. But that's 7.17 for Axel, a great opening score. I know his dad, Brett, he'd be down here on the beach or tuning in right now. You know, really, Brett's a wild guy. He's had a great history in rock music. He was a drummer in Mass Appeal, one of the formative hardcore punk bands in Australia, and well known within the Australian music scene and the surf industry as well. So Axel following in his footsteps, and a bit of a punk rock in the competitive arena as well. And it's nice to see him. It's nice to see the wild card who came through those ugly conditions the other day relish in these beautiful North Narrabeen conditions here this morning. And I mean, board riders here at North Narrabeen, board riders at North Stain, that type of mentality of surfing with surfers better than you is what's really flourished in Sydney and the east coast of Australia, and it's what made this area such a powerhouse in surfing over the years. What was it like growing up around North Narrabeen board riders and all the champions that came from here?
Yeah, well, I joined the Northie Board Riders when I was about 9 years old, and I surfed against the boys because there wasn't a girls' division. There were like quite a few girls in the Board Riders, but everyone just sort of surfed in their different, like either opens men's or juniors, cadets. But yeah, there was only about 5 of us girls and women in the Board Riders Club at the time. So now we've got a women's division, and there's so many girls and amazing groms coming through, and it's just the best. Honestly, surfing with the boys was classic. Definitely pushed me to be like, pulled this competitiveness out of me that I don't think I would have found. And yeah, just I think the funniest thing is about the Northern Beaches is like, everyone kind of just sticks to their beach. They don't, like, no matter how bad the waves get at Narrabeen, like, we don't really go anywhere else. So we kind of get to surf all conditions here because we don't leave.
I think there's a lot of beaches, locals that come here. I just don't think you guys go anywhere else.
Oh, so it's just us that do that.
They come here, Richie, but they don't necessarily catch waves.
Yeah, Dad's always calling me going, oh yeah, North State looks pretty fun. I was like, no, I'm going to surf onshore Northie.
And we'll catch up with your North Stain board rider shortly, Richie. And here goes Axel right now. So hits that lip line again. So almost a replica of that first wave as well. So he's on an absolute roll. And I mean, it's that fire that the board rider clubs give you, Rich. And I mean, the boys are here probably on the beach right now or tuning in at work, just super stoked. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Axel on the backhand, quick snap to start off, and then finds another gem with that big closeout section. And I just love how he's projecting off the lip. The timing on these closeout turns on both his rides has been just pinpoint. So watch here, extends, gets up on the lip as it's coming down. really, really difficult to do. And Axel, perfect control, showing the judges that, yeah, made that. So he's going to get another big number here and go right out in front.
That was almost a replica of his first wave. Sorry, his second wave, his 717, but just a smaller. And he got smaller wave. He got that under priority, and you can tell he just knows, you know what, that combo, that's all I need to do. So just identifying those same waves, one big turn into the lip line. He's got that combo down pat.
Well, Ryan down there in third, Ryan Huckabee, he's had two really dynamic turns. Here he goes again, live action. But the judges giving him just those smaller scores, 4.43 and the 3, because I think it perhaps is that flow riding out with that projection of the whitewash
speed, yeah.
and the speed.
It feels like Ryan's just been stuck in the whitewash a little bit, and the judges have just sort of, you know, kept that score quite low, because the progressive manoeuvre he was doing before that was so incredible. But yeah, judges keeping that low for now.
Well, all those scores are locked in right now. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll see you very shortly.
One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. 3 locals in the booth. Matt Chinoski, joined by Laura Anova and Richie Lovett, here to call Challenger Series number 2. We're into Heat 4 of the men's this morning. North Narrabeen absolutely pumping, Laura.
Yeah, so fun out there. I mean, you know, 2 to 3 foot solid and just really fun running lefts. And Ryan Huckabee trying to get up into second place. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to do it.
Yeah, he's been struggling with those completions, some amazing surfing, some radical surfing, but just the ability to ride clear of that whitewash. The judges are keeping those scores down a little bit, making a real clear example of that right now. But it's a North Stain surfer, Axel, out in the lead, Richie.
Yeah, Axel's doing really well. You couldn't really ask for anything more at the 12-minute mark of the heat. He can just be a little bit more selective now too, and really build on that low score of the 5.83. Somewhat control the heat.
Yeah,
good signs here.
Second place is still wide open though. You know, Ryan only needs a 3.93 and Josh a 3.86. Sorry, and you know, Josh has been pretty sleepy in this heat. He's got priority, but he's let a couple of waves go, and it must be hard to hear. You know, when you've got priority, people getting smaller waves and turning in bigger scores. It can sometimes like really mess with your head, and you can see on the left of your screen there, Josh just sitting deepest on the peak, waiting for one of those bowly lefts to come and break off the corner of the rip there.
This is exactly what happened to Oscar Berry in the
really?
opening heat of the round. He got a score quickly and went deep and then couldn't find a backup.
And Tully Wiley up on his third. Huge carve there, and unfortunately just giving that single manoeuvre, that turn looking like a Nathan Hedge out here right now, someone you've surfed with for many years, both Richie and Laura. But you said where Josh is sitting to the left of the screen, and we'll catch up with this replay. Talk us through it, Laura.
Yeah, just so much speed here for Tully and big carve there, but unfortunately this wave just fizzles out. I feel like, you know, Tully's been getting these waves that have that running wall, and I think what he maybe needs to do is take a leaf out of Axel's book and try to find one of those bowly waves that has the end turn, because the judges are loving those combos today, and I think they love those combos here at Northie. You know, you got to love a wave that you can give you 4 turns, but if you're getting one big end section coming at you, the judges are just going to eat it up.
Yeah, so talk us through the different lineup here. Right, we've got the camera straight on the front there, Richie, so obviously we have the point and we've got a few different aspects. So where are they surfing right now?
Yeah, well, they're sitting right on the true peak of Northie lefts, a little bit to the left of where we're looking now, sort of straight down from the red buoy. That's the start of the alley right section. And then way down towards the right-hand side of your screen that we can't even see is car park right. So, but the Northie left section right now is actually broken up into a couple of peaks. There's been these beautiful little deep runners right on the sandbank, and then these wider ones, and that's where the other surfers are sitting right now. I don't actually mind where Josh Burke is sitting, because there's been some real nuggets in there, and probably the pick of the litter is in that deep section, but it's a little bit more inconsistent right now.
It's like with priority, you'd be silly not to sit there, but then, like you said, it's not as consistent in that spot. But when the waves do come, they are the best waves of the heat. So he's just going to have to sit here and hold, you know, drop anchor and wait for one of those waves.
It's the shallowest part of the bank too. Like, you can see that little sort of whitewash plume in the water coming up there on the screen. So we've just come off a high tide just after 9 o'clock. We're right on 9 o'clock. So the water's starting to drain out. We'll see this sandbar get shallower and shallower as the day goes on. But still plenty of time. It's not panic stations at all for Josh Burke. But in contrast to his heats up on the Goldie, he was starting strong and fast every single heat. He was getting a nice barrel behind the rock, and it was sort of setting himself up. So this is a different scenario here, and he's going to have to pull it out.
Yeah, this would be absolutely nervous moments for Josh Burke. You know, coming off that 3rd place on the Gold Coast, you're right there, and you've got to keep that head nose out. But look, looks like there's a lump here. Let's see if he gets moving. He only needs a 386. You know, the door's wide open. He's gonna pull the trigger.
Yeah, here he goes right now. Using his priority, and nice Rio there. And a foam climb to finish, so he'll start building his total. That's just his 3rd wave ridden in this heat so far. Still plenty of time left in this. Surfing the alley left, really far out. He might even use the rip over towards the alley right.
Yeah, I'm sure this wave wasn't what he had in mind after waiting so long with priority, but he just wanted to get, you know, up into that progressing situation, into that spot, but he got the job done there, I would say.
Just a little lip line floater here, and then backs it up with a nice snap. I could almost feel his relief of losing priority order after this wave. I'll be interested to see whether he gets busy now. It can be a hindrance. I mean, it's the best thing in the world to have priority, but it can also force you into being over-selective.
Yeah, it can be an absolute curse. I mean, I think every pro surfer's done it, had priority, waiting for the gem of the wave, and then it just never comes.
7 minutes 30 remaining. Judges will lock that score in shortly, but only leading at 386. It'll be right there. We feel that the makeup of North Narrabeen, it is still a river mouth beach break, and it shifts a lot. We have had a lot of rain recently, and it has formed these banks right now, looking all the way down to Coleroy on the longest stretch of the beach in Sydney, and down to Longreef at the end. So it's outer bommies that refract the waves as they come in. There's a long reef that you and I both know very well, Laura, that sits off the end of here and way out the end of Longreef as in the headland. There's lots of different, there's a lot of diversity of waves around here, and that's what makes the northern beaches so spectacular, is all the little river systems, all the little valleys. We've got so many little headlands, little nooks and crannies.
It's the best.
There's about 20 beaches and lots more surf breaks along between Manly and Palm Beach and the rest of Sydney as well. And it's been the breeding ground for more world champions than anywhere else in the world. right here on the Northern Beaches, and tour surfers as well. North Narrabeen at one stage had 12 competing pros on the tour throughout the 90s and 2000s. It was where power surfing was born in Australia. And up and riding, Josh Burke, looking to keep busy, as you said, Richie, just trying to keep his heat total. Well, it wasn't enough. It was a 3.63, needing a 3.86. So he does need to get busy with 6 minutes to go. So patience not paying off there for Josh Burke, who had a third place finish there and stop number 1 up on the Gold Coast. And here he goes. This is Axel, current heat leader. Pokes the nose, and that one's not going to see George Pitar on screen. He's going to be supporting a fellow North Stain surfer.
Yeah, so good to just have the local energy down here. I know, like you said, Richie, everyone's going to be coming down from North Stain your way and just cheering on the locals. Maybe not that one, but Axel is still way out in front right now and still, you know, getting the biggest, best waves of the heat. So he's found the rhythm, his heat. Josh Burke, let's see what he got done before this. This is live action.
And here he goes again, 2-turn combo, and he rides out of that one. So that one's going to feel better. You could see the relief once again in his body. That one feeling good, just really throwing it up there, and some extravagance on that last turn, which we love to see. This is that replay, Laura.
Yeah, so kind of not too much at the start there. Went bowly here, and he got up into the lip. So, you know, just two sort of strong turns there. Small wave, but I think the judge would like just the power and the bowliness of those sections, and probably reward him up into what he needs.
Yeah, the commitment on that end turn, Richie, perhaps a little more spice on it than the previous wave.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see from that side angle, he did get the tail released out of the back of the wave. That's a sign that they've really pushed hard. You know, there's a radical element to the turn, but he did it with so much control, and he is definitely going to get that number.
Well, I'm looking down. Ryan Huckabee, who started with some amazing waves, he only needs a 3.93 to jump up, or now 4.97, because that's just changed. Josh Burke going up into second. He gets his best wave yet, a 4.9, so the judges agreeing and saying that last turn had some significance to it. So it's the Bells Beach surfer, Tully White, Rip Curl team rider down into third, and Huckabee got that priority, needing a 4.97. So we could see some changes here in the last 4 minutes. Marginal scores required to get through, and this is the real the four-man heat, real QS style, a bit of a grind.
Battle of the fours right now for second place, and Josh Burke's got the highest at that 4.9, his last wave. The judges deeming that his best wave of his heat. And Tully Wiley, he's just got a pocket fours as well, 4.33. He needs a 5 though, based on the fact that Josh's is that bit higher.
And
so,
any chance of any rights out there today, Laura?
I feel like, you know, maybe as the tide runs out, there could be some running rights, but they're just, you know, alley rights as a Grom, that's where you kind of pushed in there. You got to sort of earn your way out the back when you're about 8, 9. So the alley rights are very fun, but when the lefts are on, you go on left.
Here goes Axel, third in priority, and there's a couple of falls on that one, starting off really strong and just trying to build that heat total. He's still got the lead. 3 minutes to go, he'll make his way back out. And notoriously pretty hard to paddle out after you get a left on those longer period days, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. When the waves pick up, when they're about 6 to 8 foot here, it actually becomes really hard to paddle out through the alley. But you know, the classic paddle out spot would be up by the pool, and then when it gets big, you kind of have to just push yourself down the beach and just wait and pray for a gap in the swell and try to make your way out.
So perhaps a blessing for these surfers with lower period swell. So they're able to get back out and get more opportunity. So the fans get to see more surfing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to have runarounds happening.
No jet ski assist here as well. These surfers able to get back in the lineup. Just took Axel there about a minute to jump back out. But with priority, Ryan Huckabee, Flagler Beach, Florida surfer, looking for just that 4.97. We know he's capable of it. He's had some fantastic waves to start this, but just lacking a little bit of that flow riding out. The judges want to see that smooth transition out of these maneuver, and I think it would almost have gone excellent, that nose pick that he had. And it's the NRMA 2-minute warning, so it's coming right down to the pointy end of this heat right now. And this is stop number 2 in the Challengers series. These surfers making their way through the regional QS, and here goes Josh Burke. Nice float there to get started. One of the first rights of the day. and snapping that one. There we go, little alley right.
Yeah, you can see how fun they are. That's why the kids love them.
That's where I surf when I come in.
Yeah, that's where Richie surfs.
Here's a replay of this one, Rich.
Yeah, streaking down the line, just projects right over the roof of that one. Nice layback hack with a bit of tail slide on it. You can see the wave just taper right down real quick. Not sure if he's going to replace that 4.5, but you know, just trying to protect that lead or that second place.
Wow, so a minute to go and Tully Wiley is still chasing that 5.07. You can see him moving down the beach. Axel.
Keeping really busy, Axel under priority. He goes vert, setting up this next carving maneuver. And just a nice pace through here. Nice and relaxed heat leader, and he finishes strong as well. He's got more on the end. Super long wave. 40 seconds remaining. That's exactly what he needed to do. Under priority that one as well, so he's feeling the vibe. So the local boys on the sand. Blake Levette there, supporting, no doubt giving some coaching tips as well. Everybody loves Blake down there, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the North Stain crew, and well, they'll be happy because Axel Carrotta is, I dare say, probably going to replace that 5.83 and go miles out in front. And this was surfer in white. This is Ryan Huckabee, and he throws the big air reverse. And that just whitewash has been a curse for him today. So Axel tags that first section. Just cuts back through this little slopey part of the wave. Connects again with the lip. Nice and vertical on that hit. Up and over this tricky section to ride out of. Gets that final rebound off the foam. And he'll call it a heat.
Yeah, stoked there. The wild card smile from ear to ear, and why wouldn't you? It's his first Challenger Series event, and he's walking out, taking the win there. Waiting for scores, though. Huckabee going incomplete on his last, and maybe Josh got one before the hooter there. We'll wait for this to be finalised.
Well, that man there, he's moving through, no doubt about it. It is a battle for second place. Josh Burke narrowly holding on at the moment. Scores still to drop in. Scrappy heat, you would say, from Josh, Tully and Ryan.
Yeah, and it is confirmed there. Axel taking the win from Josh Burke, Tully Wiley, and Ryan Huckabee coming in third and fourth. The local boys supporting Axel Carrotta. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we have Ronnie and Flick coming into the booth next for heat number 5.
Hugs.
What do you think this morning? It's been pretty good,
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
We're loving having your company on this opening day of competition, stop 2 of the Challenger Series, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Ronnie Blakey on set for the call with Felicity Palmatier into the round of 80 for the men. The opening round, no second chances. Already seen some, well, some real talent fall out of the mix here.
Oh, for sure. There's been some big upsets this morning. I think for me, Oscar Berry's probably got to be the biggest one. Coming off such an incredible performance on, up there at Snapper and just not being able to back it up here. But, I mean, we've seen some fun waves this morning. I mean, Narrabeen's delivered. A week ago, I looked at the forecast and it was a little bit so-so. But this morning, I mean, things are improved and there's a lot of opportunity out there.
And a lot of good surfers in the lineup for this one. Charlie Cavant, the Frenchman, had a great run. Got himself a ninth place finish up there on the Gold Coast. He's in the red. Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal is going to be in the blue. Luel Felipe, he's been around a while. He's going to be out there in the white jersey representing Brazil. And Jordan Lawler, he's going to have a lot of hometown support getting this wave in the opening stages.
Yeah, this is the local boy getting things started, and nice looking wave, the two-tone combo. And behind him was Charlie Kivon. He had a couple of nice moments up there at Snapper.
Oh, he's
couple
ripping.
of big scores. So good to see him on the backhand here. Definitely a change. And then Luel, nice first turn there, and he's just getting a bit stuck here. Can he get down this section? Makes that connection through to the inside.
Awesome.
And that's going to sting.
Yeah. Stuffs the finish, and as a result, it's going to be a low score. But Geordie Lawler, such good memories competing here on the Northern Beaches. Obviously surfed a whole lot of heats in board riders events out here at Narrabeen. Also broke through for a major win on the beaches. But here goes the surfer from Portugal, Ribeiro there. Big first turn, but couldn't back it up. But yeah, Geordie getting a victory in a major qualifying series event here. A prime event back in 2019 as we see Luel up again.
Yeah. Everyone getting very active in the very early stages of this heat so far. But for me, Jordan Lawler getting the best of that. We did see Luel get another two-turn combo. I feel like this man from Portugal right here was on his way to a good score. That wave just sort of, the wave let him down. I mean, this opening turn here, that was really well timed. Comes around this section, but you could see just how close these two waves, that one in the foreground, sort of limiting and just sucking all the energy from that wave that the Portugal. Yeah. And then this is the two-turn combo from Luel. I feel like this one's probably going to put him up into that second place position. It was two turns. Wasn't the strongest two turns, but still well timed, a good start to the heat.
Yeah, waiting on that number to drop at the moment. This is a fun one. Like I said, Geordie Lawler's going to have a lot of hometown support here, part of that North Narrabeen Board Riders Club, and they'll be out and forced to cheer him on here. 24 minutes to go. Waiting on the numbers for the opening exchange to drop. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Jesse.
Axel, 4 days ago, you weren't even in this event. You were setting up scaffolds, getting ready for all of us, and now you're winning heats on the Challenger Series. What is going on?
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm kind of tripping out of it. I'm not really even meant to be in it, and just to get like a heat out there with one of my close mates was good enough, but to win it, it's like just everything's just a bonus for me, so I'm stoked.
Let's talk about the trials, because not a lot of people saw it. It was basically survival out there. This has to be a pretty good reward for winning.
Yeah, it was probably as bad as Northie could get, but when I came this morning, I was like, oh, it's definitely all worth it. Like, get to surf Northie like that with 4 other people out, and yeah, it doesn't happen often, so I'm just, enjoying every bit of it.
And you're no stranger to this wave. You just come from up the road, North Stain. Is there a little bit of rivalry coming in? Do you want to do it for North Stain here? Yeah,
I'm definitely doing it all for North Stain for sure. Everything, like, whenever I make a heat, it's always shout out all the boys back home. And I wouldn't say there's big rivalry, but North Stain.
Well, guys, Axel's actually still on the clock. He's got to get back to work, so we have to wrap this interview up. But well done. We're really looking forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thanks heaps, Jesse. Cheers.
Good
Thanks,
on you,
guys.
Jesse. Axel Carrota-Rose getting the jump in that first heat. Healthy heat score total. And yeah, they'll be turning up in force to cheer on these local surfers from the Northern Beaches. And numbers starting to come through for our competitors now. It is Geordie Lawler with the best of it so far, 5.5, but he doesn't have a backup score. As a result, it is Luel Felipe's out in front with a couple of mid-range threes. Guilherme Ribeiro, a 4 for him, and Charlie locks in a 3 to kick off his campaign here.
Yeah, well, I obviously love the start that Jordan got, that 5.5, two-turn combo, sort of a carve, and then that finishing manoeuvre. But I think what's interesting now is just watching where Jordan is positioning himself. I mean, he obviously is the local boy, but you can see on the left of the screen there, that water is a bit ripped up. It's obviously coming out through the Narrabeen Lake there. But, you know, if anyone's going to know where to sit right now and today, it's going to be Geordie. And he's going to let that one go through.
And Charlie's going to swoop on it, up into the first section. A little pivot on the pocket. A little tapping turner again. Doesn't quite connect with that final section.
Yeah, he definitely mistimed that last turn, but the first two were looking really good. Definitely on his way to a stronger score than his 3, I'd say. Let's have a look here. Really sharp turn there. Backs it up with that second one, and he just gets up a little bit late to that last turn. The wave also had a funny bend in it, but this two-turn combo was really nice done. He got a little bit of release on the fins here, and I just like how he went straight into that next manoeuvre. I think he was probably, in my, you know, if I'm being hypercritical, just maybe not pushing it as hard as he probably could, knowing it's early stages of the heat. I think he could have gone a bit harder on those couple of turns, but I mean, it is early stages, so I'm sure we'll see him fire back up.
Well, Charlie's been around for a while, kind of really more focused on just free surfing, chasing photos and whatnot for a long period of time, but always manages to work his way through the regional ranks, leaning into the knowledge and experience of Alain Rieu, who's coaching the French surfers in the mix, a lot of the European competitors, and he's been working with Charlie through it and will be throughout this Challenger Series, as we see him up again, just chipping away at this one.
Another two-turn combo there, but it's just, he's not finding that finish that he wants. You know, all these last two waves, they've tapered off. They haven't given that sort of strong finish that we sort of saw from Jordan, and we saw this from Luel. I mean, Luel's sitting out in the lead. He's got a couple of threes, but we just got to look to that, you know, the highest wave of the heat so far, that 5.5. A bit of size to it from Geordie, smooth surfing, and yeah, really gave him that opportunity to hit that closeout section. It just really cements it. Like, hey, two-turn combo, you're easily going to be getting a 5 or a 6. You know, that's what I'm seeing this morning from the judges. If you're doing it, if you're finishing strong, no baubles, it's almost like, okay, that's a 5 or a 6. It's going to at least be a backup. Or even if I look at the scores, you know, this morning that have been getting through heats, a couple of 6s are getting you through.
Yeah, obviously everyone wants the win too, but as long as you're surviving this round, you're on fire. So second place, the competitors are happy to take it at this point, as we see Ribeiro up 4 on his first wave, working this one right through to the inside. It's starting to fade. Luel, he picks one off on the outside. He is hanging on to the lead, but he's going to have to keep adding to his numbers if he wants to stay there, and he's probably done it with that ride. Nice finish.
Yeah, I'd like to see the start of that one. That finish was really strong. I feel like it's probably the strongest single turn I've seen him do. I'm not sure what he got done at the start there, but let's break down this one. Guilherme first. Nice snap in the pocket. You can see this wave's just tapering off and just sort of getting smaller in size. Sort of stays with it. He's trying to get all the points that he can, but behind him, this is Luel. This is the turn I wanted to see. Gets a really nice release on the fins there, just drifting across the lip. Sticks with it, and for me, that's the strongest turn he's done. That last turn there was really well timed, and it's going to be his strongest score for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, you can save a ride with a strong finishing turn, even if you don't start with a big steep section. You can kind of at least bump it up into the 5s. We'll see where the number goes for him in just a moment, but it's great to be back here at North Narrabeen. Of course, so much competitive history has been written into the books at this iconic location. As we see Llewell on the inside, setting up for the pit, tucks in, gets a bit of cover, but doesn't get the exit.
Yeah, you could see he was down the line there. Obviously, he'd just finished that last wave, and I heard Rich talking about it this morning, you know, with this wave and those ones that are coming wide on the bank, they've got that more south on an angle on them. They stand up a lot more, and you could definitely see that in that one that Llewell got. But, I mean, that one just shutting down. He did off for the barrel, and out the back, it looks like Charlie's having a look.
Yeah, just lets that one go. Obviously, Geordie Lawler had some priority there. Got a nice little bowl to work with on this one. Cutting back into it, begging for a steep section down the line. Has some great airs that he can go to, but this wave not really ramping up, so he sticks that rail deep in the face, chipping away at it. Blasts the fins on the final section, really making something of nothing there.
Yeah, that wave was sort of, lack of better words, a bit of a dog's breakfast, but he really made it happen. I mean, he surfed it really well. Let's have a look. Charlie had to give way to him. Goes to you see all these rivets in the face of the wave. It's a bit disjointed. He has to work through this section, and here it gets really tricky to read. I mean, he looks great. He looks on fire. Looks really explosive. Looks sharp. I just feel that the wave quality itself it was really difficult to surf. He did a good job, and sort of like the little gift that kept on giving. It was that one of those ones that just really just keeps on standing up on this bank here. Yeah, he brings it through to the inside. I think it's going to be interesting to see where the judges do go with this. You know, if you just compare it to his 5.5, obviously that was the 2 turns, bigger wave. This one, smaller wave, lots more manoeuvres, but just the manoeuvres weren't as big as that initial opening ride. So, I mean, wow. For the quality of that wave, he just surfed that so well. I mean, that fin release on that last section was really well done.
We've got the Feel New Sydney flight cam for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Gives us a great aerial perspective of the sandbar. It's in good shape at the moment, and we've already seen some quality waves roll through, and hopefully that continues. There's a nice little insider with no one on it. You take that, Flick.
Oh, 100%. I was going to say one thing I feel like I've already noticed is that that water clarity is sort of a little bit more blue right now than what it was earlier this morning. It was looking quite brown. We've obviously had a lot of rain over the last couple of days, and that Narrabeen Lake, which we'll maybe be able to see in that right-hand corner of the screen, has just sort of been spewing out a lot of water over the last couple of days. So
Geordie's up again. Still waiting on scores from his last wave to drop in here, but he is looking sharp. Just got to connect with some quality waves. Did make the move to Timmy Patterson surfboards recently. Doing a lot of work with Timmy over in the States, but also working closely with Gunter Rom, who's running the Timmy Patterson label here in Australia and has a few surfers in the mix. Gunter, an amazing shaper himself. So the boards look good, but the local boy's got to continue to push here. He's got himself the lead. His last wave came through at a 4.3. So he's on top of the pack at this stage of the game with 14 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. Fun conditions on day one here as we get right into the round of 80 for the men. Heat 5 currently unfolding, and we've got Guilherme Ribeiro up at the moment, finishing that one off and loving the feel of it. He needed to ignite. He needed to click out here because Geordie Lawler's looking sharp. Luel Felipe's just building on each of his rides, looking nice as well. So the surfer from Portugal is going to get himself right in the mix here after a 5.64 to jump up into the lead.
Yeah, let's have a look here. This is a replay of Luel. And up into the lip there, nice time turn. Backs it up with a second. That was really strong. And I feel like with every wave, he's pushing a little bit harder. I feel like you could see he was a little bit reserved at the start of the heat. But right now, I mean, they're two of the most explosive turns I've seen him do. So I like where he's going with this heat. He's increasing that intensity, and then this is Guilherme. I mean, the second turn was good. The first one, for me, he just sort of placed it there. He cut it short. Sort of see that. He could see this section was just eyeing up down the line, and he just went straight up into the lip, airdrop down. Did really well to make that, as we see Charlie out the back.
Yeah, Charlie with a bit of room to open up. Get that rotation, upper body rotation happening. Swing the board through the moves. Generate some torque through those manoeuvres. Charlie was kind of getting left behind in the heat score total, so that'll really help his chances here with just over 10 minutes to go.
I feel like this heat is just super close still. I mean, no one's really running away with it. We've got a couple of fives on the board. Geordie's got one, Luel's got one. A few scores to lock in, but right now, for me, it's open.
Well, Charlie's loading up for something big here, but the wave doesn't ramp for him. So he kicks out. It's like a roller coaster with no loop. Just a drop. And Charlie heads back out there. He's still got that impressive score to drop for his previous ride, but also expecting a pretty solid number for Ribeiro here. I mean, he cut the first turn short, but he had to get himself up on top of the float. Let's see what Charlie was able to do at the start of his ride.
Yeah, up into that was a really nice turn. Through lots of spray. And backs it up with a third. Three really similar turns. But in the context of this heat and the scores that are on the board, I feel like he's got to do something to get himself in the game. He's only got a couple of threes right now. And I think it's going to be just higher. But like I said before, this heat is seriously wide open. I feel like it's still anyone's. I mean, right now, you got to look at who's got priority. Geordie, local boy. He's out there with the lead. You got to be thinking that he's going to, the next wave he takes off on, I mean, if you're a competitor right now and you're sitting out there in his position, you want to make sure it's better than your 4.3. You're going to be bettering that. And with the knowledge that he has, the experience out here, got to be thinking that it's a sure bet he's going to be doing that. So he's probably going to solidify that position, I'd say.
Yeah, numbers coming through for Charlie. 4.97 climbs that order, and in reflection, probably feels that he could have gone a little bit harder on that ride.
Yeah, I think the first section was definitely asking for it to go a bit harder. The wave itself sort of let him down in terms of just how tapered it was. It didn't really give him that explosive finish, but look, I can also see the side of, okay, wow, there's a lot of waves coming through and I haven't really got anything on the board yet. Let's get something on there. And hopefully we see him open up a bit more on the next opportunity he gets. So we see a wave come through the lineup now. No takers, but yeah, I feel like there was more points on offer on that first section for Charlie.
4.97 leaves him chasing a 4.68. Ribeiro back in third position. He's just come off his best ride, a 4.67. The requirement for him, a 4.98. It's so close. Nothing separating all four competitors, and we're yet to see someone really put, a benchmark performance together that sets the pace for the rest of the field. Geordie Lawler is truly capable, and right now we've seen the conditions really glass off, so it's tailor-made or well-suited to his tidy rail work. He's such a natural. He really is, I think, one of the most enjoyable surfers to watch in the Challenger Series field.
Yeah, I've got to be thinking, I said it before, I think he's going to improve on this situation. He's sitting out there with the priority. And just with the form we've seen him in, I mean, he's sort of been taking off on, his last wave, he's back up the 4.3. That by any means wasn't a great wave. It's just he did good surfing on it. He surfed that up. you know, and he was able to manufacture a score there, as we see Charlie going right.
Yeah, just looking for to tap into some energy, even if it's just one big turn. He's got some airs he can lean into. But again, takes a right that's, you know, doesn't have the wedge. There's nothing to take off on. There's no runway.
Yeah, there was nothing there for him. So, I mean, I know he's right at the end of that priority rotation, but you got to be thinking with 6 minutes on the clock, like how quickly is this rotation going to go through, and am I really going to get a chance to be in that first priority rotation right now? I'm not really sure. I think he maybe, we'll see if the frequency of these waves this morning. One good thing is there has been a lot of opportunity. You've got to be thinking that all 4 surfers are going to get another opportunity this morning. But right now it looks like Charlie's having another look.
And Geordie's got the priority, but not seeing enough wave height here to get his work done and improve his heat score total. Charlie gets a couple of quick hits in. Geordie on the wave behind. Nice bowl here. Clean swoop to get started. Up into the pocket again, mixing it up on the forehand. Wanted something explosive to finish and finds it. A clean combination of 3 very different manoeuvres. And the hometown crowd cheering him on. His coach, Matty Cattle, would have got him well prepped for this one. Luel Felipe on the outside. He's going to draw off the bottom. Really loving the flow that the Brazilians bringing to North Narrabeen here today. And he likes the feel of it. And he's got some support on the beach here as well. Michael Rodriguez amongst that pack.
Yeah, I feel like he's just getting better with every wave. For me, that's even better than his last. Stronger than his last. Let's look at Charlie's first. This was a 2-turn combo. Really fast, but smaller wave. So is he going to improve on that 3.8? We'll see. But for me, it's exactly what I said. Geordie was going to pick an amazing wave. He did. 3 turns, super strong. I'd say he's probably going to improve on his situation. So great move by him, super strategic. And then out the back was Luel. Big opening carve. I like seeing it from this angle because, you know, when you're looking down the line or into a wave, it's it's hard to get a good read on what those turns actually looked like.
Yeah, it looks impressive. It looks really critical, close to the bowl. A little bit more drawn out when you see it on that front on angle. And, you know, I still think it's going to be a great score, but that last hit, not as vertical as we've seen from him earlier in the heat. But Luel's on out here as well. Geordie and Luel are sort of running away with it at the moment. I'd expect Geordie to drop a pretty good score for his ride. Just a very complete wave. Clean surfing.
Yeah, I think he's definitely he's making these guys' jobs a lot harder. He's definitely giving them all something to think about. And I'd say that Luel's improving on his situation too. So things are going to tighten up now for Charlie and Guilherme. Their backs up sort of against the wall. I feel like these boys have put in like a bit more of a solid number, as we see the Portuguese surfer.
Oh, nice looking wall standing up. He's got to stay ahead of it though. Gets back out in front of it. Just in recovery for a moment. Gets a nice finish there on the end of that one. But comparisons will be made to the great work we just saw from Luel and Geordie, who already had a slight advantage with the numbers they were hanging on to, and then they're going to better those numbers, you'd think, and push further ahead here.
Well, prior to those 2 waves, you're exactly right. You know, he was only searching for a 4.98, and you look at this as a 4.98, think, okay, maybe. But just knowing that the boys have improved on their situation in first and second, I think he's going to need to do more, and he's going to need to get back out the back and find himself another wave.
Not a whole lot of time left.
No.
Geordie drops 6.5, Luel a 4.47. And once we saw that front on angle, we kind of knew that it might not go as high as his earlier ride, which had a lot more spark and vertical approach there. But just over 2 minutes to go. Oh, excuse me, the numbers coming through for Luel now. That would have been a surprise if that was his score. But it's dropped now, a 7. Clean surfing on a bigger wave. You know, it was mistake-free, and it's put him well out in front. Luel's been at it a while. You know, he's one of those campaigners from Brazil who's always impressive. always powers through the regional qualifiers over there to earn his place on the challenges. And he seems to be on good equipment at the moment, ready to give it a good run here at Narrabeen. Here goes Charlie after a pretty decent number now, 7.03.
Don't like that dismount.
No, it was a dismount that obviously demonstrated some frustration.
Ooh.
It almost got awkward.
Yeah.
Minute and a half to go.
Yeah, you can definitely see that Charlie was not happy. And he's still going to be chasing scores as well as Gil Herme. They're both going to be needing scores now. I mean, Llewell's just jumped up into the lead. Both boys, Geordie and Llewell, have just solidified those sort of spots right now. And got to be thinking, and they're in first and second priority. So they'd be mad right now not to sit on those other two guys and make their job a lot harder. You can see Llewell sort of moving down a little bit closer, but
yeah, he's only got to worry about getting bumped in the second at this point.
Right now, Geordie.
He's sweet. 7's required for those in third and fourth, and Geordie Lawler looking to slam the door shut on those two competitors now with a combo on a right. Doesn't finish that turn, won't go into his top two. But time ticking by here, 20 seconds to go. Will Charlie and Gil Herme get another opportunity here? Doesn't look like they will. Not a lot rolling our way. Luel Felipe, it looks like he's going to hang on for the victory here. A solid performance from him, and hanging on to priority now. And he'll make sure of it with this final ride.
solid surfing, and I liked what I saw from Luel. He just, every wave he got, he sort of improved, and you could see the intensity too. I mean, Brazilian boys happy, but you could just see that he was building, and you could see he was leaving a little bit in the tank in the beginning, but also good performance by Geordie. Looking really, I feel like we haven't seen his best yet. I feel like once he gets on that open face and a really good wave, I mean, watch out, because his boards are looking good. He looks like he's on point.
Yeah, the Timmy Pattersons are looking sharp for him, but Luel Felipe, he connects with some good waves and also finds some space to draw his moves out beautifully to bank the best number of the heat, a 7, and had backed it up earlier with a 5.17. Great start to his run here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, the second stop of the Challenger Series. And we just have some minor numbers falling in to make this result official. And there it is. A healthy heat score total for the Brazilian, who will charge into that next round. We'll take a quick break here and gear up for another big clash here. Heat 6 just around the corner.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the show. We're getting into Heat 6, the round of 80 here. That's top 2 on the Challenger Series. Great lineup of competitors here. As we see, Tidley Island, the South African from Durban out there in the red. Levi Slauson, the Californian's going to be in the blue. Carlos Munoz, who has been to the championship tour before. The Costa Rican's going to be in the white. And Caius King will be competing in that green jersey. Surfed it incredibly well, one of the highest scoring surfers, Caius, at the first event on the Challenger Series this year. He'll look to bag a big result here at stop 2 as we see Carlos swinging into a vertical rhythm through those first couple of moves. Such a cool character as he rolls on through to get a finish right here on the shore break at North Narrabeen. Great to be back here, and also getting into the opening exchange here was Caius.
Yeah, wow. Caius, it really impressed me up at Snapper. I mean, you mentioned it before, but big heat totals, part of the post-show. And maybe, for me, bailed out a little bit prematurely. I saw him going further and further into the draw. And, I mean, good start there already for both surfers, but looks like we might have a little bit more action, maybe have a little set rolling through the lineup. But, yeah, I was so impressed with Caius and what I saw. And just knowing what he'd been through over the last few years and his back injuries with that bulging disc, and finally see him sort of, you know, take off, or what's the words I'm looking for?
Oh, he's fulfilling his destiny, it seems. He's been competing for such a long time, used to come down here and compete, and Barton Lynch's be all blast off with his younger brother, Raz, and his dad, who hails from the Northern Beaches originally, up around the Avalon area. And Caius is, you know, he's always been touted, and he has been held back, handbraked, if you will, by injury. But he's had some amazing mentors that he's lent into, Adam Dufner, and more recently started working with Brad Gerlach and his wave key. And it's seemed to work beautifully for Caius. His surfing has definitely gone to a whole new level, but he is fighting fit at the moment and has kicked off this heat with a very strong score of 6.
Oh, really great score for today. As we see Levi Slauson.
Wow, big section, and this guy has the kind of turns that can match those powerful sections. One of the best combos I think we've seen today, and as a result, I think we're about to see one of the biggest scores of the morning.
Powerful, strong. That was really, really good surfing. Great start to the heat, but yeah, powerful.
Let's have a look at this. Such a well-timed first hit.
Oh, so critical and so fast coming out of that turn into that second one with success, just straight into the second one. But yeah, the speed he came out of this turn with, and he just used all of that, projected up into the lip here so late. That's going to be a great score. Strong and powerful. 2 words that come to mind as soon as I watch that. And
I'm a fan.
oh my, so am I. I feel like, you know, Caius dropped a 6 for his. I mean, where's this going? It's got to be high.
It's got to be high.
Yeah.
Just the absolute speed and urgency to get into that first turn, but to time it so beautifully, get back up there and smash it again. He fetched him a 7.33. One judge went excellent with it, throwing an 8 at him. But we've got 5 judges on the panel. The highest number, the lowest number, they're thrown away. And the 3 in between those are averaged out for that 7.33. Great start for Levi here. But let's now check in with Jess. She's found the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, Luell, coming in clutch. You got that win in the dying stages of that heat. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. First heat in Narrabeen, like, I love that place. The wave is really good, like, really pushy. So, yeah, happy.
And you came up against local boy Geordie Lawler. Did that add to the nerves before the heat, or did it kind of rev you up to try and get the win over him?
Yeah, I know he knows that place really well, so the wave's kind of really good. I was excited. I just tried to be calm and do my surf. And yeah, that happened.
And talk to me, how's your Challenger Series campaign going so far? Snapper wasn't the result you're looking for. Are you revved up to get a better one here?
Yeah, snapper was kind of like jet lag still. Like I weigh too much for get the good waves, but I should surf more. That's what I try here. Like I try to go get more waves and like put the both in my feet and get the nerves out and yeah, just be focused and try to get a good result here.
And is there anyone you want to say to anyone back home in Brazil?
I would like to say Portuguese. Valeu todo mundo, a primeira bateria já foi, graças a Deus. Quero agradecer a todo mundo que fez parte para eu estar aqui na Austrália. Estou começando a me acostumar mais com esse clima e estar aqui nesse evento e graças a Deus deu tudo certo nessa primeira bateria, agora vamos para a próxima.
Awesome, Luell. Round 2 coming your way. Best of luck in the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Jess. Well done, Luell. Great performance in the opening round here and during the interview. Well, we saw fireworks. Levi Slawson. It looks like a California morning out there, and the surfer from Encinitas is on one, stopping this swift rotation.
Wow. He is just going from strength to strength. He's just taking all that confidence from that 7.33, and you could see it as soon as he stood up, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. His feet, the stance got wider. He was eyeing off that end section and went straight to the air. Behind him was Tidley, or before him actually. So started off with a bit of a carving manoeuvre here. He's brought it through to the inside. Pink board looking electric. Put your sunglasses on. It's really bright.
Isn't it? Bringing the sunshine.
Yeah.
And we had Carlos.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
no.
incomplete there. But really quick in rotation. Not a whole lot of height in it. Levi's wave, smaller kind of ride, you know, really surfed it up, got himself that 5.33, a worthy backup number.
Oh, well and truly.
And he's well out in front now, so Carlos is after a good score. Almost an excellent ride to get himself into the lead. Kais, he can get up into that second spot quite easily. And Tidley Island, he doesn't need a whole lot to get into second either, but that's the focus for those competitors at the moment.
I mean, right now, you look at all the heat totals previously and you've got to be thinking that Levi's in a pretty good position, right? I mean,
oh, yeah.
We haven't seen any scores up into that excellent range yet this morning. And, I mean, he's just looking good. As we see Carlos
loading up and tries to stick it. Can't quite pull it off, though.
Yeah, he's had a couple of air attempts now, but I mean, my mind goes to Kais. I mean, the scoreboard shows he's sitting in second, but I mean, he just basically has to stand up and he's going to go into that advancing position. He's got that 6, so it's a pretty good score.
Yeah, he only needs a high range 6 to get into the lead here. Just holding on to that number and with priority out there at the moment. Kais from Byron Bay, and even though there's so many right-hand point breaks there, most of the Byron locals will spend the majority of their time surfing at Tallows, which, you know, dishes up pretty similar conditions to this most days. Carlos just freewheeling out there at the moment. 3 incomplete air attempts.
Yeah, that last one was an interesting one to go. For me, when I was looking at that, I didn't really think anything of it, but I guess he's thinking, okay, one opportunity, 1 air, it could be a backup score potentially.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, it's unlikely that's going to score for you. Not off the pocket of the wave. You'd have to, for something like that to truly count, you've got to do it off an oncoming section.
Yeah, interesting decisions. Kind of looks like he's doesn't look like he's really surfing even in the heat.
No, it doesn't. It is nice and clean out there, though, at the moment. Loving the surfline forecast for what's presenting these next few days. Variable winds, but most of the time we're going to have conditions like this early on each day, and hopefully it holds.
I think, as you know, obviously we don't have, you know, beautiful sunshine right now, but the good thing about the cloud cover is I feel like it is sort of keeping things nice and glassy. That tends to be what happens. I think as soon as that sun cut starts to come out, starts to get a bit warmer, that land heats up. It's probably when we'll start to see that ocean get a bit more texture on the face, a bit more onshore. So as much as it doesn't look as pretty, it's making the ocean look pretty good.
Still looks pretty good to me.
Oh.
But, yeah, let's see if we can get a couple of big exchanges happening. It feels like a couple of surfers in this heat in particular are really ready to drop some big numbers on us. Like I said earlier, I haven't seen someone sort of set the pace with an excellent performance yet out here. So we look like we might have a couple of surfers that are up to the task out here at the moment.
Oh, yeah. It's a good thing, good sign when, the initial wave from Levi is a 7.33, and just when you're attacking it like that, and I love that. I personally love, I know there's the argument of you're going out and you're surfing a heat, you've got to be smart, but I really love the surfers that are exciting, that go out there and they're getting either 10s or they're getting 2s, because you just don't know what they're going to do. And for me, I'm seeing that sort of approach from Levi. It's just a step above what we've already seen this morning, just in terms of speed, in terms of power and intensity. I haven't seen that yet. And yeah, I've been impressed, and I was impressed with a couple of moments up on the Gold Coast too with him. I hadn't seen too much of him surfing yet, and yeah, I liked what I saw, and I feel like he's just continuing with that same sort of intensity down to Narrabeen.
Yeah, getting his first run at the Challenger Series, but the thing I like about Levi is you see so many highlight moments of him in a jersey, highlight manoeuvres. He's a showman. He obviously loves the pressure of competition and feels comfortable with the jersey on. And Kais is another competitor getting to that level as well, as he tries to squeak 2 moves in here and does. And that'll be enough to get him up in the second spot. Only needed a 0.5, half a point. Won't be a huge score, but job done. Yeah,
it was a funky wave, that one. You could kind of see it was running off down the bank, and he just had that horizontal line on his board straight away. I've got to get down the line here. Hits that section, just tries to get up there for a second one, but you can sort of see there was just a bit of lump and bump, a few rivets in the face of that wave. But he'll do that. He's more than truly going to get up in a second now. And yeah, Carlos and Tidley Island are going to, they're going to need to start looking in a couple of scores, especially Tide sitting out there at the moment, just with the one wave.
Yeah, been a quiet one for him. He's working his way up that order of priority, though. 15 minutes remaining here, and it's Levi Slauson out in front in Heat 6. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Loving you bringing the show from North Narrabeen, a place that has been the stage for so many big competitive surfing moments over the years, going all the way back to the 70s, where we had the surf about on the northern beaches and ended up here at Narrabeen. It was a mobile event, but locking into for some classic years with the Coca-Cola Surf Classic through the early 90s as well. There's some locals getting victories here in the zone as we see Kai's now on the attack. It's got some northern beaches heritage for sure, but yeah, some of my favourite years definitely through those late 80s and early to mid 90s when I started really getting into the game and watching on TV. There's some of my favourites back then. Martin Potter, of course. Rob Bain, who we'll see in the Legends Heat again. Brad Gerlach, Shane Herring, Todd Holland, Kelly Slater, all getting victories here. Shane Beshan, but also the North Narrabeen was the stage for the Hot Buttered Ocean and Earth Pro Junior for years, which was really the junior world titles and just a crystal ball for rising talent. And I guess in some ways that's the event that it's kind of closest to now. This is where we get a look at the next crop of talent fighting their way through the ranks to get themselves on the championship tour. And four of them out there at the moment, representing different countries, trying to get the job done and get themselves into the next round here to move one step closer to qualification. Levi Slawson kind of owning this heat at the moment, though. A couple of decent rides for him.
I feel like you can just see when he takes off that he's about to do something big. I mean, he had that wave before, he pulled off it, but you can just tell when someone's in good form and in good nick and good momentum, and he's got it at the moment. He just looks strong and powerful. I think right now, Levi and Kaius are making this hard for Carlos and Tide. I mean, they've both locked in a really solid number for today and for this morning, 7.33 and a 6 for Kaius. I mean, Carlos and Tide are going to be starting to think, okay, if I'm advancing through here, I need something similar, because those boys there, you know, Levi and Kaius, I feel like they're going to improve on that second number. There's still 10 minutes left in the heat. I like to think Kaius is going to improve on his number too, sitting there only with a 3 as a backup. I think that, yeah, these two boys, I mean, and on paper too, I mean, you just look at the you know, the stats and what happened up on the Gold Coast. So you think about Kaius' performance, think about Levi. Right now, I mean, they're doing a good job of keeping those stats alive. I mean, well and truly. Yeah, solid numbers for sure, and I think you're right, they will improve on their scores. 10 minutes remaining here. We'll be celebrating Sydney and surfing in Sydney. There's been so many greats from this region. One of them is out and about. Richie Lovett, take it away.
Hey guys, got the Bonsoy locals report for you, and a mixed bag of results for the local crew this morning. We lost Winter Vincent from Manly, but we did see Axel Carrotta get through, and one of the Northie true locals, Geordie Lawler, just made his heat as well. So we got one more Northie local to come up in Heat 8. That's Dylan Moffat, and Dylan is super capable out here. He surfs out here every single day. He's had great results here. We've actually seen him perform out here in a WCT event. So Dill's coming off an okay result up on the Gold Coast, but he'll be looking to bounce back big time and put in a great performance for all the local crowd. He'll have a ton of support down here. Dylan Moffat coming up in Heat 8 of the round. Get down here and spur on the local lad.
Thank you, Rich. As we see Tide Lee now making his move. Big section. Oh, thought he had it. Went for the huge air reverse. It looked to all be stuck and done. It was said and done, and he's fallen halfway through that rotation. Just over 8.5 minutes to go, and Tide Lee is, you know, back to the drawing board. He's still basically looking for 2 scoring rides now. 8.5 minutes to go, as we see Kaius just trying to get rid of his 3.1, push the requirement higher. He's not going to do it with this one.
He had another wave before this, though, that 3-turn combo while we crossed to Rich, which I thought probably he did improve on. And I think it was actually this one here. So this is the wave I was talking about. 3 quick turns. Yeah. He's easily going to improve on that 3.1. But as we look at Tide Lee, this all the hard work was done. It looked like he was easily going to make that really lofty, big air. But yeah, just taken out by Invisible Ninja.
Yeah, he just came down on that impacting whitewater, a little off balance, and he's been knocked off. So Kai's with a score on the way. Needs a 6.67 to jump up into the lead. It may not go there, but he won't mind, because at this point in the competition, Carlos, Tide Lee, both still searching for a score of any real significance.
Yeah,
so the requirement's going to be pretty hefty. Yeah, 4.27. So it's not like it's put it out of reach for Carlos and Tide Lee yet, but it's added a point to the requirement for them. 5.61 for Carlos needed now. Tide Lee after a 6.7. 7 minutes to go. They got time.
Yeah, they've got time for sure. I feel like there's going to be another couple exchanges come through. Looks like there's a couple of lines out the back right now. I think Levi's pretty much, he's locked in this first place, right? So it's a battle for second at the moment. I think Caius right now has got to do a good job at improving on that 4.27. And the boys, they've got to get moving. Good thing for Carlos is he's sitting out there. He's got priority. He's had a lot of experience, like you mentioned before. He's been on tour. He's had a year on there. He's had that CT experience. But in this heat right now, he's made some funny decisions.
Little different here at North Narrabeen to Snapper Rocks in that you generally speaking, you'll have a bit more time to maybe save yourself with a couple of quick rides than what you would at Snapper, especially when Snapper's not, 4 foot plus, and you can pick one off halfway down the point and still get some big wall to work with. But here at Narrabeen, you can very quickly find even a closeout, launch yourself into the air, within 30 seconds be back in a position to get yourself another ride. So you can turn around a tough heat quickly. Looks like we've got a bit of texture on the water out there at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely does. Looks like that wind's sort of swinging around, wafting around a bit. And, conditions are going to change, and I guess that's the beauty of surfing, is that we've got so many variables and it could change at any second. But I think that's the beauty of a beach break, just to speak to what you were speaking about before, is that things can change. It's a big playing field. We heard Rich talk about it this morning too. If you can get distance between your competitors, as we see a good-looking wave come through right now.
This is Carlos, got to make the most of that first section. It's a nice hit. Fell onto the hillside rail a little bit coming out of that first turn, but cleaned it up for a combination. Might be his best wave still, but I think the judges will be really paying attention to just the cleanliness of flow between the two turns.
5.61. I think it could be just right there. It's touch and go for me. It was a good first turn, but exactly what you said, there was a little bit of a bauble there as he was coming out of that first turn. And he was late to the second. It looked nice. As we see Tide. Oh.
And you can tell that's a bit of a go-to, reliable move for Tide Lee when he's surfing, because he's gone to that rotation a couple of times now, but not finished it off in this heat. In the heat of battle, 4.5 minutes to go. Carlos is going to have a score which might get him over the line. It may not, depending on what the judges see in the details. Here goes Levi. What a combo there. Really nice carve. Couple of good hits in the pocket now. He's definitely going to give his lower score, the 5.33, the flick. Just a composed performance from him. That's only his 4th wave. He waited with priority for it, and he's really made it count.
He just looks like he's surfing in a different gear to these other guys. He looks fast, he looks super smooth, and he's fully powering out of that top section of that wave. Just really strong, super powerful. I'd say he's going to improve on his situation maybe. See Carlos.
So quick work from Carlos here to maybe get himself into second position. Had that previous wave, which will likely better his 4.67. And that one may be better. So he might not match the 6 of Caius King, but Caius is still hanging on to 4.27, and that's got him sitting a little vulnerable at the moment. So it was a 5 for Carlos the previous wave. Still got another score to come here.
Yeah, so he's doing it. He's doing his job. He's improving on that situation, and now he's only chasing a 5.28. Will his last wave be a 5.28? I don't know. For me, there's a couple of little questions there. It has to be better than his 5.
I think it's really comparable to the 5.
I mean, Caius right now, he needs to be thinking about improving on that 4.27 right now.
Nice little pocket to work with.
You know what? I feel like it's there.
Here he is again, just keeping busy. Kind of had an uncomposed start to this heat, Carlos. But just like we said, this is, a beach break setup. It's not a long-running point break, so you can get yourself out of that impact zone and back into a takeoff position really swiftly. You can turn around a heat if you're not too far behind. And Carlos might have just done it. We're still waiting on scores to come through, but we know Levi Slauson's basically turned it into a battle for second spot here as Tide Lee finds a wave that offers up a couple of steeper sections. Does have a fair bit of work to do, though.
You know what? On second thoughts, watching Carlos's wave, I'm thinking it's there.
Yeah, well, Caius has got to, not sure he can afford to wait to hear this number drop. The judges are taking their time with it as we get to the NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning.
No, Caius needs to get moving. He definitely can't just wait to hear that score and see if he needs it. He needs to improve on the 4.27. It's not a strong backup right now.
Scores in, and it is enough for Carlos. 5.63, jumps up in a second. The requirement for Caius of 4.63. And he's got 1 minute and 30 seconds to chase it. A lot of separation between Caius and Carlos in this heat now.
Wow.
Carlos moved off the bank.
You know what? Hats off to Carlos, because for me at the beginning of the heat, I was scratching my head just with the approach. I thought it was quite interesting, but he's made it work. He's fully made it work. He's buttoned up a few things. He's managed to find a couple of 5s. And that high 5 there, that 5.63, and now he's got Caius on the ropes. And I mean, Caius is only looking to improve on a 4.27. You've got to ask yourself, maybe did Caius sit there for too long with priority, and thinking he was okay on the strength of a 6?
Yeah, I mean, Levi is the one surfer I've seen today whose patience was rewarded with a quality wave, but there isn't a massive volume of those kind of waves rolling through in a heat. So Caius already passed up, obviously, some opportunities with priority over Carlos. But here he goes. This is his shot at it. And he's late on a tricky section and gets bumped down. And he may be bumped out of the event as a result here. Just 10 seconds to go. That's going to be it for Caius King. And what a turnaround for Carlos in a short amount of time. He caught so many waves in the back half of this heat.
Whoa.
As we see Levi just on a victory lap. Very impressive performance from the Californian.
Oh, he looks so good. In my opinion, the strongest and informed surfer so far this morning. So we see Carlos just taken to the air there. So many air attempts. But yeah, it's so strong, so powerful, and yeah, I'm really impressed again.
Yeah, Caius is going to be absolutely gutted with how the back of that heat finished off. I mean, he started with a 6, such a strong score, but didn't back it up early enough. And Carlos, full credit to him, turned it around with 2 waves very quickly towards the back end of the heat, putting some pressure on Caius, getting himself that second spot. But Levi steals the show and earns his place in the next round. We'll take a quick break here and step out of the booth, bring in a new team. We'll have Matt, Laura and Richie in for the call.
Probably not on every side.
name is Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead. I called me that because I knew nothing else but surfing. It's all I did when I was a kid, and it's still pretty much all I do as an adult as well. Classic cars were always a part of my interest growing up, restoring them with my dad, bringing those classics back to life. One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. Aside from surfing, there's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here, whether it's a wine bar, a brewery. Northern beaches get pretty cool. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinoski, joined by Laura Annaba and Richie Lovett. We're here to call event number 2 on the Challenger Series. Laura, Rich, say good morning to the world.
Morning.
Hello.
We have a great heat out there in the water right now, and action galore here at North Narrabeen, a staple on the competitive surfing radar for the last 50 years. So many champions coming out of here, world champions, and a legend like yourself, Laura.
Oh man, I've been growing up in the club in North Narrabeen, Water Riders. I mean, you know, every month every day actually surfing. You've got Nathan Hedge out there, Damien Hardman, Simon Anderson. The list goes on of absolute legends that I just got to grow up around trying to get waves off, and they would give me waves actually, which was great.
Some fun waves on offer today. We have Hiroto Ohara, the Japanese surfer, who's out there in red, but it was Cody Young from Hawaii out to an early start.
Yeah, Cody just picks up one of these left-handers right off the edge here and deep on the bank. This is Kai Martin. Attacks that final section, just the one big move. It was a thumper.
And the replay here, this was Hiroto, Laura in the break.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of texture coming up the face at the moment, that south wind, but this was a really well-surfed wave.
Whoa.
So much oomph in that end section, and I don't know if he's going to get the points for riding out of that, but we'll see what the judges think.
Big question mark.
Yeah.
Well, a quick start for Kai, 4.77, and Cody Young, 2 waves, 4.5 and 2.67. Puts the Hawaiians out in first and second. But Hiroto and Joe Azuchi, our Japanese surfers, came through the regional qualifying series. Hiroto, we've known that name for many years, a precision surfer, super fast and electric, and really sharp on the rail. Here goes Cody. He's looking for, wow, a nice backhand floater there after Axel Kuroda back in the third heat of the day, put an absolute clinic, 2-turn combos to get him the win, the wild card. Some great scenes down there, the local boy from North Stain putting on a great show. But they've seen 2 different types of styles of surfing this morning, Laura. We've had the surfers who've been sitting there and waiting for those waves, and the ones who've been really busy, like Axel was at the beginning of the heat. Then we've seen in that last heat, unfortunately, for Caius King going down. He was quite busy throughout, had some good wave selection, but was just pipped at the post by Carlos Muniz, who came back towards the end. What would be your advice, being a local, for those surfers out the water?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to Cody's wave, just a 1-turn wave up into the lip here. But yeah, I think today we're seeing that swell drop slightly throughout the afternoon, so those sets are becoming a bit more inconsistent. So we've seen heats where people have gotten busy and that's worked in their favour, but you know, like the end of that last heat, just all it takes is one gem. You can see these surfers are surfing a bit wider off the peak now. That rip bowl current up the top there is mainly where the bigger sets are coming. But yeah, it's a hard one to piece together a heat today, for sure.
And just a 2.23 there for Hiroto, so the judges deeming that incomplete at the end. And this is Kai from Hawaii. Have a look at this. Nice re-entry to start things off. Nice flow down the line, and nice 2-turn combination there just to accentuate that 4.77, his first score. So that'll be good for him at this point in the heat. But yeah, the Japanese competitor currently in 9th place coming into this. But have a look at this replay, Richie, of Kai.
Yeah, nice little hit off the top to start this wave. And gets the closeout hammer. You could see you're just showing a bit of restraint on this final turn here. Just wanted to get to the completion. Tags the lip perfectly. Just gets a little bit of a moment of weightlessness
as the tail of his board sort of drops through the lip. But nice little back-up wave there for Kai Martin.
These surfers starting really fast out there now, trying to build those heat totals. And this is Joe Azuchi on his opener. Nice fan of spray on his first wave, and second turn there, carrying nice momentum down the line, and he is able to ride clear of that whitewash, gets the completion. Perhaps a little lack of flow there, which the judge has been really strong on this morning, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just got stuck in the lip a couple of times in that second and third turn, but the first turn was nice and clean. I think that's where all the scoring will be from. Up into the lip there, that was so nice. Then unfortunately just got a bit stuck. And then again, he managed to pull it off, so it'll be a great first wave for him.
I love that opening turn.
Yeah, that was an amazing opening turn. All the points will be there, but fortunately that second and third turn just weren't as clean as I'm sure he hoped they would have been, but he got the job done. I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, riding out nonetheless, high degree of difficulty on that tricky wave to surf, so it did really well, but yeah, it certainly wasn't conducive to friendly sections, that wave. So, I mean, these guys are, as I said before about Hiroto, Joe Azuchi on the Asian regional qualifying series, those guys have to surf such a variety of waves, from Shargao in Cloud 9, that barreling right-hander, to the beach breaks of Belair, over to the soft right-hand point break of La Union and Chiba. So they go through a real variety of waves, and these surfers have this, the Japanese and the Asian surfers have this real clinical rail surfing, and they don't change boards. They don't go to a step-down board that you normally see a lot of surfers from Hawaii or California, Australia go down. They ride the same boards in a lot of different conditions, and it's a testament to the way the body mechanics and the way that they're able to really utilize their body and their equipment. Yeah, do you find that, Richie?
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. You know, I'm thinking even before my era, you know, the likes of Potts and Barton and Damien, those guys pretty much travelled the world with 3 boards, and that was it. They just made them work all year round.
Totally.
They were glassed a bit heavier, and they were a bit thicker, a bit flatter.
I remember Tyler Wright had this like 5'8" Pizel that she would just surf at Trestles and at Pipe and at Sunset. It was just like her absolute dream board, as we see Joe getting back into it, trying to back up that first score.
5.37 on his opener, so this is just a backup score now while we're waiting for that to get logged in. We might go check out with the post-heat interview with Levi and Jesse Starling.
Levi, we're just talking. You're saying getting the first heat win under your belt, that's what gets the event rolling for you, and you did it in flying colours. Highest heat total of the day so far. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, for sure. That was, it's always nice to start a contest that way. Big scores. Well, I guess kind of mid-range scores, but always feels good to get in the 7 range here. And yeah, the waves are kind of just super relative to home, so I was kind of just going out there with a light mindset, just have fun and do my surfing, and yeah, it worked out.
And you were giving me a little bit of intel before. You're saying that the boards here in Australia are slightly better. Can we talk about this some more?
Yeah, no, I just grabbed 2 boards from the Sharp Eye guys and over on the Gold Coast. Well, actually, my shaper from home made it, but with all the Oz stuff. I only rode it once before my heat and felt really good. I kind of just knew it was magic just looking at it and putting it under my arm, and yeah, I guess it works, and probably gonna ride it for the whole event.
Amazing. And look, Levi, we met a few years ago down here, and you actually have had a win here on the Northern Beaches at Manly in the Pro Junior. Are you gonna bring that same kind of fire, because you seem pretty untouchable that event?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm definitely looking to bring that same kind of fire. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. I missed the challenger spot last year by a couple places, so I'm just happy to be back and be able to show my surfing. I think this wave really suits me, and like I said, it's a lot like home. So yeah, just looking to put on good performances and hopefully, yeah, go deep into the contest.
Well, welcome back to the Challengers. We're happy to have you back. Good luck in round 2. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, convincing performance there from our previous heat winner, Levi Slawson. Talked about the regional tour in Asia, but North America, incredible array of waves there too. And those guys had some challenging conditions throughout the year as well. Once again, surfing everything from Soup Bowl, Barbados, all the way through the beach breaks of Northern Central California. But this is Azuchi here, just on his 3rd wave, goes down. And Kai Martin, the Hawaiian goofy footer, the powerhouse of 4.77, puts him out in the lead right now from the Japanese competitor Azuchi. But with priority Cody Young looking as that wind's coming by. He's going to be looking for one of those waves that converge. Here he goes now, pulling the trigger on this. Looks like a bit of a runner though. And he opens up with a nice re-entry. Carving turn there and carries a nice pace through the inside, and he gets the completion. What did you make of that one, Laura?
Yeah, I was just going to back up what you were saying before. It looks like the wind's puffing up that little bit more and that tide's running out now. So you can see more of that sort of chatter on the face and that rip bowl action starting to happen. So looking pretty tricky out there, but still a lot of fun waves coming through, and that was a good one that Cody got onto.
Perfect time of the heat. We're just nearing that halfway mark. 30-minute heats in the Challenger Series. We've heard a couple of the surfers coming off the qualifying series say it's a little bit tricky getting adjusting to those 30-minute heats, but here goes O'Hara, rapid fire, quick 2 turns here, looking for a third as he makes his way through the inside, and he rides out of that one with a lot of control. No debate on that one. His first score deemed incomplete from the judges, but showing that he rode out of the whitewash with control there. Fast surfing there, Richie.
Yeah, really fast. You know, you just got a sense of enthusiasm as soon as he took off on that wave, just pumping down the line, just accelerating through each one of his turns, and then got to that all-important finish. Cody going through the motions here, getting some nice turns, really just surfing the wave for what it was, and trying to build up some scores here, just sitting in that 3 and 4 point range. And I just feel like there needs to be just a bit more of an exclamation point on some of these waves here. Wake the judges up, really give them something to get excited about.
Yeah, and that's what Hiroto did on this wave.
Exactly. So watch these first 2 turns. Comes up to this oncoming section, blasts off the lip, and navigates through that tricky oncoming section, rides out clean. But there was a pace to his wave that was sort of, he wound it up 10%, didn't he?
Totally. It's like when you have that speed and that power of that big end section coming towards you, you can either, you know, not really know what to do with it, but he knew exactly how to attack that section, airdropped out of the lip, and the judges will, you know, all the points from that to that wave will be from that one turn.
Yeah, that score still waiting to drop. Look forward to updating that when it comes in. You can see the rip running out of there of the lagoon, just to the top of the screen there, and that's going out along the pool. So the surfers are surfing the alley left. You've got the point break off the pool there, and there's a right that actually we saw a few surfers, including Levi, capitalise on in that previous heat. But that wind will create some air sections, no doubt, throughout the day, and with the draw looking stacked with a lot of surfers that are very well versed with aerial manoeuvres. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have with that onshore coming, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know local boy Dylan Moffat is coming up in the next heat, so I know everyone's, like, you know, just getting down to the beach to cheer him on, and that'll be the last heat of men's round. Then we go on to the women's round, I think. So it's going to be a good afternoon of surfing. And
Cody Young up and riding, so he hammers that one, and a bit late to the party there, but he rides out clean of the whitewash. And for the backside surfers, that seems to be the order of the day, getting those waves that are really showing some convergence in the end, and some lip line extension where they're coming down with some extravagance, giving the judges something, a nice exclamation point for them, and a 5.63 for Hiroto. So the judges agreeing with that fast, quick, reactive surfing. What did you make of this one, Richie?
Yeah, Cody gets a really clean snap, and the wave was actually breaking down as he was coming off his bottom turn. He jumps up onto the lip and does a turn on the roof of the wave as it's closing out. He made it look easy, but certainly difficult to do. Nice peak outside. Looks like our surfer in white up and riding.
Yeah, current heat leader, Ty Martin, will snap to get things started, and pulling the trigger on priority there, so that one's not going to do it for him, but he is still holding the lead at the moment. Conditions starting to deteriorate, but super fun out there. Lots of waves, heaps of ramps as well. Heaps of lefts and rights. The whole beach had surfers up and down today. Peaks galore. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Join us very shortly. We're going to be back for more live action.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back, GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're into Heat 7 of men's round 1. Currently Hawaiian Kai Martin out in the lead, leading from Joe Azuchi. We still have scores still to drop from Cody Young. And in the break, Richie.
Yeah, this is our surfer in blue. Just a couple of quick snaps in succession, but unable to complete the final manoeuvre. And this is Hiroto behind him. Jams it off the lip. Beautiful turn to start off and a second. Great combination there. And Hiroto gets a little bonus section, drifts the fins over that foamy little oncoming section here. And this is Cody Young, bigger wave. Snaps it clean up into the lip again. Closeout section, belts the lip.
Wow.
So a real flurry there, and everyone's just lifted.
Totally. You could feel that. You could see it. This set was so nice. It broke right on the classic peak at these Northy lefts. This was the bumpier one of the couple. It felt like Hiroto's wave was a bit cleaner, but Cody, you know, he just got served up a gem here. He knew at this stage he had a 3-turn wave, a set, and he just had to finish this, and he did.
And Kai Martin here also got one as well, so not left out of the party. Current heat leader. 2-turn combo for Kai, and he gets a 3-turn there. Surfer out of Honolulu, looking fast, swiveling through his turns, staying centered over his board. So more of a manufacturing score there, but really making use of that bumpy wave. How hard is it to flow through these maneuvers, Laura?
He connected the dots so well on this wave, but unfortunately there wasn't really one big moment that stood out. So it kind of just working his way through on this. You know, he needed to better a 4.67 in his scoreline, so we'll see if he does that. But I think the leaderboard's going to change a lot with Hiroto and Cody's scores to drop.
And we've seen look at the rip starting and obviously the wind, but the rip really coming out through the northern side of the peak right now. What are the surfers going to have to deal with in the next couple of hours?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, you know, in between those sets, it's going to be pretty tricky. Usually what happens is that rip runs out through the lagoon, and sometimes it goes, you know, it has sort of moments where it starts pushing down the line and kind of makes a lot of texture along the whole surface of the face. It can be like that for, you know, a couple of heats, and then it can calm down a bit. So sometimes it washes through the whole lineup and causes a bit of havoc, and then, you know, cleans up, and then the waves come through and they're a lot cleaner.
Yeah, and fresh banks, courtesy of the rain that we've had recently. Hiroto Ahara, judges loving that 3-turn combo, 7.5. So getting the best of that exchange. Still scores to drop for Kai and Cody. But Richie, challenging conditions out there right now, but still not stopping these surfers from teeing off on these waves.
No, it's actually really fun still. Even though there is a bit of texture on the surface, it's no problem for our surfers in the lineup here. And Hiroto just making the most of it. That was a great wave, that 7.5. Just open strong, finish strong, and he's had so many good moments here on the northern beaches. When the event was down at Manly, he did very well. Went deep into the event. He's tasted success too over at Huntington Beach, and has really been the form surfer coming out of Japan for the last several years.
And how can we forget that win at the US Open? And here he goes. This is currently in second place, Cody Young. Another 2-turn combo, very similar to his second wave, the 4.5. We'll see where the judges go with that one. Just looking to extend his position and make things a little harder for Kai, who's moved down in third, but still scored a drop for him. And yeah, O'Hara, he took a win over there in Belair, QS 3000, had a good performance with the Asian QS, and a lot of beach breaks over there, did incredibly well, just putting those legs to work and making small conditions look really, really fun. This is the replay of Cody's last wave.
Yeah, I love that first turn. It felt like he just connected with the lips so well, gave it a bit more oomph than we've seen in these last couple of waves that he's had. Just really, you know, he's got a 4.77 and a 4.5 and a 5.17 now. So just trying to put any points on the board to make it'd be a bit more difficult for Kai and Joe.
So that 517 was the wave before last, so staying really busy right now. That was his 7th wave we just saw, so score still to drop for Cody with this heat. Really starting to get down to the business end of things the last 7 minutes, and we've seen lots of positions back and forth in the last few heats, so really exciting for the viewers right now, and these surfers reveling in the conditions. Still no airs in this heat right now. You'd have to say if someone needs one of those mid to excellent range scores, the points are there. Just got to take the risk, I suppose, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. The points are definitely there, and with this bit of south in the wind, it kind of sets up well to do airs on the left. The goofy footers will be rubbing their hands together. I'd love to see Kai really open up, take to the air, maybe, you know, put it all on the line, and not just jump into second, but really, you know, do it with authority. Put a big number on like Hiroto has. Seems like there's only one surfer in all these heats that's really gone high with the scoring.
With that wind tending to the south, and we do have a short period east swell. Typically on the northern beaches, Laura, when we do have those wind swells, it's conducive to the direction going and changing to the direction of the wind, the swell direction. You think we're going to get more of those south converging closeouts throughout the day?
Oh, hopefully not. I think the swell's going to keep pushing around to the east. I mean, I know tomorrow we're going to see a bit of a drop in the swell, but then this Friday, sorry, tomorrow's Friday, isn't it?
Yeah,
Saturday and Sunday are the big days.
Yeah.
And they're going to be, you know, it's like a 4 to 6 foot solid east swell, so that'll be awesome.
Well, looking back to last year where we had the finals and in extravagant fashion, I mean, that was a straight south swell, long period south swell, which is typically a nightmare for Narrabeen, but thankfully the banks were there and it just created, well, car park rights was pumping as well.
Car park rights last year was the best it's been in years, and that was just so amazing to see everyone just getting barrels and just finding absolute gems. Hiroto.
He's stoked that he's back on the alley there, Hiroto, so 7.5 will back that one up. We'll see if that one eclipses the 5.63. It's staying really busy once again. Tell you what, these surfers, I mean, it's so difficult to make these conditions look flowing and fast and fun, and these surfers, the skill level of the Challenger Series just off the Richter. And compared to, say, the QS, what have you seen as the major breakthrough in the Challengers as that second tier?
I just feel like the turns are bigger. It's getting close to Championship Tour standard where everything is big. If you come on the Championship Tour expecting to get through doing conservative turns to the beach, you're going to find yourself straight back relegated to this tour. But I feel like the level of the Challenger Series has lifted. And really the competitors have been looking at what they have to do once they get there and applying it to this tour. And Hiroto, case in point, big turns, and it's doing the job this morning.
And you also see, you know, the surfers that obviously haven't made the cut this year, their approach coming back onto this tour, their surfing's lifted. It's like they've gotten that taste of the World Tour action and what they need to bring and how big and you know, hard they need to push on these waves, and they bring it back to this tour, and you know, you can see the level of their surfing rise as well.
And we have Olympians in the Challenger Series as well these days, and on the QS, and you know, Cody Young representing Canada. He's surfing under the Hawaiian flag, but surfing for Canada as well. And these surfers have got a huge field to potentially tap into. A lot of these surfers have got Olympics on their radar, you know, not just for Tahiti coming up, but in future years as well. So, I mean, that's another crop of talent just waiting in the sidelines, ready to emerge on all tours and on the Olympic level as well. So professional surfing is just as broad as it's ever been right now, and the level is just so high. And the access to social media, how do you think that's influenced that next generation? As we'll catch up with Azuchi here. Oh, nice fan of spray to start. This one, clinical surfing so far, just a smaller wave, and he's carrying his momentum through the inside. So 4-turn combo there, and he does ride out of the whitewash, needing a 4.3. Where do you think that's going to go, Laura?
Oh, it was a small wave. I mean, he only needs a 4.3, so look at the replay and just try to dissect this wave. Thinking maybe too small, but he did get up one into the lip. He connected the dots here. No, he got 4 turns here, so it's just going to be whether the judges feel like this was way too small at the end of the wave, or if they think, you know, there was enough done. But my initial thoughts is that it was just too much of an insider.
We do have a lot of camera angles here, but the judges got the best angle sitting up there on top of the surf club with that front-on angle, so they're able to see straight out the front. And size of the wave doesn't always factor in, but obviously it's just a lack of power towards the end, the degree of difficulty perhaps towards the end of that wave, fading around a little bit. And we're down to the NRMA 2-minute warning. So it is Kai Martin currently in priority. He's chasing a 4.91, so he's struggled to get out of the fours in this heat so far, with a pair of fours so far. And it's Azuchi, the judges not giving him a score on that one, a 3.87. So he'll go back to the drawing board, 4th in priority. But hey, there's a lot of sets, short period, as we said, lots of opportunity. And at this point in the heat, Richie, what's going through the competitors' minds?
If you're Hiroto, you're going, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get out of this heat, but I still want to get rid of that 5.63. If you're Cody Young, you're very, very nervous because the requirements to jump up into second is really not that much at all. You know, anything with a 4 in front of it, it's a 2-turn combination of, reasonable substance, and you're going to get that number. So Cody in second priority, he's just
He's
really
going to be on the offense, I think, as well. You know, he doesn't have priorities, so he's going to be trying to, obviously play defense to Joe, but he can't really do much about Kai. Kai's the one in the hot seat with priority, needing that score. So it's kind of, you're kind of trying to play offense and defense at the same time at this point. So
that's what's going through these competitors' minds right now. Obviously, the coaches on the land as well. So this is the stuff you train for. These are the situations needing a mid-4. No doubt these guys have all been in that situation before. You see Kai Martin paddling over to the south of the bank on the right-hand side of the screen. He gets away from the pack. He does have priority, and he finds a runner here. This one's shaping up. Goes up the lip line, and he rides out. Does he come clear of that whitewash? We'll have to wait and see for that. Replay does. So, I mean, putting it all on the line the last 5 seconds. That's what we come here to see. Richie?
I'm not convinced. The 4.9, just the one turn. He needed a 2-turn combination in my mind.
Or he needed to flare the fins out or something, just push a little bit harder on that turn. If he'd been able to make it a bit more progressive, not just the lip line. I think for a 1-turn lip line, it's got to be something very, very exciting. But I think if he'd been able to just push it a bit harder or flare his fins, not much more he could have done. But
what would Italo have done on that section? What would Gabriel have done on that section?
And that's the level the judges are basing it off. They've seen Narrabeen before on the CT, and they've seen this wave surfed for dozens of years on that World Tour. So wait and see where that one comes in, but still had the opportunity at the end. It was a clutch moment, and he was able to take off, and he rode out of the whitewash, did everything he could do in that point. That Slater Designs looking strong under his feet, waiting for scores in that one. But it was O'Hara who really was the highlight of this heat, a 7.5 to go with that 5.63. So he's safe. Smiles as he walks up. Speaking to Takesh there on the beach, and Hiroto does take the win. Cody hangs on to second, and that was not enough for Kai Martin, and rounding that battle out, Joe Azuchi. We're going to go to a break, but stay tuned. We'll be back for Heat 8 up next.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're into Heat 8, round 1 of the Men's Challenger Series. Dylan Moffat in red, Cal Costa in blue, Kai Paula in white, and Taro Watanabe just going down there on the screen. Joined by Laura Enova and Richie Lovett in the booth. 2 locals, and we're here to watch the other local, Dylan Moffat, out in red, who has snuck onto the Challenger Series by the skin of his teeth and is competing here at home.
Yeah, absolutely. So good to see Dylan in this event. I mean, he's had an amazing campaign on the Challengers the last couple of years, but unfortunately did not qualify this year. But he's gotten in as he was next in line, really, at this event. But Dylan a couple of years ago, 11th on the Challengers in 2022, 1 spot off qualifying for the World Tour, and started this year at on the Gold Coast with a 9th as well. So he will be itching to get a big result here.
Yeah, absolutely. But he'll be feeling comfortable, be feeling good.
And this is Kai Paula here, setting that up. Nice first turn, and that one sends it vertical, and he rides out with a bit of flair as well. So nice opening wave there for the Hawaiian.
I like it. Nice and vertical on that closeout hit.
We're talking about Dylan there, Rip Curl team rider, works at Rip Curl store as well, and just a lovely guy, regular on the Northern Beaches. One of the few Narrabeen surfers who travels up and down the beaches. Narrowly missed out on a wildcard spot at Bells Beach at the Rip Curl Pro down there. George Patar, once again, also a team rider for Rip Curl from North Stain, pipped him at the post there, but he has competed here at Narrabeen on the CT as well and made a few rounds there. And he surfed really well in the Challengers, but the story of his career so far, similar to Geordie Lawler in many ways as well, just missing out by 1 spot.
Yeah, heartbreak, but, just showing his surfing on this world stage, as we see Kai Paula here, this was where all the power was of that wave, and he really did some work. So one sort of just set-up snap here, just waiting for this section, foamy section, but gets to put that board up into the lip there and comes down. So I think 4.83 for that. Nice starter.
He's out to an early lead right now. And Surfer in red yet to open up his account right now. He knows this wave really well, almost too well. Actually, thinking back to his CT performance here, he was sort of off the bank and was just hoping, I think it was car parks, hoping car parks was actually going to turn on, and it didn't quite do it for him at the time. No, sitting on alley lefts, and Kari's was the one at the time, and this is Taro. He's on his second wave, just looking for an end section and not quite giving him something to tee off on. We've seen a lot of Taro in the regional qualifiers over in the US, and he's got a fresh, fast style. Recently featured in Zipper on Stab, Chipper Wilson and Felipe Toledo. There's Dylan opening up. Little 2-turn combo, that wave not really cooperating for Dill. But plenty of time out there. He's used to groveling those 15-minute board rider heats, Laura.
Absolutely. Dylan surfed out here hundreds of times when it's been like this. Probably more, actually. I mean, Dill, he's amazing. He works at the Rip Curl store. We've just watched him evolve and just improve over the years since he was a Grom, and to see him do his surfing now on the world stage is absolutely incredible.
Oh, wow. So he just panned back to Cal Costa, unable to ride out of that, but he got a lot of projection in the air. He got the full rotation. Can't wait to see the replay of that. But, I mean, this wind, it is conducive to airs, and with a tough heat like this, just got to send it up there. Talk us through this one, Richie.
Yeah, well, just lining it up, streaking down the line for speed, got great rotation.
Wow, everything was perfect there. The body
clicked at the perfect moment on the wave, sort of pirouetted off the spin, and came around about 320 degrees, almost got the entire rotation. Not sure what happened in the landing, but I like the signs. That's one way you're going to get it done out here.
Some people can look at this south wind like devil wind, and others can look at it as, say, opportunity to do that sort of wild surfing.
And why not? The scores there, the judges have specified it this morning. Very high scores will be rewarded for degree of difficulty and single major maneuvers. But you've got to take to the air. It's got to be a full spin. It's got to have a lot of projection. It's got to be riding out nice and clean. And the judges will reward you highly. But in that one, it is a tricky wave as well. From experience riding out on that end section, it's easy to get in the air, but pretty difficult to ride out, Laura.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of, lump and bump, and, with that south swell coming through, it's just tricky right there on the shallow bank. But, exciting things ahead, I feel like we're going to see this week. I think we're going to see a lot of crew go to the air.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking this is the round of 80, so imagine we get up into that pointy end with some points on the and the two-man heats. Wow, can't wait for that. But these guys got their work cut out for them, as we saw on the Gold Coast in stop number 1. That the whole field is stacked from round 1 all the way through to the final, and you're not safe till the very end. Some amazing barrels and critical surfing on the point breaks going on up at the Gold Coast. But back here on the beach break, what's the plan of attack? How are you going to pivot and change to these conditions, Richie?
It's possible equipment change for one, but it's shorter, sharper turns and just making impactful impressions on the wave. I feel like you're up on the Gold Coast, you're more telling a story as the wave runs down the point. Here, it's all about exclamation marks.
Totally, and with that wind and that lump on the face, it's just trying to fit your turns in between the lump and having a board and equipment that can do that.
And that's someone who's got it dialed. Kai there, two-turn combo, and that's his second wave, and he rides out with control. That's someone who's really dialed right now, looking great in these conditions. Local boy, Dylan Moffat. Nice little Rio to start. His wave's tapering. He's got a little bowl on the end, and he sends it up and frees the fins a little bit too. So clinical surfing there from Dylan Moffat. You can hear the crowd on the beach.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that from Dylan. He was able to identify that second wave of the set. Yep. You could see it had that whitewash on the face. First wave of the set, Kai Paula here. He's doing an amazing job at fitting in his turns in between the lump, as I was saying, and finishing it off. He's got the flow. That board looks amazing. And just able to put the power between. You can see all that chop on the face, but finding these two-turn combos, which, just the judges are going to love them. He's got a 4.83, and then this was Dill's one, a smaller wave, a bit of froth on the face, but he just knew it was going to line up here and just got to slam that finishing shot and throw the fins and just speed, power, flow.
Yeah, I really loved how patient he was off the bottom, and just how much acceleration and squirt, for want of a better word, he got off the top there. He was throwing a ton of spray, but then just picked the moment.
Yeah.
It was all timed to perfection, but had enough space to get the 3 turns in.
And that's that flow element that the judges love so much, linking those maneuvers together seamlessly. But as you said, 2 difficult waves. The first one, choppy, some ribs. Kai did incredibly well to fit his maneuvers in, getting a 4.83. But Dills on the other end, a bit foamy. But a runner, maybe a more rippable wave in a free surf, a little bit more conducive to turns.
And he knows this wave so well. He knew he just had to do his turn and wait for that wave to hit the bank, and just knew that section would come to him. He didn't have to race for it. So, some people might have only got, 2 turns on that wave, but Dill fit in the 3, and it was amazing.
Here goes Taro and his answer back. Nice fan of spray. Committed surfing there, and another one, throwing his whole body into that one. And he is really leveraging his power. There he is, the California looking fantastic, and this is Dill, wave number 2. He goes up again, teeing off these surfers. And he just digs a rail. We thought we were going to see back-to-back great scores from Dylan, but he does have that 3.33 on his first wave, so we still have 2 scores owing for Dylan and Taro. That was an amazing wave for Watanabe.
That was incredible. This guy is, he's fast becoming one of my favourite surfers. Just complete control, flaring off the top, twice on the backhand. Little check turn there, gets caught up ever so slightly on the 3rd, but tidies it up for the closeout hit. And then this was Dylan behind him. So again, just tags the lip there, nice and patient off the bottom. Hits it, but just catches that hillside edge as the wave just drops out from under him.
Yeah, that was such a shame for Dill there. When he connects with the lip, just the spray that flies off is just buckets. But Taro, what a wave.
That was incredible.
3 turns,
It's
almost feeling excellent for me.
Yeah.
Just the strength of those 2 opening turns.
Yeah, he almost didn't even need to do the 3rd turn, but he kept the momentum and then was able to finish it strongly and actually, connect again with the lip. So
yeah, well, he was ripping the top off the wave. You know, there's a difference between board placement and just tapping the lip and letting it come down and letting your board come down with it, and then you can actually just tear the top of the wave off, and that's what Taro did on those opening 2 turns.
yeah, there was that bit of aggression as well, which is what you need.
And you know who else did that in that last heat? Hiroto Ohara, and he's down there on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, Hiroto, we've spent the last few days surfing with 100 people out there, and you made surfing with 3 people look so fun. How was that heat for you?
Yeah, definitely. We've been surfing with lots of guys and girls, and I really struggled to getting some waves in free surf. So I felt like he was like no one out and lots of waves, and then just choose from that. So yeah, I had a fun time.
And tell me, you've competed on the Challenger Series for a while now. You've come to Australia a fair few times. Have you spent much time here at Narrabeen?
I did actually. Before that, I started to doing the Challenger Series. I am good friend with Jody Roller, so this time I'm staying in his house, and I used to stay in his house to come surf here. So yeah, I like this place, and then I like all the locals and everyone. Yes.
So has Jordy been giving you any local tips getting ready for your heats?
For sure. We've been talking about like how's the forecast and how's the wind, and he told me the wave's gonna be pretty fun for all the days. So yeah, I'm looking for it, and yes.
And I'm sure you have heaps of friends and family back at home in Japan that you want to say something to?
はい、まず応援ありがとうございます。とりあえず1回戦勝てて、もう本当前回とは違くビーチブレイクなんで、毎回コンディションも変わると思うんですけど、一つ一つちゃんと対応して、一つ一つ勝てるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Amazing. Round 2 coming your way. Best of luck. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Jesse, and a real honest interview there from Hiroto, and he has spent time here with his mate Geordie, giving him that forecast tips, but in the break.
Yeah, this is Kai Paula just trying to drop that, or better that 4.83. He's got pocket 4.83, so just wanting to push a bit higher. He is in the lead just off the basis of having 2 good scoring waves. This is Taro backing up his last wave, which did come in as a 7.5. So best wave of the heat for Taro. But down in 3rd place right now, only needing a 2.
Wow, and rapid fire action, Richie, for Cal.
Yeah, Cal just comes unstuck on that 3rd manoeuvre. But everyone's sort of lifted the level in this heat. I feel like they're really starting to open up.
You can feel that sense of urgency as well. You know, the first round, everyone just wants to drop a big result here, and they're putting it all on the line, really.
Just waiting for scores for that one, but maybe if he goes to the air, like we saw his first attempt, that exciting air that he didn't ride out of, you'd have to think the script would be very different if he was to ride out of that. So once you start doing that and you go incomplete with a lack of confidence, you really start going down a really difficult path. But
I mean, the difference between what his heat would be like right now if he'd pulled off that first air and now, and sometimes it's hard to let go of that thought, like, what? Like, I did all the hard work and I just didn't ride out, but you got to just, you can't change the past, got to move on.
Well, the fact that he's down in 4th right now with only a 3 as his top scoring ride, he's not going to lean into doing an air now. I don't feel like it'd be a big risk to do it now. He actually just needs to get a score on the board and then maybe lean into it. But
and basically, if he's got nothing in about 5 minutes, then he might just go, let's go to Hail Mary again.
Well, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and stay tuned because we're going to see what Costa's got in store for us as we come back.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
How much fun was that, Richie?
Yeah, loved it, mate. I love getting away with the kids, and so many things to do, mate. It's unreal. That's a special little park, that one, just up the coast. And, mate, the coastlines on New South Wales, there is never a shortage of things to do and explore, and that's one right there, right behind where we are. Just at North Narrabeen. I can almost go for a little holiday from DY up to here.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I did spend my holidays as a kid. We grew up over in the hills and would come down and camp by the beach.
Me too.
It was the
Grandparents
best
would come
holiday
down,
ever.
stay in the caravan there and walk across the beach. And this is Dylan in the break, Laura.
Oh, jams it up into the lip and gets up there again. Wow, that board is looking incredible. So Dylan Moffat, that is what he needs to do at this point in the heat. And just the way he's able to get vertical there, place his board up in the lip with the power and just throws, like I said before, buckets of spray. It's such a unique approach.
Just how tight those pivoting turns were off the top. Really good usage of the sections that were in front of him.
Yeah.
He's got a real stable standstill.
And Taro as well behind him, Laura.
Yeah, not connecting with the lip as much as he'd probably want to here, but he's got the 7.5, so just needs to back it up with something. Just trying to drop a 1.93, so he's done it here, so he'd be feeling good after that one.
Yeah, really needing a marginal score there to move up into the placings. Kai Paula currently in second. In a precarious position, though. You'd have to say Taro got the score on that last wave. Both Dylan and Taro, very unique surfers. I can't really draw any comparisons for Taro. He's really, for his body shape, very committed on his turns, and he utilises his back foot to front foot. Well, let's just say uses his wave key practice really well, Richie.
Yeah, he does. Obviously working really closely with Brad Gerlach, and Taro's got this real expressive upper body way of surfing, and it's not only expressive, but it's super functional with the arm placement. Here we go, live action of Dylan.
Wow, so talk about swiveling the upper body. Dylan goes for it, a little chop hop. And the
bit of yoga there as well.
Yeah, a couple people there biting their tongues on their knees. My gosh, that was some flexibility there from Dylan Moffat, but he's stoked. He's just gone to the lead with the 6.57 and the 6.17. And here goes Costa. I'm saying if he could go to the air, he'll get those, maybe get that score. He goes. Oh my gosh!
Make it.
And he's struggling and unable to ride out, and he knows it too.
That is so frustrating.
Almost a replica of that first air that he did. He was unable to ride clear of the whitewash. That one he landed on his feet and just didn't have that forward momentum. So that'll be a marginal score. The judges really, quick on that one to lock that one in. It's a 1.43, but I mean, that's going to almost go excellent, you'd have to say.
Absolutely. I mean, that and his first wave of the heat, just like we were saying, Richie, he went to throw the Hail Mary, but he was so close to riding out of that, and it was so explosive, as we see Deal getting up into the lip here, then trying to just, he needs to better a 6.17, so just trying to do anything to put some more points on the board. But this was a small wave here, and just, he's eyed off this section, and just so much projection out of that air. Landed perfectly, but just wasn't able to project through the whitewash and push through, so...
It was almost caught between a claim and like oh, damn it, I didn't make it. It was so close.
Yeah, it was pain. It was like, oh, I just want to ride through that. And that was inverted. He had a great rotation.
Yeah.
Really critical section.
He needed a 7.31, and you'd have to say that would be it for sure.
He's definitely got a weapon, this guy. That wave was absolute garbage. And then it just grew down the line. He got so much speed, and the pop that he got out of the lip, really impressive.
Had he just done a floater, might have been around 3 or 4, right? But it would have put him back in the heat with his backups, because the other surfs, apart from Dylan, have got mid-range scores or lower than. So at least might have put him in, but 8 minutes, still plenty of time if he wants to really hedge his bets on that manoeuvre.
Yeah, you can see where the surfers are sitting right now, and I bet Cal would just sit a bit further down the line right now and just wait for another section. A 7.31, he's been so close, third time lucky, and I'm sure that's what's going through his brain right now.
have a look at Dylan in red, current heat leader, sitting on top of Taro and Paula, who's got priority. So Dylan's going to be hoping he drifts out of position right now, safely out into first place, and really, without any stress on his shoulders, he'll be feeling stoked. A great way to start the heat.
Dylan would be acutely aware, though, of Taro's high score of the 7.5 and only needing that 5.2 to get back up into the lead here. Here we go, live action.
Nice fan of spray to start, projecting the second turn. So this is more like it. Building his heat total there for Costa. Better late than never. The 7-minute mark, he finally is able to finish a wave. We'll see if that one can eclipse the 3.83 and reduce that requirement of a 7.31.
Well, in 2 minutes, Matt, he's gotten 2 quick waves. If he had made that air, he could be threatening to go into the progression placement here in under, say, 3 minutes. So it just goes to show you in this beach break scenario and the situation here at Narrabeen, he can just drift down off the peak a little bit, pick these wide ones up. So just tags the lip, gets good pivot off the first one, kind of carves through the second, connects with that closeout section, nice and clean. It's not going to be a big score, but it will be his best number.
Yeah, and that's where the heat IQ really starts to come into it. And Laura, when you're in a 4-person heat, how does that differ your mindset or the way you go about compared to, say, the 2-man heat that we're going to see in the round of 16 onwards?
Oh, yeah, I mean, these 4-man heats and women heats they're just tough. You know, you want to be trying to do anything you can to get that edge over your competitors while, like you guys are saying, just be aware of the scores and what the others need, and also whilst playing your own games. So there's a lot to deal with in these 4-person heats. But, man, they're exciting.
And a 4.27 locks in, so Costa only needing a 6.87, but it's Kai Paula, the Hawaiian, who's down into third right now, needing a pretty hefty 6.31. So he's been very sleepy in this heat, just those 2 opening waves where he got the completions. 4.83, exactly the same score on both waves. 2-turn backside combos, so he's going to have to really, reach in. We know that Costa's got the air game, but what can Paula throw to get that 6.31? I mean, still time to get 2 waves as well. It's a beach break scenario, as you said, Richie. There's 2 different peaks there. And you can see, look right to the right of the screen there. Costa off to the side. And that final 5 minutes, some waves approaching.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good plan for him as well. You know, the other 3 are up the top with priority over him, and there's these sets that swing wide, and they mostly go into a closeout section, but that's perfect for Costa because he loves a closeout air section.
Absolutely. Well, that's proven to be a bit of a weapon. He's come so close. And great strategy to sit down there. If he went and sat with the other competitors on the peak, he really is at the bottom of the pecking order. And down here, he's going to get a pick of whatever wide wave comes through.
Exciting thing of this heat is we've seen some great rail work. We've also seen some airs as well in the mix. So a good spread of the scores. And this is our surfer in white. This is our 3rd place at the moment. Kai needing, and he sends that one up. So that's a completed wave, but a 6.31. I'm not sure if that's going to be up there with the score, but chipping away at it with a pair of 4.83s. And this is Taro currently in 2nd place. Nice opening carve there, and he hits that lip line. Gets inverted there, so strong power surfing.
Yeah, I love the way he surfs. He's got
he's so good.
Such a cool style. And yeah, back to Kai's wave. I think, unfortunately, that first section just didn't really give him much, but the 2nd and 3rd turn was strong. So the judges will look back at that and just say, you know what, is that first section going to let him down too much? And I think it might.
So that rip really starting to run out now as we're approaching the mid-tide. And a replay here of Kai's wave, Laura.
Yeah, so that first section just a bit dribbly and foamy, but then he gets up there in that next section, all a bit too far down the line. You know, he never really got to go off the bottom and into the lip, and but there he was Taro.
Such a good read. I mean, even if this wave doesn't go into his top 2, just the ability to drive off that first turn, get nice and deep on the bottom turn. Look how compressed he was off the lip there. And yeah, no problem making that final turn.
Yeah, it's super committed too. There's a 5.07 there for Kai Paula. It wasn't enough. Now needing a 6.07. So I mean, 2 minutes 30 remaining. Maybe he's going to have to move down where Costa is, try and hedge his bets, and he is. He's down to the right-hand side of the screen, so the tail is really being told here under priority. There's still lots of waves here. Priority not really meaning a lot at this point.
He's got a new best friend.
So Kai Paula's wave of 5.07, so that was the best of his heat so far for that 3-turn effort on the last wave, but unfortunately now he still needs a 6.84.
I think those determining differences, we saw Taro still a 4.4 in his last wave, so that went into his total, but he's so committed when he went up to the lip, you know, and there is live action. Oh, and Costa getting disattached from his board there, throwing it out. But yeah, you see how committed Taro is in his turns. He's facing his chest right up to the lip and completely committing with his rail and throwing the fins out. And he's not just going down the line, tagging the wave. And that's where the difference, I feel, in the scores is. To choppy conditions, these surfers are making it look really fun. The average surfer would be really struggling out there, but it would have showed these guys are putting in here. I mean, this is why North Narrabeen is the competitive powerhouse wave it is. It's so consistent. There is always a rideable wave here, Laura.
Yeah, that's why we don't leave. No, joking, but look. Set rolling through here. Let's see who's going to swing. Dylan Moffat with priority, taking a look.
And final minute here he goes. Maybe just a strategic move, taking that one from the field. These guys, so Taro just sitting on top of Kai there. He's got priority now, surfer in green. And yeah, these surfers, you know, absolutely no stranger to competition, and they are definitely their best friends right now. And
frustration.
Yeah.
You guys both said it.
It's a tough moment. You can feel the desperation there from Costa, and so Taro is just all over his fellow competitor here, goes for the block. So Taro had the priority. That is going to leave Kai with mere seconds to try and find a wave.
Yeah, counting down right now. We've got Costa to the right of the screen. There does look like a little lump there coming through. It's going to be too little, too late. And it does look like Dylan's going to hang on with Taro in second place. And it is the local boy who gets the win. A victory lap here for Dylan. And fan of spray there. And, paying some homage to Chris Davidson. That was a trademark turn of Davo's. And Dylan stoked on the beach. It looks like Bo Mitchell.
Yeah, Bo's been working with Dylan for a number of years now. And that man there, Taro Watanabe, will also march through with a great performance. Solid stuff.
A nice battle there from Kai Paula and Cal Costa. Nice air game. Unfortunately unable to ride out, but the local boy takes the win. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with Ronnie and Flick shortly.
The round of 80 is a wrap for the men, and we'll now move into the round of 48 for the women. This is where it all starts. This is where you get your campaign started. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier and Flick. Looking forward to these next few matchups because we've got some big names hitting the water to kick things off.
This first heat already, I mean, big names straight away. I mean, my eyes go straight away to Nikki Van Dijk. I mean, so many years on tour, so much experience, and someone who was looking really good up at snapper too. But looking forward to how the women adapt to these conditions. Obviously, you know, when we were on that break, we've seen a bit more texture on the face of the waves. That southerly kicking up a little bit. So still really contestable though. Lots of opportunity.
Yeah, things can pivot pretty quickly, can't they? Knew that we were going to have that variable wind, nice and clean for a moment. I stuck my head outside and whammo, the onshore just punched me right in the face. And it's a rude shock for some of these competitors who would have been sizing up the conditions. Just going, wow, I can't wait to get out there for my heat. And then, you know, obviously you got to maintain that positive mindset. The good news is it's not being torn apart completely. The bank's good enough to hold a nice line on these rides as we see Nikki Van Dijk getting into her work early on in this heat.
And here we have Annie. So Annie actually won the trials here, getting her account open. A couple little snaps on the forehand here, and a third.
And DeSantos is an incredibly well-rounded surfer. Spends a lot of time here on the beaches. Really well travelled as we see Nikki up again. Live action. Yet to see her first score drop. There's a really tidy combination.
That was really well done. Two waves, really quick. I mean, the first wave I thought was good too. Her first turn, it was only the two-turn combo. That one, the three. So she's backed up that first score already. And I'd say, yeah, it's looking healthy for her, but lots of opportunity. Even though that onshore's kicked up, there's still so many waves coming through, and they've still got shape to them.
Nikki Van Dijk out there in the red. Philippa Anderson, a veteran campaigner on the Challenger Series, out there in the blue. Jessie Van Niekerk of South Africa is out there in the white. And Ida Santos in the green. Here's the replay of Nikki's last ride.
Yeah, really good timing on that first turn. Good read up into the foam on for the second hit. And finishes strong. For me, I'd say that's better than her first. First one was a bit bigger, but I feel like this one was just really well timed. This section here was hard. She goes up, over, into the lip. And it was really well done. I actually walked up into the athlete area and managed to speak to Nikki. She only flew down here yesterday from the Gold Coast. So, I mean, even though she probably hasn't had as much practice runs on the board out here, I mean, she's looking good.
Yeah, also spending a bit of time on the Gold Coast. All the competitors would have got plenty of reps in at Durambar, so the opportunity to stay primed on the lefts as well, as we see on the outside. Good size set wave standing up for Philippa. And whammo, she just gets completely viced by that one.
Wow.
Gave it some, though.
Yeah, she did. I like that she didn't hold back. She's checking the board. She did come down with that lip there, so yeah, it was pretty gnarly, but I just like the intention. She's definitely not holding back, that's for sure. She's gonna make that. I mean, you stick one big turn like that, you're on the way to a good score, I feel. I mean, here we go. Let's have a look at Annie. So this one, difficult wave to surf, gets two turns in, so she's backing up that 3.67. But yeah, I think one big turn today, you can still fetch a really hefty score.
Yeah, we made a point of it in the Dawn Patrol show. You know, you will get opportunities on waves that stretch out and give you multiple hits, but then sometimes those waves are a little tapered and don't have as much energy in them. Sometimes the big heaving closeout presents the opportunity for a fully committed high-risk turn that can fetch you a near excellent score if it's the right turn. But Philippa Anderson didn't finish on her feet on that last effort, so she's really just looking to kick things off again. Here she goes, swinging on this one on the inside. It's starting to stand up here. Couple of little hits, and these waves are, you know, there's a bit of a maze to be figured out on each of these rides. A lot of bumps to deal with. You've got to find the right path through it. Nikki Van Dijk's done the the best version of reading the conditions out there at the moment for a 4.67 and a 5.33, and no one else has got a decent score.
Yeah, even this wave, I mean, you see it right here. It's just to speak to what you're talking about. Difficult, really difficult to find the pocket and that steep section. And if you mistime it, the rest of the wave is just going to look ugly.
Great surfers make average conditions look a lot better than they are, and Nikki, up until that point, had been doing a good job of it.
Yeah.
And she goes down on that one.
Definitely. I think her last wave, that 5.33, I mean, her highest score and the highest one of the heat so far, she had a great read on that. Great pace and wasn't forcing anything, you know, it just... Sometimes you see surfers take off and it just looks like they're forcing turns into sections that it doesn't belong there. Nikki just cool, calm, collected, looked really cruisy, just really waiting for that section. But the board looks great because it looks like it's really carrying and projecting really well up over the lip. Because automatically when I see her, she doesn't actually look like she's coming out of the lip bottom with so much speed, but it just projects really nicely. So, and her read's been spot on. So yeah, Nikki has got a good read on these trickier conditions this afternoon.
Taking another trip on the flight cam here. And yeah, we've been enjoying those views. But let me ask you this. You know when you're in the traffic, you're driving in a car, let's call it a GWM.
Yeah.
You're driving your GWM down the highway, you see another one coming the opposite direction and you give it a little wave.
Oh, the two-finger wave.
Yeah,
yep.
you know the little wave. Is that something big wave surfers do? Like when you see Annie DeSantos, who absolutely charges, and there's not much of her, but she'll have a dig in some pretty solid conditions. Is there a little like chin raise? There is a little wave that goes on between you guys, you big wave surfers, hell women?
Oh, the hell women. No, there's only a small number of us doing it in Australia, and Annie's definitely one of them. I mean, we'll get back to that in a sec. Looks like Jessie.
I want in on the wave. I'll have to start surfing big waves though, but here goes Jessie Van Nykerk. Saw her last night. Every event of the Australian leg, we've had a partners and community night, and luckily last night it was held up at Shorty's, the par 3 golf course, which obviously everyone's got to go to. But it was fun. Jessie Van Nykerk turned up just wanting to immerse herself in all the experiences that are available to these surfers as they travel the world, you know, and there's definitely some people, some competitors, not naming names, that shelter themselves a little bit and are really focused on the event, and others that just want to get a piece of it all, and I like it. And Jessie just left the place with a huge smile on her face, and really great to see her there.
Oh, I love it too, you know. I think as you get older in life, I sound like an old dog right now, but as you get older, you start to realise that competing is amazing, right? It's an incredible sport, it's an incredible career, but we'll have a look at what happened here. She just went up a little bit late, got stuck there, but yeah, surfing's an incredible sport, it's an incredible career, but at the end of the day, it's not everything, and there's so much more to see and do in all these amazing locations that you get to. So you have to seize the day, Rondo.
Yeah, and it's balance, and the surfers that have the longest career find that perfect balance, and Nikki Van Dyke's one of them. Definitely see her out and about having a good time.
Always.
And she is currently leading this heat, so another solid combination in a tricky lineup, and Van Dyke taking the early lead here. 19 minutes remaining.
You can see the clear distinction in the experience in her surfing right now. Just her read on these tricky conditions is really impressive. We'll break down Annie's here. So Annie goes up into the lip. She cuts it a bit short there. That turn as well. This wave was just super tricky, so she's out of that one. But this one from Nikki, I really loved. I just feel like you can she's oozing experience right now. That last turn, super vertical, 12 o'clock, straight up into the lip. Yeah, oozing experience. It's just super obvious for me right now that, yeah, she's using all of that knowledge, years on tour, years on the Challenger Series, traveling the world, and she's up and running again.
Yeah, really just staying busy, taking some chances on some insiders out here. We've seen many of the surfers that powered through to that next round from the round of 80 for the men. Maintain a busier kind of approach once they'd established the lead and didn't have that priority. But let's get back to the Annie DeSantos conversation, because she's one of the hardest charging surfers rising up below Laura Anova on the northern beaches. But, you know, where she really burst onto the big wave scene was, you know, blowing our minds, tackling Deadman's, which is, you know, lives up to its name. It's a wave down there at Manly Beach, which we can mention because no one really wants a part of it. But, yeah, she was just a grom when she went out there and started throwing herself over the ledge.
I've been so impressed with her. She's only young, right? But she's so well-rounded and she's not afraid to have a dig. And I think it speaks volumes when you're willing to, you know, not only is she trying to, you know, pursue this career of being on the world tour one day, but she's also pursuing big wave surfing. And I just love that both experiences and both different types of surfing complement each other too. You know, not only has she surfed Deadman's, I mean, she put herself on her backhand down at Shipsterns recently as well. Super hard wave to surf on your backhand. Got a couple under her belt there. She went to Tahiti last year in May. There was a 20-foot plus swell there. And, yeah, she went and towed a couple of nuggets. I think Lucas Chunka towed her into one. That was absolutely incredible. She went with Summer Longbottom. So, yeah, and Dylan and, yeah, both those girls did so well. But I love it. I love that she's just not pigeonholing herself into the one thing and just really broadening her horizons. And she's so young that she's got, you know, years ahead of her if she wants to really tackle the big wave thing. I mean, you've got a lot of longevity in that sport.
Already to getting the nod to compete in the Pipe Masters Invitational event, which was great to see last year. 16 minutes remaining here. Nikki Van Dyke, a couple of mid-range fives. And DeSantos at the moment with a couple of three-point rides is sitting in second position. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more right after this.
My name is Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead. Called me that because I knew nothing else but surfing. It's all I did when I was a kid, and it's still pretty much all I do as an adult as well. Classic cars were always a part of my interest growing up, restoring them with my dad, bringing those classics back to life. One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. Aside from surfing, there's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here, whether it's a wine bar, a brewery. Northern beaches get pretty cool. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Ditto, Chonners. Yep, I'm with you, mate. It's a fantastic place to live, a beautiful place to visit as we take a trip on the Feel New Sydney Flight Cam over the ocean pools, which are an amazing feature here in Sydney. Just about every beach has one. They're worth checking out. And, yeah, usually just packed full of people living that coastal lifestyle. Nikki Van Dijk's had a number of waves in this heat, being the busiest surfer in the lineup, also holding on to the 2 best scores so far. As Jessie tries to get a couple of numbers on the board, she's got to elevate her position to qualify for the next round. And that wave will help her chances. Nice little backhand hit there.
Yeah, Nikki's just looking so strong. She's going again. She's staying uber busy.
Oh, this is a nice looking little section too. And she moves some water, the Victorian. Another nice little combo there. Trying to better a 5.6. Has built nicely to establish this lead. And Van Dijk, with each of these rides, not only is she building, but also pouncing on opportunities that her rivals aren't seeing.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that. I mean, this is going unridden and unnoticed by all the other women. I mean, the other women right now, you know, the third highest score on the board is a 3.67, and that goes to Annie. So Nikki just continually finding these 5s and, yeah, just really picking the eyes out of it. She's staying super busy, and with 11, you know, just over 11 minutes on the clock, I think it's about time for these other girls to really start searching for those waves with the proper bowl. And yes, it's a low-scoring heat. I mean, Nikki's sort of running away with it, but right now for second, third, and fourth, it's all very tight, very, very close.
Time to fire up. Just over 11 minutes to go, and firing up in that last heat, and doing really well with the expectations of the hometown crowd was Dylan Moffat. He's with Jessie Starling.
Dill, you're kind of like the man of the hour down here. All of the Board Riders Club was here watching you, and you just told me that the kids from your old primary school came down to watch. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. I feel a lot of love down here from the whole community. Like, such a passionate club, and really you can tell in these events and stuff, everyone gets around each other. Like, did so good for Geordie in a couple of heats ago, and I can't believe the teachers pulled the kids out of school to come over and watch my heat. So that feels amazing. I'm feeling the love and happy to get through that one.
If I was a teacher, I'd pull the kids out of school too. But is this kind of your dream, you know, just to get you home, fun home too, with no one out?
Yeah, it's nice, eh? Like, it's good. You always, like, want home to put on a performance for everyone. Everyone comes here and you want to, like, show a little slice of what you get every day to everyone else. So it was a little tricky out there then with the wind coming up, but it looked really fun in the morning, and hopefully we have a few fun waves all week.
I don't know if I'm spilling any beans right now, but I know that you're working with one of Narrabeen's greats, Damien Hardman. How's that going?
Yeah, it's been good. It's epic to have Damien in my corner. We always chat a lot. I work with him a lot at the shop, so it's been really nice to pick his brain over the last couple of years, and he has so much, like, super useful information over all of his years of competing and watching surfing events and being in and amongst it. So he's got a lot of knowledge, and I'm happy to get a little bit of it for myself.
And a little birdie told me this isn't your first win in the last 24 hours. You win golf last night too?
Yeah, Ronnie put on a little thing up at Shorty's last night. We went up there and swung the bat around a little bit with Alistair Reginado and Joe Vaughan, and somehow managed to not go too nuts. But yeah, it's fun. I don't mind a little bit of golf when I'm not surfing.
Well, Dill, I love watching you compete at home. It's one of my favourites. Best of luck for the rest of the competition, and yeah, all the community is going to be down here cheering you on. Thanks, guys.
Sick. Thanks, heaps, Jess. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
Oh, we've got a busted board out the back. Philippa Anderson. Well, she's been going at it, charging in this heat, attacking the biggest sections on offer, but the board just couldn't hold together. I actually wonder if she might have creased it at the start of the heat.
Yeah, I agree. I think she was looking at it for a long time afterwards. She checked it from that initial first wave, and obviously completely buckled right now. Looks like maybe Paige Harrop running down with the backup board.
And she's just checking her wrist too, shaking it off. Philippa just taking in some deep breaths. She's actually in third spot. She's got work to do here. Jumping onto this backup board now, and she'll head back out there into the lineup, but not really in it at the moment, but it's really close between second, third, and fourth. But I think we're waiting on the number for Anta Santos that's going to, up the requirement here for Philippa and Jessie.
Yeah, that number of Annie is the last score coming through. I think it's going to be her best yet. It's definitely going to make it harder for Philippa. It was 2 nice turns. I think it happened during that post-heat interview with Dillon, and I liked it. It was yeah, they were really well timed. It was smooth. It was controlled. This is what happened with Philippa's last wave. Let's check it out. So a little bit slower here, but she eyes up this last section, and it was ugly. Looked like that lip just landed straight on the center of the board. And there it is. Clean snappage.
Bastard.
But she just come down and...
I mean, Narrabeen does pack a punch. It has got, you know, for a beach break and for someone who comes from West Oz where we have a lot of power, I'll give it that. It does have power here. It does pack a punch. And those end sections, they're ugly. And looks like Annie DeSantos has made things a bit harder.
She sure has, dropping the second highest number of this heat, 6.33 for Anne, and that's really helped her solidify that second position at the moment. She's up again, looking to dump 3.67. So she's a very good chance in these next 7 minutes of adding to that heat score total. Already the requirement pretty big for Philippa Anderson, who's on her backup board and getting back into the lineup. And Jessie Van Nykerk, who's after a 7.3 with priority on the outside.
Yeah, so let's break this one down. This is her 6.33. Really good surfing, really well timed, and I think this is the best wave best wave quality she's also taken off on. Just less lump and bump, a clear defined bowl where she's able to actually identify, okay, this is the section I'm hitting, and yeah, rewarded for it, 6.33. So Nikki also improved on her situation, the wave second to last, so she's really starting to run away with this lead. So both girls sort of making a charge right now, and 6 minutes on the clock. Philippa and Jessie have really got some work to do.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. Just all action after that post-scene interview with Dylan Moffat. But, very interesting to hear that he's working with Damien Hartman. Smart move, the Iceman, as he was known. Just a ruthless and feared competitor. Absolute master of the game. Good person to lean into for the local boy. But out there in the water at the moment, Nikki Van Dyke's done her time on the championship tour. Her experience paying off at the moment. Not sure if she's working with a coach at the moment, really just sort of leaning into her own knowledge and experience, and it's paying off.
Oh, it's completely paying off. I mean, for me, she looks just super composed. There's no real urgency or desperation there. It's just controlled. It's composure. It's, hey, I know I've got this. I know I can really just lean into my surfing here, and just that real strong foundation. I mean, and she's got so much more to give too. I mean, this is Nikki at, you know, level, I'd say, we're talking a scale of out of 5. I mean, I'm just going to say a 3. I feel like she's got so much more. So it's early days. It's round 1. But, yeah, she's doing a good job at holding this lead at the moment.
There's that sand churning up, which suggests to you that there's, you know, quite a bit of impact. It's by no means death-defying stuff. The surfers aren't really at risk. It just means that it's difficult to stick those critical turns. It's so cupped out and dredgy. You've got to really have some speed and meet those steeper sections with a bit of your own power if you're going to stick it. This is a lumpy one at the moment for Philippa. She's just chipping away at it. Probably knows already she'll be struggling to turn in a score of any worth. But, you know, until Anne DeSantos gets rid of that 3.67, she can narrow the requirement and give herself a better chance by converting on waves like that. So we'll see where it falls.
The last turn for Philippa then, that was her strongest she's done so far. It's just the beginning of that wave let her down a bit, as we see Jessie.
Yeah, climbs up into the pocket. Nice little swoop there. The South African, who's just really struggled to find a wave that's allowed her a bit of speed and momentum to link one turn into the next, unlike Nikki Van Dyke, who just continues to put the combos together.
She's just coming out. You know, she goes up into the lip, she just projects out and forward so easily. Let's have a look at Philippa's wave. This one just so tricky in the beginning. Looked very slow here. She got a little bit caught. She brings it through here to the inside. And look, I like the intensity of that last turn. It's definitely her best jet. Let's look at Jessie. This one too for Jessie, I mean, she's only got a couple of small numbers on the board, so I'd say that this could almost be her best number yet too. And exactly like you said, Ron, while Annie has that 3.67, they're still in for a shot. But Nikki, just for me, it just looks easy for her at the moment. Almost getting baubled off there, but and things are, Philippa's making it a little bit easier for herself.
Nikki Van Dyke comes into this year's Challenger Series as one of the regional wildcards with a good run last year on the Challenger Series. Philippa Anderson earning her place, qualifying second on the Oceania Asia QS rankings. And we've got from the African region, Jessie Van Nykirk out there. She won the qualifying series over there. And Anna Santos winning through in the trials. So won't be campaigning full-time on the Challenger Series this year, but certainly showing that she could be a force if she can earn a couple more places. And really, you get those call-ups when you have stunning performances or magic runs through the contest and get yourself big results. So that'll be the big goal for Anna Santos here, who at the moment is still hanging on to this second position. Philippa Anderson chipped away at the requirement, got a 4 on her previous ride after a 6.01 to get herself up in a second place. And it's still within reach for Jessie too after a 5.88.
Yeah, Philippa, smart from Philippa, right? Like, I'm sure she's paddled back out. And maybe this board break also, I mean, I know there's only a minute left, but a little bit of a reset. Be like, okay, what have I done? I haven't done much yet. I need to get a score on the board. Sitting out there, she's got second priority. Only problem is that Annie's got first, and Annie's holding on to that second position. You know, Annie right now is sitting exactly where she needs to be. You're sticking to Philippa like glue. I doubt that she's going to give Philippa an inch right now. If a wave comes through, Annie would be mad not to take it. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for Philsy. But, I mean, she did come back with that 4. Just left that charge a bit too late.
Well, Anne's just holding that position, keeping a very close eye on Philippa, understanding that she's coming off a magic run on those regional QSs. She's very wary at this point in time. A lot of the competitors say these early rounds in any of these contests, in any contest, are the hardest ones to survive. You haven't got that momentum running through the draw just yet. But Anna Santos is going to get her opportunity to collect a bit of forward momentum now as she moves through to the next round in second place. But Nikki Van Dyke kind of owned the show.
Oh, completely. She looked so composed. Like, just, it almost just came easy for her. That's how it looked to me. And I think she's got a few more gears to kick into.
She certainly does. Van Dyke with a victory here. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 2 is hitting the lineup. We'll be back in just a moment. Heat 2, the round of 48 out there in the lineup now. And we are going to see Relegated of Peru out there in this one in the green. Maud Lucara of France is going to be out there in the white. Nanao Suzuki of Japan will be in the blue, and Zoe McDougall from Hawaii will be out there in the red. Should be a fun one. Great lineup of competitors. Each of these surfers not really leaving that first stop on the Challenger Series with a big result. So looking to rebound here and keep themselves alive in the draw for a long time to climb the ranks and take that first step towards the Championship Tour, Flick. That's the big goal.
It's the dream, isn't it? The dream tour. You want to make the CT, the Championship Tour. It's where, you know, you get to surf the best waves in the world and have a really good time doing it. But I mean, they've got to get through the Challenger Series first, and exactly what you said, all these women didn't really get a keeper result at Snapper. So right now, I mean, if they're not getting a good result here at Narrabeen, they're leaving Australia with 2 throwaways and so much pressure on the back end of the year. You can't afford to really have a slip-up. And, I mean, especially on the women's side, I talked about it all last week up on the Gold Coast, but you need to have consistency. You need to be... Quarterfinals is great on the men's side, you know, for qualifying for the Championship Tour, but on the women's, I mean, you need more than that. You need semi-final finishes, and yeah, if you're not leaving Australia with at least 1 good, or if not 2 good results, that's ideal, but at least 1 good result, you're putting a hell of a lot of pressure on yourself for the back end of the year.
For sure. Well, you're basically... You've got no throwaways left once you leave Oz. You need those next 4 events to be your keepers. If you don't bag one, at least 1 here. So it's a whole lot of pressure to deal with. And then obviously as a lower seed through the first couple of events, you're suddenly coming up against the winning form of competitors who've got themselves to the final series through the first couple of contests and are just running on positivity. Big close out on the outside here. But yeah, I wonder if Erin Brooks and Mikey Madonna can back it up and maintain their position at the top. It's going to be fun.
I have really good feelings about Erin. Mikey, obviously, yeah, he's great form, but for me, when I look at Erin and I just hear that in her listening to her post-heat interviews and just her warm-up and her practice before Snapper was Fiji and big lefts, and saying that she prefers going left over right, and just now that we've moved down to Narrabeen and obviously predominantly a left. And she got a 5th here last year, Erin. So she's got good fond memories. It's a bit chunkier than in size. So, yeah, good things for Erin, I think, moving forward.
Here we go, Zoe McDougall. Great surfer. Chips away at this one. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it. But yeah, of course, 16 surfers already seeded into the round of 32. The big performers from that first stop. As we see now in the blue, Nanao. Love that. Aggressive attack on the closeout.
That was sick. Loved it. It was a big section. It was 1 turn. I'm interested to see where they go here because I've sort of been talking about this approach. Let's break it down. Big section, up into the lip, and rides out with control. So
big smile on her face
yeah,
too.
I mean, she's already locked in a 3.6. Let's have a look from this angle. Just completely blew the fins out the back there too. But I just want to know where the judges are at with this one big turn because it's just going to give a good indication of, okay, so that is what you can get for one big solid turn. I feel like there's all that section you almost could have gone a bit harder. Obviously, this is early stages in the heat, but it's just good to know.
For sure. And also, you know, we didn't see a whole lot of that in the last heat. No one really stuck a big turn on a huge closeout section. So we'll see where that number goes for the Japanese competitor. But right now we're going to hear from a couple of the veterans. Laura chatting with Nikki Van Dyke.
Yes, Nikki, a convincing heat win. I know you rolled in late last night. You got a free surf out here at Northie this morning. How'd you feel going out in that heat? I know you're on a new board, a bit of board damage from the airlines. Talk us through it.
Yeah, a little bit of board damage, and I mean, I'm on a DHD trusty. It's not too old. It's actually still quite fresh.
Needs a new wax job.
I know my board's got damaged, so had a little surf out here this morning, but it's super fun out there. I was loving it, those lefts.
And I mean, you got a 9th place on the Gold Coast, kicked off your Challenger Series with amazing performances up there. I know you're a wild card this year, and you were sort of umming and ahhing as to whether you wanted to take this year. Are you so glad that you're taking it on?
Absolutely, yeah. I feel really healthy in my body at the moment, and feel really strong. So I'm stoked to kind of, just be in rhythm again. I feel like it was a couple of years of injuries, so stoked to be back and healthy, and really enjoying the start of the year.
Amazing. Looking in fine form. We'll see you into the next round.
Thanks, Dulcie.
Yeah, Nikki has kind of been weighing it up. She's got some other things going on in her life. Starting to run some retreats and whatnot that have been working out really well for her, but I'm glad she's sticking with it because, you know, you're a long time retired. She's still got a lot to give, obviously still surfing at a great level, but really seems to be enjoying her time competing through this Australian leg already. But you heard Laura mention 9th place finish for her on the Gold Coast, despite the fact she had great performances. You wouldn't call it a keeper result, so she needs a big one here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, she definitely needs a big one. She looked really great at Snapper. A 9th isn't a keeper. Let's be real, unless you've got 2 wins under the belt. But let's break down this one from Seoul. And this one just kept on giving. I thought it might have been over here, and she got up to that section really late. Gets around again. Another little jab in the pocket. So she hasn't got much on the board just yet, just a 3.67. So that's going to replace that 0.8, obviously.
Yeah, she looked happy with it.
Yeah.
I think she knows that, you know, there's been a couple of low-scoring heats, and you kind of want to just gather a little bit of early momentum in these exchanges because you just don't know what these conditions are going to do. But have a look at the number for our Japanese surfer. 1 big turn, 1 big score, 6.83.
Love it. See, this is just, I just wanted to see this. Let's get back to that. Zoe, 1 big turn, but I wanted to know where their heads were at, and it's just given us a great indication of, okay, look, if you can only find 1 big meaty section and you go at that really hard, you meet it with that same sort of power and that intensity, you can get the score on one turn, 1 wave. And 2 of those, you're getting through most heats out here today. Today, it's been a little bit tricky. We haven't seen that many waves that have gone up into that excellent range, so we're Seoul up and running again.
Chipping away at it. Has another mid-range score about to drop. It might be her best, 4.17. So hanging on to that 2nd position at the moment. Zoe with a number on the way. The surfer from Sunset Beach, who we've seen in CT events in the past. Let's see if that experience can be put to good use. As Maud Lecar.
1 turn from Maud. It was a big section, but she just got a bit hung up there. She was trying to show that she rode out, but it's exactly like we said already. If you're already asking those question marks, let's get back to that. Zoe.
Nice little backhand kick on the fins there from Zoe McDougall. Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with some of those campaigners that we've seen do a few laps on the qualifying series, now the Challenger Series, in the past couple of years, and how they stepped up their performance at Snapper Rocks. Maud Lecar looked really strong up there in the earlier rounds. Despite the fact she didn't crack those finals, she definitely got the attention of spectators and the panel at different stages, dropping decent scores. So, yeah, you've got to continue to stave off the charge of the next generation.
Yeah. Maud's been at this for quite a time now, and she's got a lot of experience. But yeah, you're right. On the Gold Coast, there was a couple of really nice moments there. Someone who really impressed me last year was Sol Aguirre. I first saw her properly surfing during the Challenger Series event in Erosira, and she looked so good on that right-hand point break, and yeah, just had some amazing performances. So yeah, sort of that younger generation coming through, but making a big impact. And I mean, already in this heat, she's just improved on her situation. She's up in that 2nd place, but just got to go back to that 6.83 for that 1 turn. Nanaho, that was just super, super impressive. And judges just rewarding the commitment and just how intense that 1 turn was. Just good news, you know. If you're sitting in that last place or 2nd or 3rd, you need a score. Time's ticking down. You only need one big section. Put it all on the line. You're going to get a good score. So achievable.
Yeah, give it some.
Easier said than done when the pressure's on and it's a clutch moment. However, the proof is in the pudding. You can do it.
Yeah, I think it just requires you to focus on a wave that looks like it has limited opportunity or only one opportunity, as opposed to, you know, looking for combinations, which is sort of the big focus for the panel these days, is big combinations, and that's the future of the sport. You know, big individual turns will certainly, if they're exceptional, get you a big number, but the future is combos. You know, how big can you go with your combination? You know, can you throw something truly high risk and back it up with a similar kind of turn?
Well, I think it all comes down to that first turn, right? And we saw it this morning, a couple of guys going to the air for that first turn. When you're going to something so progressive, to the point where you could lose everything on that first maneuver and you make it and you're able to back it up with something else, I feel like that's super impressive. And for me, when I watch surfing, I mean, I personally love someone who is exciting and I don't know what they're going to do. You know, that unpredictability for me is almost progression in itself. I mean, surfing's a subjective sport. Everyone has different opinions. But me personally, I just love watching someone who's either going for a 10 or they're going for a 2. You know, you just never know. They just know they're going hard.
For sure. I guess what's interesting too is, you know, unpredictability has kind of changed a little bit over time. There was a point in time where, you know, pulling a rotation, an air rotation on an end section was considered unpredictable or progressive. For me, it's the most typical move you can do on an end section now. To me, unpredictable now with a good end section hit is power and release, you know, and kind of mixing it up, giving people something that they don't see coming, not, you know, telegraphing an air from 30 metres away and racing to the end section and taking flight. But
you can see it coming from a mile away, those sort of big airs, right?
Exactly.
Agree. I think, let's just talk about the championship tour, but I think about the guys right at the top. You think about Griff, you think about John, Jack Robbo even, you know, not even in the airs that they're doing, but the rail work and the seamlessness between the turns, it's a cut above the rest. And I feel like there's a couple of surfers that have been able to demonstrate that this morning on the Challenger Series level, and it's just so obvious, you know. But it's that beautiful connectivity that they have, and other surfers just don't quite have that just yet.
Yeah, on the men's side, we're probably yet to see someone throw that kind of move here in the women's draw, but we're only 2 heats in. But on the men's side, Taro Watanabe for me, Levi Slauson, they kind of possess that unpredictability. And looking forward to seeing more of it. Bring it on. 14 and a half minutes to go here. And it's the Japanese surfer, Suzuki, who's out in front with a 6.83 next to her name and a good chance of adding to that score. Looking to drop a 3.6. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. We've jumped into the round of 48 for the women. Heat 2 out there in the lineup. 12 minutes to go here, and this one's being led by Nanao Suzuki, who threw down a big backhand blast for a 5.83. A 6.83, and she's just backed it up with a 5.83 for that ride during the break.
Yeah, super, super great surfing, 2 big turns, and she's just catapulting out to the lead here. Looks like Sol just got a wave too. So let's have a look at that one on the backhand here. Carving through that first section, and does she get a finish?
Oh,
no.
Incomplete. It's a real shame because she's only looking to drop a 3.67 to help up the requirement for Maud Lacar and Zoe McDougall here.
It's just so, you know, there's not much separating second to third at the moment. It's really anyone's game. I mean, Nanaho's definitely running away with this one, and she feel like she's finding these pockets, she's finding these smoother face waves. To me, the other women right now, maybe they're searching for those ones that are longer because they want, you know, the combination of maneuvers, but it seems like to me that Nanaho's doing a really good job at picking the ones that have just got that really nice scoop to them. I mean, it was only 2 turns on that wave, and the one previous, the 1 turn, but it's a clean face wave, which just, yeah, for me, it just looks like great surfing. It's controlled and, yeah, commitment as well.
Taking a trip over the Narrabeen Ocean Pool there via the Feel New Sydney flight cam. So iconic, this location.
Isn't it? Well,
and, you know, so iconic, even the Beach Boys put it in Surfing USA. A song about surfing in the USA has Australia's Narrabeen in it.
no way, does it really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be looking at that on Google. But you know what my favourite thing is about this area? Is all the ocean baths.
Oh,
I
it's
feel like
awesome.
there's just nothing like it, and every beach pretty much has one. We've seen it so many times on all the promos, but it's so beautiful. It's ocean water, it's stunning. Before work, after work, get a little swim in, even
Mate.
during the day. It's just so beautiful and just so unique. But yeah, there's a beautiful one here out on the northern corner of the beach here at Narrabeen. And yeah, when I used to live in these zones, I used to make the most of them, as we see Sol.
Yeah, taken off. Nice little swoop off the top there from Sol. Looking to finish this one off. As we see a beautiful deep bottom turn from Suzuki. And on the outside, Maud Lacar trying to get in on the action too. Oh, big backhand float there. And the wave flared, and as a result, it really added a little bit of just flair to the ride. I think it's going to take her up to a pretty hefty score here and might get herself out of that 3rd position. 9 minutes to go, waiting on numbers to come through.
That was so critical, that wave from Maud right there. She had to make that last turn. It almost looked like I was like, wow, is she going to be a bit late here? But everything fell the right way, and yeah, that was a 2-turn combo. Super important time right now because between 2nd and 4th, there's not much, and she's got a real chance here to make a dash for that, or solidify that 2nd place. So there's a few waves to break down here. All surfers waiting for a score. If you think back to Nanaho again, just that one big belt, she just has the ability to get so low on her bottom turns and just really coil up. It's break down Sol's first. So she gets a little jab in the pocket. This wave gets super whitewashy on the face. And she's out of there. And then behind her, Maud. So this is the wave that we were talking about. It's a 2-turn combo. This last manoeuvre, critical as that backwash hit it. For effect, it looks a bit gnarly, but and then Zoe getting 1 turn done in too, but Zoe's going to need more than this. Just looking at that last exchange.
Yeah, again, we saw a wave earlier in the round of 80 for the man, Luel Felipe. We were looking into it. It looked super impressive. Then front on, it looked okay. Definitely got in one of his best scores, but I just wonder what Maud's float looked like front on.
Yeah.
Whether it had the same kind of flair, and well, apparently it did. 6.1 for Maud Lacar. I liked it. She was in attack mode. Nice little combo. Not a whole lot in the first turn, but Definitely did well to stay on her feet. 6.1 up in the second spot now.
Yeah, it was good. She's not safe, though. I feel she's got this 6.1, but it's still wide open when she's carrying that 3.9 as the backup. You know, all it's Sol and Zoe still only need smaller scores to jump up into that advancing position. So
yeah,
Maud's got to surf a smart heat now, and I mean she's got last priority, but she's got to be strategic here. I mean, if I'm her, I'm not sitting around waiting and thinking that this is a signed deal. You want to be improving on that 3.9 for sure. As we see some bigger sets maybe starting to roll through, but yeah, it looks tricky right now.
No takers there. Let's see what Laura's up to. She's out and about.
Yes, guys, it is a cracker afternoon out here, and I'm here for the Oakberry surf conditions update. You know, the wind has puffed up a bit, east-southeast. The tide's dropping. It's going to be low tide at 2:35 p.m. We know the swell's dropping. It's looking pretty broken up at the moment, but, you know, the rip bowl is still super contestable. These women finding so many fun waves. Best part is I packed a raincoat today and I haven't even had to use it, so love that for us.
Oh, it's awesome, Law. We're loving our time down here on the beach, and yes, it's a little windy, but what we do have today, which we've got to capitalise on, is swell. And these competitors will take that onshore flow. That's no dramas for them. They just want to get opportunities to lock in multiple rides and get a few shots at turning heats around. Maud Lacar's been able to do that in this heat. One of the best numbers of this clash so far. 6.1 has her in second spot. But as you said, not safe yet.
Definitely not safe. I think just, you know, the best thing is that we've got swell, like you said. You'd rather big and onshore than small and offshore. I mean, I would anyway. You want opportunities. And here we go.
Oh, no!
Wow.
Zoe McDougall dropping in on the Japanese competitor there, Nanao Suzuki, and I believe Nanao had priority. So that's a priority error from Zoe McDougall, and that's going to cost her a second score.
Wow.
And she's going to get 0 for that one. Not that she did anything on it anyway, but I'm not sure what happened there.
She not even interesting. Wow.
She knows. Yeah, she had a look, didn't think that Suzuki was going to get into it. And by the time she realised it was too late, the interference had been incurred.
Oof.
And it hasn't come through yet, but likely we'll see it pop up on screen in just a moment.
And now that Maud has a 10 total, it's looking difficult.
Exactly.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, Zoe would still have a chance, but she'd need to get a 10-point ride. That's the only way she could get it.
Would she get through if she had a 10-point?
Or she'd have the highest single scoring
score,
rate.
so she would get through.
She'd get through.
Yeah.
But,
Not out of reach.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Yep. You don't like to see it. You know, these surfers, they invest a lot into chasing down results on this Challenger Series. It's not cheap to get yourself here, to put yourself up, to get the accommodation sorted, to come out here and make a mistake that's going to cost you a place in the next round. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go here, and the interference has been lodged now against Zoe McDougall.
Wow.
And she needs a 10 to get herself up in a second spot.
Possible, but hard. Considering the scores we've already had today, that's just super disappointing for her, and it's devastating, really, because yeah, you invest so much into the Challenger Series and financially and emotionally and everything. It's tough.
And it's not just a 30-minute heat. This is, you know, the culmination of a whole lot of work post-Challenger Series last year. Probably a spirited regional qualifying series campaign. Massive hope, huge expectation for herself. And yeah, that sucks. I hate interferences.
Me too. It's just not good for the heart, is it? Oh, it's really not. I mean, she knew straight away as soon as she saw the body language. I mean, we both called it too. I mean, it's devastating for her. And knowing that she didn't have a good result too at Snapper, which means pressure on for the rest of the year, and maybe even asking the question, what am I doing here? Am I going to go to the rest of the year? You know, it's difficult decisions. I mean, she's such a great surfer too. She obviously surfs so well in bigger waves like Sunset Beach, where she comes from, as we see Sol.
Well, Sol now is the lone surfer really chasing down that second position, and she doesn't like the finish on that one. 2 minutes to go. She can get back out there. But Nanea Suzuki in a fantastic position. Maud Lacar would just love nothing more than to get rid of this 3.9. It's just haunting her at the moment. It's really leaving Sol in a position to turn this one around. But
you know what, though? Like, with 1:30 on the clock and Zoe with this priority interference, it kind of makes the job easy for Maud of who to sit on.
oh, yeah. No confusion.
No, it's easy. So right now, I mean, if you're Maud, you want to be really noting where Sol is in this lineup. I mean, if I was her, I would be moving a bit closer to Sol. I feel like right now with this beach break, you can get waves anywhere. I mean, Sol's not quite out the back yet, but unless Maud here is going to try and improve on that 3.9, looks like she's going to go for it.
That's the goal. Better the 3.9 for the surfer from St. Martin in the Caribbean, representing France. And doesn't feel like she's going to better that 3.9 with that ride. So she heads back out with 45 seconds to go. Sol might just get an opportunity, searching for space in this lineup. Is there anything standing up beyond this insider? She's sitting close to that sandbar, willing to have a shot at just about anything at this point in the heat.
I mean, I don't think Maud's going to improve on that 3.9 with that last wave. So, I mean, Sol is definitely in with a shot right now. I just don't think the ocean's going to cooperate with her. Maybe this little one here, it looks like she's having a couple of, maybe a dig at this one, but.
Oh, well, Zoe McDougall is going to push really hard, but, you know, in some ways doing Maud Lacar a favour there.
Oh, completely.
Accidentally, she was still going after the 10-point ride, obviously, but it was always going to be difficult in these conditions. And this one is a wrap. Nanea Suzuki, very impressive. A couple of big hits from her, earning herself a couple of healthy scores. Maud Lacar's going to hang on for second spot. And we'll say farewell to Sol and Zoe, who'll look to bounce back at Bolito, the next event on the Challenger Series. Right now, though, we're going to gear up for a break. We'll be back in just a moment. More to come from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Stay with us.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinosky in the booth with Jessie Starling and Richie Lovett. First time in the booth, Jessie. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. It's been a fun day so far, and yeah, now I get to chat with you guys in the booth.
Well, we're so stoked to have you here. And Richie, the legend from North Stain, a tour competitor, a seasoned veteran, an industry stalwart. And Richie, you've overcome a lot of battles in your life, but North Narrabeen and competition is one of the bigger ones.
It is, mate. It's tough having to surf out here with the locals, but you're very kind, Matt. Thank you. What an introduction. But yeah, no, Northie, an incredible place to surf.
Yes.
You know, I was sort of born and raised at Manly, but I do spend a lot of time up here because it is such a good break on the northern beaches. It's really competitive too, and that's what I like about it. You know, you come up here, it's actually not easy to get waves, so you need to have your wits about you, but the payoff is great.
And some of these surfers have been here before. Sophia Medina, you have Sarah Wakita, Eve Wong, and Ariane Ochoa from the Basque region. So a full international affair out there in the water right now. And we've just got that sole goofy footer in Ariane, who'll be looking at those little two-turn combos on your forehand. But we've seen a lot of the backside surfers really capitalise on the men's side of the draw. Looking forward to seeing how these women, they've already started off with a bang already at the beautiful North Narrabeen. Heaps of peaks today. We have a short period, 7-second swell, mixture of east and a little bit of south swells. And we are straight into, this is the heat number 3. This is live action right now. This is Ariane. She hits that one up in the lip, looking for a second section, and she is unable to capitalise. So she already has a 2-1-7. And that one's probably not going to be a counter towards the end. And Sarah Wakita knocking that one off the top, and she rides out with control. So just a quick exchange there. Jess, what did you make of that?
Sarah is one of those competitors who is super, super consistent, super reliable. She actually had 3 wins on the regional QS this previous year to get herself onto the Challenger Series, and it was actually in really similar conditions like this. I was there in Taiwan where she got the win, and it was steep, sucky lefts, and yeah, she got the win against Nanaho, who was just in that last heat, and she also won in India, which was a right-hand point break, but similar thing. It was a steep section, so she's super comfortable at throwing herself over the falls, and yeah, in those trickier conditions too.
Yeah, Wakita, an absolute technician, and talk us through Sophia's wave.
Yeah, I really like this wave from Sophia. She's kind of capitalised on one of those inside left rip bowls and got the finish. She definitely ticked all the boxes on that wave. That second turn was the best for me. But this wave, the first turn, it sparked a little bit of fun for me. I really liked the kind of pizzazz she put into that first turn, but nothing much really happened for her after that. So 2 quick scores for green.
Yeah, everyone just getting out to a quick start there, and Sophia already on 3 waves there, so it's a 3-turn combo. As that tide drops, I mean, you're a local here, you've seen many different faces. Obviously, you're living up the coast right now, but what's traditionally the alley like on a lower tide?
It's fun. It's a little bit rippy, but I actually personally really like it because it presents sections like that, and Eve there just capitalising on it. Eve is actually working with Maddie Cattle, who is our local coach from around here, and you can tell that she's been putting in the time with some local knowledge, because I think she found herself one of the more beautiful sections we've seen in this heat.
Yeah, a 6-point ride for that one. So Eve, that single wave score of a 6, and she did get it back up. We'll see where that one goes, but all surfers getting a flurry of waves to kick this one off, and that wind swell really presenting a lot of opportunities. May not look as pretty out there, but I can assure you there's lots of fun opportunity for performance surfing. We've seen big scores go down for single maneuvers as well as combinations, but one thing's for sure, the judge is really appreciating a clean ride out and really nice control at the end, whether it's an air, a floater, or a big re-entry, and it's tricky to do on the convergent section here at Narrabeen.
Oh, absolutely, and especially on this lower tide, the water rips up that face a little bit more, so it does add that extra element of, okay, this is quite a hard section to hit, but I feel like those ladies and men out there today who have had that experience in those trickier conditions and put the time in the surf, where, you know, when people say, you know, you've got to be able to compete in all conditions, so you go out when it's windy and big and hard. The competitors who have done that and put themselves in those tricky conditions are probably going to find themselves in the better scenarios out there today.
And this is, of course, the Challenger Series, the second tier tour, but these surfers are really vying for an opportunity to get on that championship tour, the Dream Tour. But some of the stops on the CS are world class. We had amazing waves there at the Gold Coast, where we're going to see the CT return to next year. North Narrabeen on its day is one of the best river-mouth beach breaks in the whole country. If not the Southern Hemisphere, it's definitely bred the hottest contingent of professional surfers in the Southern Hemisphere. You could liken it to, say, Trestles and San Clemente.
Yeah, definitely.
But out of all these regions, so we talk about Europe with Ariane, we talk about Asia with Sarah, South America with Sophia, and Hawaii for Eve. Who's got the most challenging waves, would you say, on the QS?
I actually think I would like to say Asia. But then again, they have so many cool different locations, but I feel like a lot of the time they do battle with probably smaller conditions than what they're used to.
And a lot of wind as well.
Yeah.
And we see maybe a snap leg rope there for Sarah Wakita. No, she does have it. It was just buried there, tombstoning underneath. But, I mean, capitalizing on those onshore sections is something the Japanese are very good at, especially in smaller waves. And there we have Sophia Medina riding out of that one. Strong second turn there. Really building a heat total with that 4.17 and a 3.5. I think the judges will appreciate the strength from that turn. And back to what we were saying before, the conditions, yeah, some of the Asian surfers have to endure a lot of very small waves, but of course they also have some gems like Taiwan and then Cloud9, so it's a balance of opposites,
Definitely.
right?
Cloud9 is kind of the wave that every surfer dreams of. I was actually lucky enough to go there last year alongside with my sister True. We commentated that event, but we got it 1 foot the whole time. We didn't even get to see or surf perfect Cloud9, but hopefully we find ourselves back there this year. But yeah, Taiwan is definitely a cool little gem. And obviously, like I mentioned before, Sarah getting the win there. But I feel like it'd be really cool to go over and experience the European Regional Series because they have so many really cool waves over there.
They do, and tidal fluctuations as well, like no other place in the world. And there's Ariane banging that one up into the lip, so a nice re-entry there with the convergence and low center of gravity and really springing into that turn. And there's something to be said for a single turn wave. You've got to make it count. I think she really did capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Eve get that 6 for that single turn wave, so I have a feeling it'd be rewarded pretty well. They loved that one from Eve. Here's the replay. Here comes that section, and it was a hard turn to ride out of too. There was a really strong section coming straight at her, but she put all of her weight over that front foot, got herself down in front of the foam, and got the completion. So I liked it. I actually really liked it.
Yeah, we'll see where the judges go with that one in that final 20 minutes. So a lot of surfers really building a nice heat total. She was looking for a 5.3 there, Ariane, but it's Eve Wong out in the lead, just the 6 and the 2.63. Sophia Medina still scored a drop for her strong last wave. And interesting to note that Ariane actually beat Sarah in this round last year at Narrabeen.
Oh, wow.
So you'd have to say, Wakita, I think she had a lot of experience now. She took out the Asian rankings again. She took it out in 2022 and 21 actually, and 23 respectively. And yeah, she's a strong surfer, and I think she's got better throughout the last few years, but just a challenging run throughout this series last year and the year before. So Wakita, I think, an improved surfer. And same with Ariane, the 25-year-old from Bilbao. Maybe while we have a gap in these proceedings, let's go down with Laura. We'll watch Sophia, Wakita here actually. This is Sarah humping down the line, and she gets a little completion there. Maybe not teeing off the way that she liked, but stays on her feet. And these surfers just trading blows. Let's go catch up with Nanaho Suzuki, the winner of the last heat with Laura.
Yes, Nana, as her friends call her, must feel good to get here after the Gold Coast. You went out in this round up there, but to get a convincing heat win down here, tricky conditions. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I was so nervous because the waves like a little bit dumpy and then windy. Yeah, pretty bad wave, I think. But yeah, I was lucky to get a couple of good ones.
And you said that, you know, beach breaks, you're used to surfing them at home. And what was the confidence that you could pull from that to surf here today?
Yeah, this beach break likes my hometown beach break, like similar wave. So I'm good mind for this contest. Yeah.
And what has been, this is your second year on the Challenger Series. What have you learnt the most? What are you liking the most? What are you learning?
Yeah, last year was my first season in the CS. So last year was nervous every time, but this year, like I'm going to the funning, enjoying. Yeah, that's it.
I know you're traveling with your family, your mum over there filming right now, but anything you want to say in Japanese to your family and friends back home watching?
いつもありがとうございます。結構波がトリッキーな感じなんですけど、楽しめてるんで、次もこの調子で頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks, Laura and Nana. Always smiling from ear to ear. She's super stoked and definitely really relish what she said about enjoying the time with the friends and enjoying the moment on the tour, which is what these surfers have to do. It can be a bit of a grind if you look at it as all competition and no fun. You've travelled a lot on the QS and the junior tour. How did you make light of all the travel?
I was really lucky. I got to travel with my older sister, True, and kind of the Narrabeen Northern Beaches contingent too. And we kind of just were this big family that just travelled all around together. But I love talking, so I basically just went round and started talking to all the girls I was competing with, and I've made lifelong friends through competition. And even now, since I've taken a little bit of a step back from competing and more into the kind of commentating kind of world, I've still made so many friends internationally. And even Nanaho, not a lot of people would know, but she's actually a hilarious girl. I spent a bit of time with her and Sumomo Sato, another competitor from that Japanese region, and they're just really, really funny people. And Nanaho actually has an incredible air game as well. I'm not sure if she brought it out in that last heat, but she can take to the air and pretty consistently land it too. So yeah, I just think it's so important to make friends wherever you go, because yeah, you never know when you're going to have to call on someone or rely on someone if you need. But yeah, all these ladies in these heat, I'm sure they're competitors in the water but friends on land.
There we say Ariane laying back into that one, unable to ride out. We'll wait for these scores to log in. We are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for the rest of this heat very shortly.
What's up? We're here at Shorty's to kick off the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy and to celebrate what has been an incredible Aussie leg. Everyone's here, we've got competitors, we've got our partners here, and everyone's out trying to sing some birds. It's going to be a fun night.
Anything could happen. This guy gets all technical but can break 90. We're coming up here a little bit, so hopefully got a little edge.
Yes, how fun was that, Richie, last night up at Terry Hills at Shorty's Golf. You were there. I got to see the tail end of it. Dylan Moffat cleaning up, looking great. How did you go?
I did okay, mate. I took the kids up there. We had a blast. It's Disneyland up there, man. It's so fun. And, you know, as a golfer, it's a great way to just chip around and have a little bit of fun. They got great food, great atmosphere up there. It really is a cool place to go and hang. And there are so many surfers that lean into golf because there's so many parallels between it. You know, the course is always changing. It's a real mind game. But, yeah, we had a lot of fun last night.
Wow, yeah, perseverance and patience that golf takes. And there we have Sophia Medina. She claims it, rides out. She stays on her feet. I don't know if that's a convincing one, riding clear of the whitewash. True. I mean, Jess, sorry.
So fun.
The sisters.
Do you get that? You must get that a bit. A little bit?
The Starling sisters.
Yeah, more than you'd think, but, you know, I'll take it. True's pretty cool.
True is very cool, but Sophia Medina finishes the manoeuvre, but did she ride clear of the whitewash in your experience?
I don't know. I want to watch it again. I think this turn was absolutely incredible. I love the commitment to that section, but I don't think she got the ride out.
No, I just, there was that little second where she didn't quite come out in front of the whitewash and get, you know, a moment or two where she was standing tall. She was always just behind it, so the judges won't be fooled. They're a wily bunch, those judges up there. And Sophia's just kind of, you know, appealing the decision, but yeah, just looking at it with the microscope, it wasn't a clear make.
Yeah, and she's looking good on that sharp eye board, strong surfing, but just opening up that 3.5 on the 417, unable to capitalise. It was a 7th wave, and she feels she rode out of it, but the judges did specify to ride clear of the whitewash, and here goes Eve. 2 turns there on that swallowtail. You can really see the release on that second turn there. She's pumping that one through, and that'll be a good backup to the 6. Just trying to eclipse the 2.63. Nice signs there for Eve Wong.
I feel like she's looking really comfortable. You know, a lot of people can kind of almost look like they're surfing with those first round nerves. It just doesn't seem like she's surfing that way. She's looking super committed through all of her turns, and I feel like that's a hard headspace to get into, especially when it is the first round of a Challenger Series. You hear so many people say that's the hardest part of the Challenger Series is just making the first round. So she's looking pretty good to me.
She had a great first round up on the Gold Coast, one of the highest heat totals. Really looked like one of the favourites, but we said goodbye to her in the round of 32, stacked draw. And it wasn't her surfing necessarily, but here goes Medina. She eyes up this section, and she definitely rides clear of the whitewater there on a very shallow alley right.
That one.
And just trying to really build a heat total. You can see a lot of waves. There'll be her 8th wave there and being super consistent. And I mean, consistency of the waves is certainly not of question today. We've got that short period wind swell, east with a bit of south mixed in there, making for a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, this is that replay again of this wave. Yeah, looking at it again, you've seen the judges not pay this time and time again, and she claims it, she feels like it, but in comparison to this wave here, where she actually gets up there, gets out over the foam, and there's plenty of board out in front of that whitewash there, of course that one was going to be a ride out.
Yeah, judges in agreement there. No doubt we're waiting for that score to be locked in. Maybe a little less intensity on that right-hander compared to the left. The left's got that convergence with the south mixing with the east. It's a real bowly wave, and you can often actually go below sea level on that left where it sinks down. In between car park rights and the left where they're surfing right now. There's a lot of undertow and there's a lot of currents that get mixed in there. And we talked earlier with Laura about how difficult it is can be to paddle out there. And here goes Ariane, currently in 2nd place. And a single turn for her riding clear of the whitewash. Because Eve got a 3.23, was enough to get her the lead so far, the Hawaiian. And then Ariane looking to drop a lower 3.10. So the Basque surfer looking strong. She didn't re-qualify through the Challenger Series last year. She was on the cusp there of the regional quals, so she's taking up a wildcard spot here right now, one of the filler positions. And they do come up, injury wildcards or some surfers that can't make an event. There'll be some positions there for people next down if they just turn up and perhaps somebody's in the draw. There's quite a few surfers like that. I think Dylan Moffin's in that same situation where he's right on the cusp of qualification at very tricky, but there's also absolutely nothing to lose with a 4.67 locks in for the Basque surfer. So Ariane and Eve just trading blows. But now it's Wakita needing a 4.24 and Medina a 5.07, a 3.67 for her last wave. So some encouraging signs there. Strong surfing. But what is she going to have to do to get that 5.07, Rich?
She needs a two-turn combination. I feel like just her waves have really been only offering that one big single turn. We know she made that last turn out clean, but I'd love to see her do one of those big finishing moves, which she seems to be doing really well, but just, you know, follow that up or precede that with a nice hit off the top, nice re-entry, and then that closer maneuver, and then that's when we're going to see the scores go up into that 5 and 6 range.
Yeah, and a similar age to you, Jess. You've followed Medina's progress throughout the last few years in the junior series. What are some main highlights you've seen of her progression?
Honestly, I actually think compared to her surfing last year to this year, out of all of the women, I know this is a big call, but I would say that she is definitely one of the most improved that I've seen in 12 months. When she came out at Snapper and I was watching her surf that her first round heat, she was almost a completely different surfer. I was so impressed by what she was doing. She's actually turning 19 in 6 days. So she's almost 19,
wow,
guys. But yeah, in my opinion, I think she's definitely taken some advice from people around her and people in her corner, applied it, and then come to the Challenger Series this year as a new competitor, and I'm really loving what she's bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think everybody, I mean, there's not a lot of similarities in the styles to her brother either. She's obviously a regular footer, but a different type of style. She's got a different type of power game as well, and yeah, I definitely have noticed that end section completion. We didn't see it on the wave before last, but how solid she is through her turns and maybe a connection with her equipment.
Yeah.
Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, she looks on point with the boards. I did surf with her a little bit down at Bells. I just kept surfing down a Winky Pop on the lay days, and Gabrielle and Soph were down there a lot, actually. And just got chatting to her. She's an absolute sweetheart, you know, and obviously really looks up to Carissa Moore as a hero. But yeah, I'd agree with you. She's really improved over the last couple of seasons. I feel like she's really accentuating the maneuvers now. Before it was all a whole lot of little maneuvers all stitched together, and now she's really starting to make these big moments on the wave, which is, you know, really, when you think about it, looking at what her brother does, that's what a perfect person to try and sort of emulate.
Yeah, and at 18 years of age, still developing that heat IQ, that board IQ, really stitching together the competitive prowess and what it takes to be a champion. And this is that stepping stone to the CS, and fantastic getting the reps in at Bells. No doubt we'll see her on the tour, if not next year or in the coming years. So Bells is somewhere that'll no doubt be on the championship tour for many years to come. So familiarising herself with those World Tour breaks is a fantastic idea, rather than trying to do it on the run, which is a lot of these surfers are going to have to do if they do qualify. And here she goes now. Sophia Medina, the answer back. Single turn there and a little tail slide. Just looking to really get a 5.07. So it'll have to be her best wave yet. Not sure if that one's going to be it. But Eve Wong, the Hawaiian, well-versed. Big Sunset Beach, Haleiwa, Rocky Point, all the way down to the snapper. She's a fantastic, a well-rounded surfer who's really not scared of the clutch moments. She can really pull out big scores when required. Light-footed, but at the same time is able to really hit those power pockets, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. I did, you know, really start taking notice of Eve's approach, especially at Haleiwa, you know, and I started to go, whoa, you know, what do we got here? And then, you know, she's sort of got all those really good fundamentals of a great surfer, positioning and power. Just a quick replay here of Soap, and just gets a little cut down on the backhand, which she executes quite smoothly, but again, just that one single moment, that one turn. She will be looking for something more, but she's hunting. I like it.
Yeah, 3.77, so just slightly better than that wave beforehand. So she's hearing those scores, understanding she needs a two-turn combo. She'll try and locate one of those, which can just pop out on a beach break at any point. Some action here in the lineup. It will be Sarah using her priority down in the third spot. Nice carve there. And that one, you get a flow between the dots, and a third turn there, just sort of manufacturing that end turn, but gets the completion. So looking for a 4.24. What are your thoughts?
I love the fact that she got more than one turn on her wave. I do think it's great. There was no real wow moments for me on that wave, but then again, it was a beautifully put together 3 turns. But the thing I love about Sarah is that no matter what the stage, where she is in the world, she is consistent. She doesn't feel the pressure. She'll find herself a wave and give herself the opportunity. I love that first carve. She really drove out of it. That turn was quite nice and gets the finish there. There was no Ariane big power hits on that wave, but it was a really tidy wave. A 4.24 is a pretty achievable score, I think, for those 3 turns.
I think it's danger time for Eve. It's, you know, only needing that 4.24. I feel like she's possibly done enough on that.
Yeah.
The combination, how she went from that first turn, kept all that momentum and speed, lots of flow into the next one, and then got the 3rd turn. So, I don't know, I feel like it's the number.
There's Sophia hunting around under priority. So Eve, second priority. Ariane, heat leader, and in the driver's seat, the choice of the wave. I'm seeing we're in alley lefts here at North Narrabeen, the fabled, well, predominantly a left, but it is a right. There's a point, there's a bommy, there's everything here at North Narrabeen. It can even handle the onshore wind. These surfers, we've nearly had 30 waves surfed in this heat so far. And the paddle out about 20 seconds long. So a pretty much non-event, the paddle out, just one duck dive and you're out the back, which is great for us surf fans, right?
Yes, amazing. I love watching surfing. I'm stoked. Short period swells, seeing people take so many waves. I doubt today is going to be one of those days we're going to see people sit and wait. You know, it's definitely not the tactic for surfer heat today.
So Wakita's still waiting for that score to come in. And Eve looking really busy. She knows it may very well be in the cusp, because it's the other thing with short period spell, you know what your competitors are doing. You can see them on the wave. So the heat IQ there of Eve knowing she needs a backup to get rid of that 3.23.
I think right now Eve's thinking, assuming she's got the score. She needs to try and find another wave here. With only 15 seconds to go.
She's got priority back too. Ariane paddled for a wave. Medina, final 10 seconds, here she goes.
I'm wondering why.
Second turn and unable to ride out of it. And someone's up behind her, and that's Eve. Doesn't look like Sarah was, she's out the back in the blue singlet, so unable to capitalize. Sarah Wakita and Sophia, it's going to come down to that score, but that's just that single turn without the completion. Looking for a 5.07.
So we don't know whether Eve's wave actually counted, whether she got up in time. But if she did, then there is another score for Eve to come in.
Yeah, that last wave for Sarah just dropped as well. It was a 4.13, so just coming short of that 4.24.
Close. It's a replay of Sophia. Just gets a nice snap on the backhand and just unable to stick it. The first one was clean. She'd made the second. Who knows what would have happened, but unfortunately, I don't feel like it's going to be enough.
Hard fought victory there for Ariane Ochoa. We know she is safe there in green. She's stoked, all smiles. The Bass surfer, and she's happy to be here at Narrabeen. She put in some good performances in the past. She did make it around a 32 last year. And once again, takes out Sarah Wakita by the look of it as well. And there's Sophia, she's smiling too. There's one thing in that heat, there's a lot of opportunity, and it is confirmed there. Ariane Ochoa and Eve Wong progressing through to that next round. And we say goodbye to Sarah and Sophia. And a great heat there for Heat 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for Heat 4 coming up next. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. We are live from the Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen, the fabled surf spot that is just entrenched with surf history, but with 21 beautiful beaches from Palm Beach down to Manly. We're situated right in the middle. Richie Lovett in the booth, along Matt Chinoski, and we have Jesse Starling, and we've got Kira Pinkerton, Paige Harrod, Rosie Smart, and Nixie Ryan, a couple of your friends, Jesse, out in the water.
Yeah, we've actually got 3 women from the Oceania region, which is really cool. So I actually grew up competing with Nixie. I've probably known Nixie since I was about 14. She's actually won here before, back at our Rip Curl Grom search days, so a while ago. But this is Rosie Smart getting her campaign started. Rosie from Sawtell, surfs for Coffs Harbour board riders, and she was actually really impressive up at Snapper. And now Nixie up and riding behind her. And ever since I've known Nixie, she's had pink boards. It's worked for her so far.
Well before the trend, and Richie, this is Kira.
Yeah, Kira with a good hit off the backhand there. Powerful surfer from the United States. And, well, what a great picture there of the pool at North Narrabeen. I've done a few laps there.
Wow, and Paige Harrod, rapid fire there. Looking a little bit similar sort of style. She would have taken some influence perhaps from Ariane in that last heat, identifying as a goofy footer some of those big single maneuvers with the scores going down in the mid-range, 5 to 6 range. Possible out there. The judges want to see some power in those turns. They want to see the surfers really committed, and they're not afraid to score accordingly. A lot of waves out there. This is Nixie up and riding now, drawing off the bottom. She hits the lip line and does ride out as well. So nice wave there for the surfer from up the coast. Back down to Sydney, obviously no stranger from beach breaks as well. The whole east coast of Australia littered with them. Talk us through this one, Jesse.
Yeah, Paige she knows how to surf a heat, Paige. She's one of those women in our region who's always consistently pushed us and pushed the boundary of how hard we should be hitting turn sections and how we should be surfing heats. And yes, we can be friends on land, but do be a competitor in the water. So Paige is a massive inspiration to all of us coming out of this region. And I definitely know that Rosie draws a lot from her being a fellow goofy footer as well. But Rosie is the smiliest human on land, but she is savage when it comes to surfing heats. And I'm excited to see how she kind of levels up against the other 3 ladies in the water.
Well, Kira Pinkerton, one of the, I guess you could say, the leaders of that charging generation. Of course, we have the famous names on the championship tour, but Kira, she spent a long time in Indonesia charging waves through the pandemic and is no stranger to big right-hand barrels, and she's pushed women's surfing in her own way in the last 5 years. She's traveling the coast here with her friend Ellie, actually, that she met in Barbados, and she decided to come over to Australia on a road trip, and they're just doing the East Coast road trip, one of the classic road trips in the world. And it's really nice to see surfers supporting surfers and jumping on that bandwagon. How important is it to have that support when you're traveling, Rich?
It's really nice, actually. And, you know, it's in my day, we didn't have coaches or anything that we traveled with. We were just traveling with fellow competitors, you know, and they become your family on the road, and they become your support network as well, because, you know, it's ups and downs, and there's more downs than ups, really, when you're competing.
Yeah.
There's only a couple of times a year where you might actually get a win. So, you know, that companionship is really important, and you've got to be able to relax and have fun and just detach from this whole thing as well at times. So, yeah, it's cool that she's doing that. But that road trip along any part of the New South Wales coast is a pretty special one. So many places to search and explore and surf. It's just incredible.
And down here on the northern beaches as well, there's so many sheltered corners, so many little pockets, so you can get waves nearly every single day of the year. Well, 100% actually. You can get waves every day of the year here. And this is our surfer Nixie turn. Puts a little bit of body language into that turn with a 4.33 on the second wave. That one might eclipse the 2.17, currently in the lead. Kira Pinkerton. So a few similarities, I think, between Kira and Nixie's style. Their upper body rotating a lot and a little straighter on the legs, but a lot of power as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's one thing that's for certain between Nixie and Kira is that they're both power surfers. I mean, they can have one section and capitalize so much more than what you would anticipate from. I don't think groveling is either of their forte, but if it's 2 foot and they can take off a steep one-turner, just like that one of Nixie, they're going to do it, and they'll probably make heats off the back of one strong turn.
Yeah, especially in a four-person scenario like this, where there's a lot of waves, to just be able to build those heat totals we've seen is so important. And these surfers adapting to the 30-minute heats. And here goes Kira. 2 turns up and riding, a nice flow on this one, and tees off on the inside nicely with that power, as we just spoke about as well. So well-rounded surfing there for Kira, making the most of what's on offer. And it's certainly not the type of day where you drop anchor and wait for a specific wave, Richie. We've really seen the surfers starting early, nearly, as I said, 35 waves in that last heat. And that's just the order of the day.
Yeah, it has been. The people who have been a little bit too selective have not flourished, that's for sure. And you got to surf into rhythm in these heats. You just got to keep that momentum up, keep catching waves, and then you will get into a flow with the sets, and things will start to happen. We've seen a number of surfers who have started well, drop anchor with priority for most of the heat, and they've come up short.
Sarah Wakita was one of those in the last heat, but Ariane Ochoa, who started strong and kept consistent throughout, she's on the glass with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, Ariane, 35 waves were caught in that last heat. You got a few of them, but you got out in the front early. Talk us through the heat and, nervous times. Everyone was pretty close in the end.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of waves, right? It was really tricky, so I think everyone was keeping busy, and I was trying to do that, but the score weren't like really high, so it's been stressful because you are never safe, so you need to keep like the prio and your spot in the lead. So yeah, I was super happy to make through and find at least some ways to make through a hit.
Yeah, well, you're surfing amazing, and coming off your result at the Gold Coast, not what you were hoping for to start the year, but a great heat win here. How do you pick yourself up from the Gold Coast to come down here?
Yeah, I mean, I was feeling good at Gold Coast, just the heat was super slow and couldn't find the rhythm with the ocean, but I'm super happy to start well here. It's been a hard time for me since some months, so I'm super happy just to make the first round. You have to start from the first round, so I'm happy to make through and keep the ball rolling. You say yeah.
Totally. And you were saying that you did the road trip down from the Gold Coast to Sydney. What was the most fun part about that, and are you loving your time here in Australia?
Yeah, so I have been coming here, like this is my 5th, 6th time, so we always fly in from the contest to another contest, and this time I decided I wanted to make the ride down the coast, and it's been amazing. Like, we found a beautiful spot around, so it's been really cool to know more places here around.
So good. Yeah, it's the best place ever. And anything you'd like to say to your family, friends watching back at home?
Yeah, like family, friends, everyone that supports me, my sponsor, no matter if the times are hard or not, they are always there to cheer me, so I'm super grateful of that. And eskerrik asko danoi, etxean zaudeten guztioi hor animatzen, eta oso pozik nago egin dudan txandarekin, eta aurrera goaz, así que muchísimas gracias y nada, por la próxima.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. And the passionate Ariane there should be stoked when Narrabeen starts turning on a little more on those lefts. The powerful, goofy footer. We're casting our eyes to this heat. It's the powerful Kira Pinkerton, who's out in the lead. We saw it just in the inset before fall off. She took a big re-entry, a nice engagement with the lip, but just brought it down and unfortunately unable to ride out, but she still has the 4.83 and the 3.33 to her scoreline, but a bit of a grovel fest out there right now. If you're in the heat, what's your scenario right now, Jessie?
I would just keep turning waves. It's the kind of surf, I mean, we touched on it before, you can't sit still out there. There's not going to be any dreamy, perfect, long Narrabeen lefts coming through, especially not right now. It's almost dead low tide. I just think if you're getting selective, it's going to be your worst enemy out there. You just need to turn waves, and like Rich said, eventually you'll surf your way into rhythm. And I feel like that's just the most important part of competing like conditions like this. It's just rhythm.
Yep.
Finding your feet, and it's funny for me actually seeing Rosie sitting. She's not that kind of competitor. She's actually quite the opposite usually. She's one who will hassle you for the inside at the start. We have paddled each other up the beach multiple times before. And she usually just keeps turning waves. So yeah, Rosie surfing a bit of a different heat to what I expected.
And going from the regional QS out to the Challenger Series, there's going to be some nerves involved. Obviously, the biggest step in that last heat, Sarah Wakito, who's by far one of the most experienced surfers on the in the Asian region, just struggling to make heats on the Challenger Series. It's just that step up to that next level, which can be a little daunting, and perhaps for Rosie, that's playing into her mindset right now, dropping anchor, and maybe just needs to get the ball rolling, catch a few more waves, see the rip sort of starting to churn through. It's a tricky wave to line up your surroundings and your bearings out there, Rich.
Yeah, it is. It's not like super close in terms of the landmarks. There is a little pathway at the top of the sandhill there. That's kind of normally where you get your lineup spot when you're sitting out there in the peak, and that's a good shot right there. You can see pulled back. There's a lot of distance between the land and where these waves are actually breaking. But yeah, it's an interesting one, that jump from the qualifying tour, qualifying series onto the Challenger Series. You know, it's a mental jump as well, and just sometimes feeling like you probably have to do more than you should, where you can just settle into your game. So perhaps she just needs to get moving here.
And free surfers, Nixie, Rosie and Paige in the Oceania region, all battling on that regional QS to get this opportunity to get to the Challenger Series. But the work's not done yet. You do the qualification, then you got the big guns to compete against the following year. So these surfers going right from the round of 48, and there's a huge task ahead of them to not only get to the final rounds of this event. You know, we talk about a quarterfinal not even being a keeper result. You really need to get to the semi-finals to have some event substance there and have something to count on at the end of the year. But here goes Rosie. Nice little turn there, and she taps that one off the top. Nice flow down this and snaps that one off again. So 4-turn combo, finishes on her feet. And that'll feel good just to get any nerves out of the way and get the ball rolling this heat as we're approaching the halfway mark.
Yeah, that was actually quite nice. I feel like I was a bit nervous actually watching that wave of Rosie. I was going, land it, land it. But yeah, I really like this from Rosie. She's got that really signature style on that carb. I love that floater down the line, and she just found one of those waves where she could kind of tee off multiple times. So sorry for bagging you out before, Rosie. The sitting and waiting seemed to pay off for you. But yeah, Rosie, she's got a really cool support crew. Coffs Harbour is one of the most supportive clubs, and they just absolutely adore Rosie. And she's also studying full-time at the same time as well, civil engineering. So she's got a lot on her plate, but she's got a lot of love and support behind her too. So I'm excited to see where that score comes in for Rosie.
Some of the world's best and emerging surfers always studying and balancing their tertiary studies with competitive surfing as well. We've seen Isabella Nichols, Sophie McCulloch, Liam O'Brien do really well, balancing the books as well. People learn differently. Some people visual, analytical. Some people love the challenge away from competition, and they just love heats. We'll see where that one comes in for Rosie. Really just kicking off her heat. And I can sort of draw some parallels with her style to a young Bronte Macaulay.
Yeah, for sure. Going to emulate someone, Bronte. Well, she is a crazy good goofy footer. So, and did so well up there on the Gold Coast on the opening Challenger event. And you're right, I can see it. There's shades of her in there for sure.
We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back for the remainder of this heat very shortly.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Taking off in heat number 4. This is the second part of that heat. We have Kira Pinkerton from California out in the lead from Nixie Ryan, but Rosie Smart and Paige Harrop not far behind. We are at the iconic North Narrabeen Beach. Matt Chinosky, joined by Jesse Starling and Richie Lovett. And in the break, this was Rosie Smart.
Wow.
The third wave of the exchange. And she taps that one off the whitewash to finish too. So started slow, but really coming back towards the end of this heat, Richie.
Yeah, she certainly is, and getting really close to one of her competitors there. But a good wave to get into this heat. This is Kira Pinkerton, just getting that one turn.
Just behind her, Nixie Ryan, just rolling the dice on that one. Small, short wind swell here. A lot of waves for these surfers, so priority not really playing a big part in the beginning or the middle of these heats. It's more so in that last 5 minutes where it comes down to it and some wave choice, depending on what scores people need. But these women have an opportunity to go down in the history books with some of the world's best surfers. Some of the surfers that run the QS side of things, Nikki Van Dyke, Carissa Moore. A look at Laura Enever, our own Laura Enever. Sally Fitzgibbons has taken out. Malia Manuel's taken it out several times as well. Isabella Nichols last year. And of course, when the history of a championship tour event goes all the way back to the old Surfabout days. In 1977, Margot Oberg took it out. Pam Burridge, Wendy Botha, Jodie Cooper, Lane Beachley, of course, and Caroline Marks in 2021, which is the last time the championship tour returned here at North Narrabeen during that pandemic. So these surfers, this is a prestigious event in line with, say, the US Open. It's not the longest running event in Australia. We have the Bells Beach Easter Classic, which was started in 1963. But this event has been a cult classic for Sydney and Australia throughout the Northern Beaches. And you know what? Really painting the careers for many surfers, kicking off the careers for surfers such as Pam Burridge. I think of surfers like Shane Herring, who really rose to stardom here, Richie, and yourself.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I mean, I remember coming down and watching the Coke Classic as a grommet, just going, wow, this is exactly what I want to do, and just being so inspired by the pro surfers of the era, you know, Tom Carroll and then sort of Damien Harbin, Barton Lynch, those guys. I got on the tour right at the tail end of their careers, so I did actually do the tour for 1 or 2 years with those guys. But that whole generation, Martin Potter, Brad Gurr, all those guys were just incredible. You know, I really looked up to them. And then, you know, but it was here that I saw them in these events on the Northern Beaches, specifically here at Narrabeen. But that was a magical day. The Coke Classic against, you know, final Kelly against Shane Herring, and that really injected some life back into the Northern Beaches when he got that win.
And so many professional surfers called Sydney home throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s. I think back to Australia's first big wave surfer, Bob Pike, Narrabeen firefighter, who went over there and really painted a reputation for Australian surfers. And on the women's side of things, you had Lane Beachley, of course. Chelsea Hedges was here, Pam Burridge. We had so many surfers that were coming to and fro from the Northern Beaches. Rob Bain, Kai Odden, of course, Richie Lovett himself. Aussie Wright from down the beach, Chris Davidson, Hedgie, Noodles, Tommy Carroll, Derek Hine from up the coast, Terry Fitz, Simon Anderson. The list goes on of some of the world's most prolific surfer shapers and professional surfers formed their careers here, competed here at Narrabeen, and we're back here for the Challenger Series. Northern Beaches, this is the center of Australian surf evolution, and we're coming right to your screens. Conditions a little bit challenging for the surfers out there, but North Narrabeen board riders, you guys have had some amazing conditions over the years just for your Sunday events.
Oh, I just think that it's the best club in the world. No, that's way too biased. But yeah, we've had some really fun conditions, but we'll run in conditions like this too. If we rocked up and it was 2 foot Narrabeen like we saw this morning, we would run all the way through until this afternoon and still be absolutely stoked that left's just like this one Kira Pinkerton's on is still rolling through, and I can guarantee you all the Northie locals would have been all over that. The Groms, the old blues,
Well,
everyone.
Kira didn't want anything to do with that. Just going, where's my wave gone? She waited a bit of time for that. So, you know, that was her 8th wave there. So still 7 minutes remaining, lots of opportunity. You can see some bowls out there. If you just imagine someone actually capitalised on that, a lot of scoring opportunity. And here goes Paige. I know this one's Rosie. And coming off the bottom, eyeing off this one, and a nice snap in the pocket. So coming from 4th to 1st in this heat, she's got a lot of momentum. A 5.5 for the wave before last, so she's out in the lead. And this is Paige, the New Zealander. And here's a little bowl, and have to say she was able to sneak up and over that lip. Some good points on offer there, Richie.
Yeah, she was just a millisecond too late, opting to hit the eject on that manoeuvre. But yeah, that section really loomed up. That was a big south energy swell. But this is Rosie Smart here. Gets a nice little cut back, brings it all the way through, times that last section quite well. You could see she could have tried to rush the 3 turns, but opting for the 2-turn combo. And this is Paige, gets the wrap, and you can see here just couldn't quite get on the bottom turn to get up into the lip. So a couple of points left begging on that wave.
Yeah, definitely a big section there, a lot of opportunity, but there is waves out there. Just got to try and find them, and you can see the current. You can see the surfers drifting from the right to the left of screen, and that rip out towards a yellow buoy just drifting around. So there's a lot of swirling going on, a lot of undertow as well, typically here being a river mouth wave. And we've had a lot of rain recently, but it's made some pretty good banks.
Oh, absolutely. We had the trials 4 days ago, and it was as solid and whitewashy as Narrabeen probably gets.
Soup is what it was.
Yes, and there was no alley right to paddle through, but because of the swell and the amount of water that was pulling out of the lagoon, it formed this perfect little left rip bowl, and the ladies are capitalising on it out there. And I feel like Rosie's must have heard you, Rich. She's surfed her way into rhythm. She's got a 5.5 and a 4.53. She's in the lead with a score to drop. I kind of like how she's dropping a turn.
Yeah.
She's not rushing it as much like we saw, I guess, different ways, but Sarah in that last heat, she got 3 more smaller turns in. I love how Rosie's really taking her time with it, and it's paying off for her right now.
I'll take a 2-turn combination with authority rather than 3, 4 multiple half turns any day of the week.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the Paige's almost 2-turn combo, if she did not maybe done that first little snap and ramped up for that big single turn, the points are there, and it's speed, power, flow, but you can't have the same exact criteria. They do fluctuate from different spots. Today, the judges will reward big single manoeuvres as long as they're in the lip line and there's a degree of difficulty there, and we've seen that time and time again. But Rosie getting the combos, a 5.9 for her last wave, so she extends her lead. It's Kira Pinkerton now needing a 3.37. Her last one not enough, a 2.43, so she's really going to have to try and find something towards the end. And same with Nixie Ryan, she's looking for the 3.88, but Paige Harrop is not safe in that second spot. Marginal scores needed for both surfers, for Kira and Nixie. So it's going to come right down to the end, and priority is going to start playing into the favour. So Kira's got the driver's seat right now. She's going to be looking for one of those big major manoeuvres or a combo, but she's going to have to do it soon.
I think if you're anyone, like any kind of competitor, you probably don't want to hear that Kira Pinkerton or Nixie Ryan is breathing down the back of your neck. But if anyone has the experience, it's Paige Harrop, 13 years on the QS, time on the tour as well. Yeah, I definitely wanted to see her hit that second section, but yeah, like we said, just kind of didn't get on her toes enough for that quick, deep bottom turn. But looks like Nixie now swinging on this one.
Yeah. Ooh. Thought she was about to tee off in that section, but just digs rail a little bit. But look how close the surfers are surfing the shore break right now. So a lot of opportunity for these surfers to be able to capitalise on the waves out there. The tactics and the gamesmanship starting to come into it. Kira dropping anchor and trying to wait for a wave of substance. Maybe one more opportunity left in this heat. An experienced competitor. She's hasn't had a great deal of success on the Challenger Series, but she did re-qualify through the QS. She got 3rd in that regional series in North America. That's incredibly difficult. Well, I would just say that the rank of surfers coming through there and the quality through the NSSA and then onto the QS, it's very deep. And there's a lot of surfers over there with a lot of opportunities. They go to all the events, and if you don't do well in that comp, there's someone else popping up, breathing down your neck in that next event, as is Australia and all the regions right now. And that's the beauty of what we have here at the Challenger Series. We've got these different nationalities from different regions that have qualified through the regional qualifiers, but we're coming on to the Bonsoy, I should say the NRMA 2-minute warning.
Yeah, I kind of love the first 2 events in Australia because I feel like everyone just really starts to suss each other out.
Oh, and there she goes, Kira. And she get a second turn here. She tees off. And she is able to ride out of that one. So that's the one. You could feel the passion there. The hands clasped together. So Kira Pinkerton, just a sigh of relief. She gets maybe her better 2-turn combo of the exchange right now. And some relief for there. And this is Rosie Smart. A snap to get things started and puts her body into that one. And she rides out the current heat leader, looking really strong as we're approaching 1 minute remaining. Exciting times for Kira. I think that's going to be the score, Rich.
Yeah, it'll be the score and then some. That was, for me, I think it was the strongest ride of the entire heat. Just the timing again showed enough restraint before she got to that second turn. But 2 big, strong manoeuvres. You could see it was relief and adulation. You know, once she'd made that manoeuvre, you know, just came down. She knew it was good. Let's check the replay. So, nice bottom turn, clean snap. Keeps it moving down the line and gets to that final turn. Just pauses for a minute before she came down and executed it really, really well. And then this was Rosie behind her. Again, just in really good rhythm here. And she has come on hot at the back half of this heat.
Yeah, if there was any debate about these surfers getting cold feet, up here, and there we go. Oh, the confidence just soaring for both Rosie and Kira right now. But you can just definitely say Rosie's warmed to the occasion. A slow start, but towards the end of this heat, coming back with a vengeance. But it's Nixie and Paige who might be requiring a score right now. We definitely think Kira's going to improve in a situation, needing a 3.37, final 10 seconds. It's always nice as a competitor when you can get that opportunity in the dying minutes, whether it's the win or a lose, just to have that chance. It does seem like Rosie's taking that win. She's safe, but we're waiting for that score to drop for Pinkerton right now. Last year, she did make the round of 32, so she is in unfamiliar territory right now. And she gets score. Rockets to the lead, an 8-point ride, an excellent score there. Well deserved there for the power surfer out of San Clemente, California. Kira Pinkerton takes the win from Rosie Smart. And the rookie on the Challenger Series, Paige Harrop, Nixie Ryan, got off to an early loss, but it's a story. Rosie Smart coming from 4th to 1st, warming to the occasion.
Oh, it was amazing to see. I love it. And I love what Kira Pinkerton brought to the end of that heat too. That's the kind of surfing I want to see here at Narrabeen, and I'm excited. I can't wait for the rest of them.
Veteran on the Challenger Series, looking good.
Yeah.
Never say die attitude. I love it. She was always in the heat. She found that little gem in the closing moments. And you can feel the confidence lifting in her now as she runs up the beach. Yeah. What a moment.
That beautiful mayhem. Thumbtail looking fantastic under the feet of Kira Pinkerton. An 8-point ride and a 4.83. A convincing win there in the dying moments of the heat from Rosie Smart.
I'm going to pass you off to Chris Edelvar for the next time.
Stay tuned, more action coming up. We're going to go to a break and get Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Parmentier back in the booth.
It is so good to be back here on Sydney's Northern Beaches at North Narrabeen, no less. One of the most consistent surf breaks on the Australian coastline. It always delivers, and it's been the stage for amazing competitive moments. We're going to get some more out of the event this week. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Palmatier. Flick, tricky conditions today for the competitors. They're really fighting for their place in that next round, and they've got to go out there with a sharp game plan in mind.
Yeah, it's been tricky. I think the men had the lion's share of it this morning. It was nice and glassy, it was clean, and then we saw sort of around just before lunchtime that wind sort of pick up out of the southeast, and things definitely did get a little bit more tricky. And as we're moving through to that lower tide as well, it's hard to find a good score. However, that last heat, Kira dropping an 8-point ride, I think one
the
of
first
those
excellent score of the event.
There we go.
I think
so too.
Well, here we go. We are going to now get stuck into heat number 5, the round of 48 for the women. Good lineup, this one. Just saw Ainon Matsuoka of Japan out there in the white take her first ride. Mia Huppets is out there in the green jersey at the moment. Let's have a look at this replay, though. Tessa Thyssen representing France. Nice end section hit there and stays on her feet.
Yeah, and 5-point ride, so well rewarded. And this is Tanya on the backhand. This wave, though, sort of just tapering off. A little bit more of a horizontal approach. And this is Ainon on the forehand, slashing away there. Another little jab in the pocket and finishes with a third turn. So this heat well and truly underway. We're waiting for a score for Ainon and Tessa's second wave to lock in, but I'd love, that side-on angle of Tessa's was really hard to see just how critical it was. But I mean, she dropped a 5-point ride for just the singular turn there. And yeah, I mean, that's a great score right now, especially when you consider that, just the heat totals today that we've had.
Yeah, really impressive. Just a punchy end section, and she attacked it. Got the number she needed. Ainon's score is about to drop in. And it looks like it's going to be a reasonable one, on par with her rivals. Ainon came through in second place on the Asian regional ranks. Really stacked field, a lot of depth there. And she finished second place behind Sarah Wakita and just ahead of Amuro Suzuki. So it was a hotly contested regional battle for a place on the Challenger Series amongst the Asian women.
Yeah, as we see, it looks like Tessa having another look.
Tessa, she finished second on the European regional ranks. Already banking a 5 for one big individual turn. Finds a bit of green wall to work with, or greenish wall. And lets go of a decent turn there. Would have liked to have fit in a couple more moves on the outside. Just over 24 minutes to go before we see some replays. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Kira Pinkerton is with Jess.
Yes, Kira, that was absolutely clutch out there. The dying minutes of the heat, you only needed a 4-point ride, but you banked an 8-point ride, and you could feel the emotion, how much this means to you right now. Talk us through it.
Yeah, after Snapper losing first heat, I was a little heartbroken, so I wanted to come here and kind of like kick it back into gear. And when I was in third with 3 minutes, I was like, there is no way 2 events in a row I'm losing first round. So if I just got a wave, I knew I had to complete it and do something. And I've been drinking so much coffee lately, I can't function. I don't drink caffeine at all, and this whole trip, my friend Ellie Brown has been drinking coffee, and now I'm like fully jittered out, but I think it's helping, I hope.
Well, maybe we'll lay back on the coffee a little bit, but you seem to have been really composed, and you dropped the highest score of the day, I think, so amazing. Obviously, your board looking amazing, so you know the surfing's there, like you said before.
Yeah, I feel super good. It's just, heats don't always go your way. You could be on the wrong waves or something. But yeah, I just wanted to connect on something and felt like it wasn't happening at first, but I hope it gives me a little momentum for this week.
Amazing. And back here in Narrabeen, we know you're so strong on your forehand and your backhand. That must feel just so good to start off your campaign here. What's been your favourite part about the trip so far?
My friend Ellie Brown came out here with me, and we did the road trip down, and we stopped in a bunch of beautiful places. And then since we've been here, it's just super nice to be back in some uncrowded beach breaks around here, and so that's kind of what we've been enjoying.
Amazing. Don't tell too many people that. Congratulations. We'll see you into the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Law. And Kira Pinkerton there, love the shades. Very fast to go with the hyped up. Fully caffeinated Kira Pinkerton dropping the first excellent score of the day. Solid combination there. And she is powering through to that next round. But let's get caught up on what's unfolding here in the lineup. Because we did see our surfer from Brazil put together a pretty decent ride. Tina Hicknell. And we're waiting on that score to come through.
Yeah, she put together a couple of nice turns on the backhand, and she even claimed it too. So she was liking it. She felt good about it. But yeah, just Kira Pinkerton, interesting post interview. Never drinks coffee, but Australia is a great place to start. We've got great coffee culture here.
We sure do. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, she claimed this, so she felt good.
Boom.
Up into lip on that first turn, and straight up for the second one. She liked it. And this is Tessa. Yeah, she's in and out. That was not going to factor in.
Yeah, I think what the surfers are celebrating is the opportunity to throw a combination together at the moment, because it is tricky out there. The onshore flow and the wind just helping to sort of crumble these waves, speed up that kind of closeout process, if you will. So Tina, she's well aware that is a solid combination. Fetches her a 6, sees it at the top of the leaderboard at this stage. Tessa in second spot now. But yeah, hopefully we get a little bit of a glass off this afternoon.
Is that what your spidey senses are saying?
It just seems like it might just be the sunshine on this lineup. Seems to have cleaned it up a little bit, or made it look a little bit more inviting. As we see Anon now, nice hit there, moves a lot of water, climbs up over the lip, and just gets soaked up by the white water, doesn't emerge. So a lost opportunity there.
Definitely. I think that she was on her way to a good score there. That first turn really well timed, but I mean, she's going to be bummed that she fell off on that second one for sure. Definitely missed opportunity for sure. Let's have a look. So this first section, really nice scoopy bowl there. Looks like everything was going smoothly, but she just came down with that explosion of that lip and yeah, just got bucked right on off.
Yeah, we're touching on the history of competitive surfing for the men here at Narrabeen. Similar for the women, going all the way back to the 70s on the Northern Beaches, where Margot Oberg, Lim Boyer had victories. And then the contest was fixed here at Narrabeen for a couple of years through the early 90s. Wendy Botha, Pam Burridge, Lane Beachley, victorious. But you know, it sort of moved around the place as the championship tour stopped. Yeah, a lot of the greats won here at Narrabeen. Kylie Webb, Caroline Marks got a victory when we returned in 2021. So it's a great honour roll of, you know, major event champions on the Northern Beaches, and someone's going to get their opportunity to throw their name into that mix. And Isabella Nichols obviously on a quest to go back-to-back.
Yeah, I think one thing to mention too, and it always comes to mind for me when I think about Narrabeen, probably just because of my age, is that, you know, my era was always World Junior title was decided here at Narrabeen, and the years that I was competing, fellow commentator Laura got a win here. So, yeah, for me that just fully sticks out. And yeah, who else got a win here? There's, I think, Maxine Husino that year as well.
Adriana de Souza.
Yeah, Jessie Miley Dyer might have got a win out here, World Junior title, I think. Is that correct? Could be wrong, need to confirm.
Oh, here we go. Tessa, another solid just individual turn. Already has a 5-for-1 move, and she's only looking to improve on a 3.6.
I'm thinking that's going to be better than the 3.6. Big section, big turn, well timed.
Here goes Mia Huppets, who's been a little quiet in this heat so far, but ready to make some noise and celebrate. Maybe celebrating a birthday.
Possible birthday today. I thought I saw a shout out from friend Ellie Harrison today. As we look at this one, this is Tessa, big oncoming section. She goes up and hits it, times it well.
I don't know if it had the same punch as the turn that she did on the 5, but still a well-timed hit.
I just don't think the section was as big or as meaty as that opening wave, but Really well timed. It's going to definitely, I think it's going to improve on that 3.6.
For sure. Yeah, 17 and a half minutes to go here. And it is Tanya Hinkle who's hanging on to that first position at the moment on the back of a 6. But Tessa only needs a 4.5 to climb up into first, then she's a very good chance of doing it. As we see the Brazilian up again, already a really nice hit on a foamy section, trying to connect something through to the inside, knowing she's on her way to a pretty decent score here. Swings that tail, climbs the foam. Incomplete on the final maneuver, but pretty tidy work again.
Yeah, she's only looking to improve on that 3.5. I mean, the first turn there, that was looking really good. It's just the wave got just a bit disjointed. Sort of the ones that have that big taper and peel off down the line. I mean, maybe naturally out there you're drawn to those ones because you're like, okay, this has space, I can fit a couple of turns. But they just seem to just be disjointed. They've got lots of lump, they've got bump, and that was a good example of that. It just didn't give that big closeout finish. Let's have a look here. That first turn, up, foam climb really up and over that first section, and here this section just obviously looked like it had that taper. She's looking for the finish, gets a little hit there. I just feel, from what I've noticed, the judges are just really valuing those clean, scoopy sections, even if it's done in shorter succession. Doesn't necessarily need to be that longer, tapered walled, you know. I think, I mean, we've seen surfers getting big scores just for the singular manoeuvre today. I just think it just has to be clean and well-timed. And power.
Exactly. Well, Tessa's throwing some nice power out there. She'd love the opportunity to put 2 turns together on a wave. She just dropped a 4.23. The requirement's growing for Anon and Mia now. Anon after a 4.74, 6.56 required for Mia. We've got 15 and a half minutes to go and a score still on the way. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the show. And what a show it's been today. It's been a really tough one for the competitors, seeking out opportunities in a lineup that's changed a lot from when we first rocked up. Clean and nice little running left-handers for the round of 80 for the men, and into the women we've seen the wing kick up, but there's also been a bit of a tidier lineup, a more organised lineup this afternoon, and we've already started to see some better numbers drop. Anon needed a 4.74 out of that ride to get herself up in a second. It's a good-looking wave.
Promising. big section, timed it well, and look, if I'm going off Tessa's 2 keepers, I mean, her 2 scores, they came from 1 turn singular wave, so we'll see. She does need a 4.74, so that's almost a 5. Here we go, Tessa.
Tessa driving up into the section. Nice hit in the pocket there, but again, it's just a 1-turn wave for her. And unless she can find bigger sections, she'll be kind of hanging around that mid-range point with those kind of rides. Let's have a look at Anon's wave.
I mean, she really jabbed it in that pocket. It's just super hard to tell from that angle whether or not how critical it was. I mean, this turn here, beautiful first turn. She really needs to find one where she can get that second section. And score came through for Anon. And that was a great little nugget there for her.
Yeah, 5.87. That gets her up into the lead now. Tina's in second spot after a 4.37. Tessa's still on the hunt for a mid-range 4. And Mia yet to really put up a decent number, so her requirement, a 6.9, would love to get herself a decent scoring ride pretty soon coming to this final 10 minutes.
Yeah, but Mia's going to know that for sure. I mean, right now, almost a 3 and a 2 isn't really going to stick it here today as we see Tanya up and riding.
Yeah, she's really put herself on some quality waves, and it's another good turn to start, but couldn't get back down and up into the pocket again for a second move. So we'll see what the judges think of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a short, punchy wave. It was hard to. But what it did have is a really nice, clean face and a really beautiful scoop. That's why that one turn did look so good. I think, you could maybe play devil's advocate here and say, oh, maybe she brought that turn just a little bit around, a little bit too much, but it was just such a short, punchy wave, and that's what we're seeing here this afternoon. It's just really difficult to find that wave with 2 manoeuvres right now.
Sure is. Flick, you managed to call a lot of events on the Challenger Series, the CT last year, this new format. Obviously, the different regions offers spaces to competitors on the Challenger Series. What have you made of the depth from all the different regions coming into this season? Because it's been up for conversation, just the new format, because certain regions have more depth than others, and you can only get so many people from your region onto the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just nailed it right there. I think it's great. I think it gives people lots of opportunity. What we are seeing is, and what I've seen from it, is I'm seeing names that I haven't seen before. Some names that I haven't heard of before, and giving those surfers opportunities. However, if you cast your eyes to, North America, the Hawaii region, Australia, we just, facts, so many more people surfing. Our coastlines are littered with coastal towns. We'll get back to that in a second. Mia up and riding, a couple of backhand hacks here, and she'll like that. That's her best score for sure.
Yeah, see how much water was drawing off the sandbar there at the end, just riding over the rapids, and Mia trying to get herself in this heat, and she will with that wave as Adon again on the attack. Yeah, it's interesting to me. I think first year we could see there was a pretty big gap, I think, in the depth, but it's only taken a couple of years for this system to sort of sort itself out, and the level has lifted, I think, through all the regional ranks, and there's more depth coming through.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really, really well surfed wave from Mia. That first turn, she had to draw it out a bit. She went out to the face. Second one, she got a fin release. And that one from Anon, she just got gobbled up there. You could just see how much water was just unloading on her head. But, yeah, I just think it's interesting. Everything has positives and negatives. And I think one good thing is we have seen lots of names that, well, myself personally, that I wouldn't have necessarily seen, because it is regional based now. And then to get to... But then the other positive of it is, what we were talking about before, is that some regions just have a lot more surfers. It's so hot, so much more hotly contested, and it's hard to crack that top 10 or that top 5 for the women to really get a spot to compete on the Challenger Series. And I mean, I just personally love the new talent that I'm seeing and names that I haven't heard. I think that's my biggest takeaway.
Well, maybe the biggest indicator of, coming from regions that in the past that have struggled to get surfers up to the top end of the qualifying ranks, is the fact that the Oceania and Asia region are now mixed, and you've got those Asian surfers getting heat wins over really well-known and established names from the Australian region. And vice versa. You know, Australian surfers and New Zealanders are going over onto the Asian tour and winning events. But yeah, seeing a real big push coming from that zone, and Anon is a big part of that. She's out there in the lineup leading this heat at the moment. Tessa takes off on a nice cupped out wall, but it's a late drop and it prevents her from getting up into the face.
Yeah, even that wave, you know, I think, okay, if she got into that one early, would she have even gotten 2 turns on that? And to be quite honest, I think she would have been a squeeze, and I think it would have looked awkward. I feel like that wave still only offered the one big section. To me right now, it's just super challenging. I'm looking forward to seeing this score come through from Mia, because for me, that was great surfing. Really well timed, beautifully cupped out wave. She's going to need another score for sure after that.
Numbers in for Mia, 6.43. So she has made her move with just enough time left on the clock to make a charge of that second position. It's a solid number though. The best of the heat so far, but she does need more. After a 3.84 now to get to that second spot and potentially qualify for the next round.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see the Grom and how well she handles pressure. And this is probably potentially going to be a clutch situation right now. Clock's ticking down. Yeah, good feelings knowing that you've dropped the highest number of the heat so far, that 6.43, but the work's not done, and she is in third priority, so she's going to have to sell a wave to Tanya and Anon, who are basically ahead of her. So it's going to be tough. Or she's going to have to find some space in the lineup just so that she can get this score. It's only a small score, and remembering that you can get that score in one turn. This doesn't have to be a long, stretched-out wall. You know, I think it can be easy just to sit there and drop anchor, think, oh, I've got to get this score and I need 2 turns. But reality is you do that in one. I mean, we've seen Tessa do it. She's gotten, you know, as we see, Tanya.
Oh, nice. Swinging into that section, but again, can't find room for a second move. Tanya's looking to get rid of 4.27, and it's probably unlikely she'll do it with that wave. It was a smaller wall. Yes, it was a good turn, but it needed more.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to do it either. Right now, it's all coming down. It looks like Mia might have even taken a wave then. So, not sure. It looks like she's paddling back out, so I think she might have had a go at a wave, and she's just... Here we go, this is Tanya, replay. That first turn, great turn, but is it going to better that 4.27? I'm not sure. I think she might have needed one more. Anon.
Yeah, a couple of nice hits here from Anon, and she needed to stay on pace to keep ahead of the field here. She's going to get rid of the 4.5, increase that heat score total, and stand back and say to the rest of the field, run at me. She's going to push further ahead here.
Yeah, that was good. That was great surfing. She found a little runner. Not an easy thing to do today. It's really difficult. Managed to click off a few turns there.
Best wave of the heat?
Oh, I don't know if it was better than Mia's. Mia's were 2 really timed well turns, good turns on the backhand. Here we go. Let's have another look. Then I'll give you my opinion. I mean, that was strong. And finish, I think similar to Mia right there. That second turn for me, first and second turn were really strong.
Waiting on it to drop now. Regardless of where this number goes, we know it's going to be better than the 4.5 by a long margin. So she's going to increase her lead here. And it's going to tighten up. So Mia's still the benefactor of having a 6.43, but does need a 3.84 to get ahead of Taina Hinkle. So scores coming through now, looking pretty solid for Anon, just a little bit better than Mia, 6.53. And you can hear her Japanese cheer squad down there cheering her on here.
Yeah, so highest wave of the heat. Those first 2 turns were well timed. I thought it'd be right there, right near Mia's 6.43. I mean, it's just nervous times you can't help but think Mia just sat that bit too long in the beginning of the heat and just didn't try and get at least a backup score then. I mean, the 6.43, great score, but right now, yeah, it's tough for her. She's got second priority. I think she just needs to try and find. Right now, when you've got second priority and you're sitting next to the person who has first, she's obviously going to go this wave. She's got 2 minutes. Here we go. Let's see Tessa.
Well, Tessa drops into it. The wave's already starting to bowl. She's going to get on the attack, throws everything at it, sticks it, and gets a second turn in finally. She's been chasing that moment. But there was some real risk in that move there. The French crew on hand, watching on. And Tessa has a number on the way. Almost felt like for a minute she was going to pull in there. That wave was cupped out, but she wanted to attack it, and she did.
Yeah, you could just see this one starting to double up, really hit this inside section. She cracks it, lays back, and then gets another little finish. Let's really slow this right on down and see. It almost looks like she lost it here for a second, but then it all came together and just the wave cooperated with her. Everything was, yeah, it was really well timed. And then to be able to have the ability to go straight up into that little section there. I mean, she's chasing a 5.28 and I think that could be it.
Oh.
Well and truly.
Just the risk involved. You know, there's been some decent hits on final sections, committed turns, but no risk thrown like that in this heat. It's a real point of difference in this exchange. 35 seconds to go. Tessa's waiting on this score to drop. Her rivals are wondering what they're going to need, but they would have heard the cheers from the beaches. The beach, and Tessa's going to go again here. Happens a look on the inside, but it feels to me like she's easily going to get the number she needs to get up in to first, maybe into the lead. Movement on the outside. Anon throws it up there and gives it a go on a tricky cupped out closeout. And she doesn't make it stick. But
wow.
Here we go. Numbers coming through. 7.67 for Tessa. And she jumps all the way up into the lead. Anon is hanging on to that second spot. Taina, well, she held on to that second position for some time, but got bumped out by Tessa, really, in the final stages. Super impressive. A clutch moment for the French woman who hangs on for the victory. And Anon is going to finish up in second spot.
Yeah, wow. For me, I just can't help but think about Mia. She just sat, she had that 6.43, but just sat for so long in the beginning that she just couldn't find a backup. But yeah, I mean, that was super clutch from Tessa. Really, really radical. Big layback.
Love it.
Get the job done.
And you can see what it means to her. She's buzzing as she runs up towards her countrymen, her fan club down there. We're going to take a quick break here. More to come from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, just after the break.
That was crazy.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome to the show. Well, if you've never been here to the Northern Beaches, you take a trip, you land in Sydney, you scoot over the Harbour Bridge or through the Harbour Tunnel and eventually make your way to the north side. And, well, from Manly all the way up to Palm Beach, there's incredible beaches, those ocean pools, and, yeah, a lot to see and explore as we take a bit of a trip on the Phil New Sydney Flight Camp. Just around the corner, Parramatta Beach, or Little Narrabeen as it's also known, has its days. But North Narrabeen is one of the most consistent beaches in Australia, I think, and you know, right up there with Duranbah. There's just always a little something out here, and today it's provided a pretty good canvas for us to get the opening rounds done for this event.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's been consistent. I've been shocked, actually, much like what happened up at the Gold Coast. You know, the week leading before going to the Goldie, we were in Margaret River, and I was having a cheeky look at the forecast. I was like, oh, that doesn't look very good. And then it just surprised me. I mean, the Gold Coast just absolutely turned it on, but here too, similar sort of story. And the forecast just keeps getting better.
Well, let's have a look at the lineup for this heat. Right now, you're watching Nora Liotta. And we've got a low tide approaching 2:30 this afternoon. And it's just making things a little tricky with some of the cupped out, tricky, sucky, dredgy sandbar closeouts. Some competitors are still letting go of some quality committed turns. But again, just to fill you in on who's out there at the moment, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, Laura Rupp, the Brazilian, is out there. Saw Nora on her first wave just a moment ago, and Safi Vedi from New Zealand, who's going to be representing New Zealand at the Olympics later this year in Tahiti. Safi's a great young surfer, but hasn't put a good score on the board just yet. No one has, though, so no dramas there.
Nah, no dramas, but all these women haven't got a keeper result yet up at Snapper. So coming down here to Narrabeen before they leave Australia, much like that last heat, you know, all these women want a good result. They don't want to be leaving Australia with nothing or no result to show, because it just puts all that pressure on the end of the year. They're going to have to really perform in those last 4 events because you're scoring your top 4. You can't have 2 throwaways in Australia. It's just the pressure will be on. Not saying it's not doable, but it's hard.
Yeah, the opening round, the round of 48, you know, has the surfers with those lowest seeds, the form surfers, those that achieved the big results in the opening event. They're already seeded into the round of 32. That's who those progressing competitors are going to be coming up against. But you're right, it's time to turn it around. This is where you don't want to end up in this round at each of the Challenger Series stops. You want to elevate that seed, avoid, you know, having an out of rhythm moment on day one of competition and perhaps getting bundled out of the draw early.
Yeah, I think too, just with, you know, the women surfing later on in the day and just with the change in conditions too, I mean, you just got to be adaptable, you got to be flexible. I mean, I'm sure they would have been, you know, as soon as the call was made this morning by Will Hayden-Smith, I mean, they would have figured out when they're going to be surfing, looked at the forecast, and you would have think, you know, over the last few days, they would have been practicing out here. We had, you know, stormy, wild conditions, so feeling sort of adaptable, what's the word? Like, they are adapting to it, but, I mean, it's so tricky right now. I mean, we've seen, you know, people advancing through heats in the last couple with just, you know, the singular turn waves getting the scores.
Definitely.
It's challenging.
The good thing for the competitors is, you know, I mentioned that there's so many beaches and just around the corner they can go get themselves a warm-up. So there is a lot of the competitors have been exploring the entire peninsula looking for places to warm up. Let's see what Safi can serve up here. Drives into it, but nothing there to lay into. So she gets out of there. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Laura Tessa, laying down a committed turn to steal the victory in the end.
Absolutely, Tessa. That was dying minutes. You needed a mid-5, and you just laid it on the line with that last wave and got the score, well beyond the score. How are you feeling right now?
I'm relieved. I'm relieved it's done, but I feel like my surfing was there, but not my strategy. So I was really trying to regroup and focus on my surfing and my wave selection, because that's the hardest part out there.
It felt like in that heat everyone was dropping good scores. You know, was anyone could really run away with it? And how did you keep your composure at the end to get that wave and really turn it around?
I have this phrase in my head that's like, you do you, don't focus on the others. I had to focus on myself, on my surfing. I know that with one big turn you can score big scores, so that was a bit my goal, even though I saw the Japanese in white catching good lefts with many turns, so I was hoping for that, but otherwise I was maybe thinking about big one turn.
Absolutely, your surfing is well and truly there. Coming off a 9th place on the Gold Coast, how does it feel to be down here right now, surfing left-handers?
I'm happy to surf lefts. I hope the swell is going to be good for the next days and keep that momentum with me, hopefully.
Well, you're looking strong. Good luck in the next round, Tessa.
Merci.
Anything you want to say to your family, friends back home? I'm sure they're up and watching right now.
Oh, it's very late, I think. Mais merci beaucoup à ceux qui se sont levés pour me regarder. Merci beaucoup. Je suis très contente d'être ici, d'être avec Yann le Malin, d'avoir des bonnes planches. Je me sens bien et let's go. Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. You do you. I like that. That's her little mantra, and it's paid off for a big time. I think, you know, and what she meant was like her strategy in that heat was just to do committed turns. I mean, 3 big individual turns. It wasn't until that final wave that she was able to combo something up. And she blitzed it in the end, made that jump from 3rd to 1st. And now we are going to see what Leilani can get done. Just gets bumped off there, but I like the speed off the bottom into the first section. Will serve you well when the waves are starting to shut down a little bit on that shallow sandbar. As we see now, in the blue. Oh, fighting it. But Laura can't hang on for the finish.
Whoa, I mean, even in that shot before, you see in the foreground just how much water was sucking off that bank as we, on that low tide right now. Just super shallow, and I mean both sections just then with Leilani and with Laura, like they were just big converging walls of water. I mean, you need to be getting up there super early or either going for that lip line option. So hard and difficult to do, but I mean it's challenging to ride out of those turns right now when you've got 2 big energies coming together. I mean, and that we just saw it then. I mean, let's watch Leilani. I mean, she had the right ideas straight up into the lip, but she was getting bucked off there.
The old North Narrabeen exfoliation program. It's just so much sand getting churned up there on the inside. It almost looks like when the sand's drawing off the sandbar, it's kind of running downhill.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that before. I mean, you can even just see it, all the water moving out from the Narrabeen Lake. It's creating that rip, the low tide, all that water pushing out. Looks like maybe Laura having a look here, but things right now I feel like it's probably as difficult as they're going to get throughout today.
One of the longer beaches on the peninsula, and you know, a lot of that sand flow, natural sand flow coming down from Collaroy helps groom the walls here and gets that build up happening. Laura just finishing one off there on the inside, but still no decent scores on the board for any of these competitors. This is anyone's heat.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely wide open. I mean, just a couple of 1s, 2s, these are all going to be throwaway scores for sure. Let's have a look what Laura got done here on this ride again. It's that one lip line and did well to ride out of it. Yeah, I think this is wide open. This is anyone's game. I mean, Laura's score probably going to be the best, I'd say.
Let's talk Sydney surfers. obviously, it was a breeding ground for a long time of multiple world champions, of incredible craftsmen and pioneers in the surfboard design world as well. But who's your favourite surfer from Sydney?
I just can't go past Lane Beachley.
There
She's
you go.
just so my idol, my hero growing up. Pam Burridge as well. But I just can't go past those two women for me. And then Simon Anderson from Surfboard Design. I mean, how can you not? Responsible for the thruster and, I mean, so many amazing surfboards. A great surfer himself, still surfs really well. But I can't go past Lane. I feel like she just defined an era. Obviously, multiple world titles. Pushed the limits in big wave surfing. But I just had posters of her on my wall when I was a little kid, wanted to be her. I still remember the first time I ever met her was actually during a Margaret River Pro when I was about 12 years old. And remember I ran up to her. It's one of those moments when you see your idols and you get too scared to run up to them and actually you kind of starstruck. And I remember my dad pushed me out there like, go on, go say hello. And I did, and I got her to sign a poster, and she said, set your goals, live your dreams, Lane Beachley. And I got it framed. And I sat on my bedside table for about 18 years. So, yeah, tip the hat off to Lane. I feel like she's well and truly my favourite Sydney surfer.
I love it. Good call. 16 minutes remaining here. And Laura has jumped up into the lead. 3.83, that's the biggest number of this heat so far. And that's left Leilani, Nora, Safi, all chasing pretty low numbers to get ahead of her. There is time. Yeah, it's a fun conversation. There's so many people to pick from. My brother and I pretty much had a shrine to Tom Carroll in our bedroom when we were grommets. Every surf photo of Tom we'd cut out and stick on the wall. It was holding the house up at one point. Here we go. Nice little sequence of turns from Leilani, who's a very accomplished young surfer.
Yeah, she is. She surfs, well, comes from Costa Rica. Lots of great left-handers. And you could just see, I mean, you just have to go to her socials and just see how well she surfs a left-hand point break. It's absolutely incredible. So I'm sure that she's someone who's super stoked that the Challenger Series is coming here to Narrabeen on a left-hander. We've already had so many surfers mention it this morning, but it's just nice to surf in the other direction. You know, we've got so many rights on tour, on the Championship Tour and on the Challenger Series, so it's really refreshing to see all these surfers going left.
Yeah, Leilani had the opportunity to compete in the 2020 Summer Games, Olympic Games.
Here we go. Let's have a look what she got done. Slashes there through that first section, up into the lip. Those last two turns, they were tricky turns. There's a hard section to move through as we see Laura.
Yeah, Laura's just doing, you know, a good job of getting just small combos together, just staying busy while she can, just trying to build on her position at this stage. You know, these surfers at the moment are trying to make lemonade out of lemons. They just haven't had the opportunity just yet. I mean, it's not the tastiest lemonade that they're serving up at this stage of the game, but yeah, someone's going to tap into a solid section here at one point and flip this heat on its head. And it could be Safi way back in fourth place. She's got priority now.
Yeah, it's not easy peasy lemon squeezy, is it?
It's definitely not.
It's hard work right now.
13 and a half minutes to go. Something standing up on the outside here and moving into position. There's a surfer in white, but it is Safi holding priority. She's going to let this one go. And Nora's going to have a crack at it. Good looking section standing up. There's a better hit. Might be the best turn of this heat so far. 13 minutes to go. We'll see a replay of it after the break when that score drops. But it might be enough for Nora to jump up into the top two here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. up, we're here at Shorty's to kick off the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy and to celebrate what has been an incredible Aussie leg. Everyone's here, we've got competitors, we've got our partners here, and everyone's out trying to sing some birds. It's going to be a fun night.
Anything could happen. This guy gets all technical, but can break 90.
We're coming up here a little bit, so hopefully got a little edge.
It was a lot of fun, and it was Alistair Reginado getting the job done in a playoff for the victory, taking Joel Vaughan and Dylan Moffat to the top of the podium with him, winning a couple of Shorty's packs, some prizes from Coopers. But yeah, like we've said, there's a million things to do here in Sydney, even when you're not trying to track down a wave. So get involved.
Yeah, that was a fun night, wasn't it? Fun night on the green.
Good
Great
way
food.
to kick off the event.
Yummy food.
Here we go on the outside. Laura trying to hang on for the finish, fighting hard and gets it. And she understands the importance at the moment of just scrapping for your numbers. Because no one's really dropped the big number in this heat. Nora's got the best of it, 4.67 for the individual turns. But Safi, she's come to life as well with the single highest number of this heat so far, 5.67. On the previous wave.
Yeah, it's unbelievable right now. Every moment I mean, there's been lots of crucial moments in this heat, but it's still so wide open. And with 9 minutes on the clock, I mean, you'd want to be thinking that you're not safe with just a 4.67 if you're Nora, or a Safi with that 5.67. It's still so wide open. And we saw it happen in the last heat. Tessa in those dying seconds scored that 7.67, that big layback hat. It was super clutch, and she jumped from third to first, I think, was it? I think third to first. It's just wide open. I would not be feeling safe if I was any of these women right now. You got to get the ball rolling, and I think you've got to adjust your expectations because the conditions have deteriorated. I don't think you can go out there and be thinking that you can guarantee. I think a lot of these women are still looking for these big 2-3 term moments, and reality is it's one at the moment. Like, it's very tricky, and I think you got to go out there looking for those big 1-term moments, not trying to fit in 2 where you should just be going for 1. And once you've locked in those 2 1-turn waves, then start looking and building on that. I mean, you can just see from this flight cam here just how shallow it is there. I mean, you can see all the sand. Gives you a good indication of just how shallow it is on this low tide right now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I do think that a lot of competitors are out there looking for a unicorn.
Yeah.
Some magic wave that's going to give you multiple opportunities. But I think the sets are where the opportunity is. Doesn't matter if it's closeout. As long as you have time to drive off the bottom into one big individual turn.
Yep.
You got a chance, but it's not out of reach either for any competitors. And in a lot of the heats, the first and even second spot have been well and truly up for grabs right down until the final hooter, because it hasn't been a high-scoring day of competition. And honestly, there's been a resistance, or maybe the conditions have played into it, for people to throw out high-risk, manoeuvres that break into the excellent range. And really, Tessa in that previous heat threw a lot of risk. We saw some good moves. Ayres laid down in the opening round for the men. But there's plenty of scale to work with if someone's willing to put it on the line and throw down something a little bit more out there.
Yeah, I agree. I think there has been a bit of hesitation with just the commitment levels of, and maybe it is this first round, and maybe it is that there is no second chances, and that's a lot of pressure for these surfers to be dealing with. maybe, and a lot of these surfers in this first round might not necessarily have had a good result at Snapper, so now that pressure's on to get a good result here at Narrabeen. But I honestly agree with you. I feel like adjust your expectations, and if it was me, I would honestly be looking for that one big money turn moment, because, well, I mean, we saw, I think it was, Nanaho just go up into the lip. It was one turn. I think it was a 6.43 or 6.83, just for that one big backhand hang. It was just well timed. There was nothing super progressive about it. It was just a well-timed hit on a big section, and it almost got her a 7-point ride. I feel like, the expectations and need to be shifted a little bit, because right now it's super tricky. So I think being able to be adaptable right now and flexible in changing that strategy, because looking for these small little ones that are really coming in on the bank and they're drawing really hard, I mean, in my mind, when I'm watching, it's not as exciting as one big turn moment on a big section.
I back that. Just over 5 minutes to go here. And Laura's added to that heat score total, 5.17 on that last wave. Got a decent-looking right-hander standing up here for Nora, and she banks into that first turn, winds through a carve, just looking to add any extra points she can. So she was in fourth spot, only needed a 2.4 to get to second.
I think she's got that, well and truly. Couple of turns there, found a little right.
And that's having your head on a swivel, you know, where there's predominant lefts out there and you've got three opponents really focused on finding that left. She goes out, surfs the other way, finds a right, and she might get the score she needs here to get into a qualifying position.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to her not just being so fixated on, okay, left, Narrabeen. And yeah, nice little snap in the lip. And I like that she got that little carve there, because this wave wasn't going to give her anything else. And Laura.
Yeah, Laura digging in as well. She shifted her focus a little bit too. Been at it on the lefts. Why not give a right a go, trying to better a 3.83. 4 minutes to go. We'll see some replays and get some scores in just a moment. But right now, let's check in with the Waxhead.
Down here at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard, and we have some heats lined up for tomorrow. We have the round of 64 coming up tomorrow for the men, but I'm looking forward to heat number 2. George Pittar, Jadson Andre, Kian Martin representing Sweden from Bali, and of course Geordie Marie there. And looking forward to number 8, so we have Samuel Pupo, Joel Vaughan, Dakota Waters and Josh Burke. These are surfers that are proven to be aerial specialists, going left, going right, beach breaks, reefs, it doesn't matter. These surfers are going to be packing fireworks. It's going to be stacked tomorrow. Hopefully the waves are cooking. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you. Matt Chudovsky there. And yeah, we definitely have some great heats to look forward to. Of course, those that fetch the big results. Had good runs on the Challenger Series last year, already seeded into the second round. They've still got a few heats to sort out here. 3 minutes remaining in this one. And Laura's just doing everything she can to hang on to this number 1 position at the moment. Saw Nora make the jump up in the second. 3.97 for her on that right-hander. And Leilani now, after a 5.04, she's actually got the most work to do. Safi doesn't need a lot, just 2.97. Safi's out there. Just at this point, should just be looking for almost anything to have a crack at that score.
It's one turn. It really is. And good thing for third and fourth right now, Leilani and Safi, is they're sitting out there with, you know, first and second priority. So they're going to have the pick of the wave when it comes through. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, just with how many waves and the consistency right now, they're going to get an opportunity. And if it's me, I'm putting it all on the line for one turn, unless that unicorn really does come through, which is highly unlikely.
You could see that there's almost like a little rip running between the right and the left, the predominant left here at the moment. I think that is maybe what's, you know, holding these competitors back just a little bit, just not able to find that clean line to draw up into the pocket as we get to the NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning. Here we go. Safi's going after the score here. Doesn't need a lot, but has picked off a wave with quite a bit of foam on the face. 2.97 the requirement.
It was a good turn, but I feel like because there was that foam on the face, it just didn't look as aesthetically pleasing. if that was a clean-faced wave with that turn, I feel like it's like a sure bet. Do you know what I mean?
Well, also you just get to, set a deeper rail line into the face. You get to drive a bit harder through it. So we're waiting on the score to come through, but it's not convincing.
No.
Could be close. And Safi after a 2.97 to get herself up in a second.
Interesting for me now. I mean, there's quite a bit of distance. Leilani's obviously chosen to sit wider on the bank. Let's break this down. Exactly what you said, Rod. If it was a cleaner face wave, she could have probably gone deeper into that bottom turn too. It just...
Look, she's getting pushed in too. Not easy to fight your way through the impact zone right now. Just trying to get back out there. 45 seconds to go. That might have been a last shot at it. So her success in this event hedges on that last number coming through at a 2.97 or better as Leilani gives it a go. She needs a 5.04. Nice combination here. Pumps the fist. Is that going to do it for Leilani?
Wow.
These are two very borderline numbers. And, well, Nora might put it out of reach here. She's not going to.
Not sold straight away. And we need to break it down. We need to have another little look.
I think the judges might be having a look too at what else has unfolded here as Laura, who's leading this heat, rides one more, gets a nice hit in there. She was trying to better a 3.83. Unlikely that she did. But Laura should be sweet because she was up in that top position.
Yeah.
Leilani, nice slice. Had a tricky midsection to ride through and then got a nice connection on the final hit.
She's chasing the biggest score, 5.04. And Safi as well. I mean, she only needed 2.97. That's a pretty small score. And like I keep saying, it's one turn. I mean, she did the one turn, but it was on this whitewashy faced wave. A lot of lump and bump in it.
Had Bonsoy froth all over it.
Did.
She definitely did a well-timed hit. We're waiting on that number to come through. It might be enough, but just you got to remember. Safi just jumps up. It didn't quite come in as the number she needed. She was after a 2.97. She got a 2.7, but we are waiting on a score for Leilani. Nora Liotta should be nervous right now.
We are waiting for the last of Brent to lock
5.07.
She needs a 5.04.
I thought it was a pretty clean ride.
On the beach.
Whipped through the carve nicely. The wave was just broken up a bit. The flow was a little lost through the mid portion of the ride.
I think it's right there. I think they're just taking their time. But that last turn for me, if I'd be hypercritical of Leilani, I think the timing, it just was so difficult to surf. If I just hypercritical, the timing was slightly off, but it was a tricky heat. It's really tricky conditions.
So borderline. It's really hard to call it.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay out of this one.
Yeah, the judges are going back and having a look. I'm kind of reflecting on what we saw earlier on from Nora. She had a pretty good number for 4.67. Kind of doesn't really even stick in my mind what she achieved on that ride.
Yeah. I mean, I
kind of feel like she might get it here.
Yeah. Okay.
Such anxious moments. I mean, for us, it's it's a first round heat, and the event's not going to be decided here. But for these young competitors, there's so much hedging on it, and Leilani's going to get the number she needs to make the jump. And there is the emotion and an indication of just how important these early round wins are. And she's going to move on through to the next round.
Serves in the seat, getting on down. 5, 4, 3.
Working with local boy, a former competitor himself, Matty Cattle. And Laura hanging on for the victory there. There's the numbers. It was a low-scoring heat, but it made it exciting in the end. Look at the scores. Less than a point separating all four competitors. We're going to take a break here. When we return, Matt Chinoski, Jess Starling and Richie Lovett are going to step in for the call.
High five and everyone.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Matt Chinoski in the booth here. We have next was Jesse Starling and Richie Lovett joining us for the call. We're into Heat 7 of the first round of the women's today, and it's been a great day of surfing so far, Richie.
Been amazing. Waves have turned up, been really fun. We've seen a bit of a mixed bag. We've seen some airs, we've seen really good turns, seen conditions change throughout the day as well. So it's adaptation has been a key to winning.
And a former competitor yourself, and relishing the opportunity to be in the booth. What have you made of today, your former local spot?
Yeah, today's just been so fun. I feel like it's been great to see how the world takes on a wave that I know so well, and it's cool to see how they draw different lines to what we, growing up here have done. So I get so used to seeing the locals surf this wave a particular type of way, so it's really cool to see how all the different nationalities kind of look at our wave. Quite a cool way.
In this heat, we do have Daniela Rosas of Peru, Amuro Suzuki from Japan, the Olympian, Anastasia Venter, the South African, and Sierra Kerr, World Junior Champion, lining up, taking her spot here in the round of 48, winning that junior event. You're able to jump straight into the Challenger Series. It's just like an elevation through. She got 10th on the QS and the regional QS. So it's 17-year-old up and riding, first wave of the exchange. Here she goes, and she rides out too. Strong surfing up first from Sierra, and looks like we had a 5.5 in the break from Daniela.
Yeah, here we go, Daniela Rosas. She's from Peru, and she's a really sassy surfer, I want to say. She's got so much attitude in when she surfs, and I feel like those two turns kind of just highlight that fact.
And this is our replay of Sierra's, Richie.
Yeah, big wave out the back here. Sierra tags that oncoming section, and not a problem for the World Junior Champion. She's just so strong on her feet. This is Amuro Suzuki, and she finds a nice little left-hander. Just not as many open-face turns there. So quick start for all our competitors. This is Anastasia, just cutting back, staying with this one, waiting for it to build up again. Succession of snaps all the way through, but I think she'll be looking for something more. And this is Sierra's second ride. Quick snap, and again, gets to that closeout section, not a problem. So Sierra getting a really quick start, putting some good big numbers on the board already.
Yeah, surfers keeping really busy. That 6.67 was for that first wave of Sierra, that big single turn, throwing a lot of extravagance at that section. There hasn't been a lot of bigger sets, and she really committed on that. She got rewarded very nicely at 6.67, so that's going to be a keeper at any point throughout this event. If you can open up with that, it's a healthy score.
Absolutely. I feel like in that last heat, we didn't really see any waves with that much consequence come through, but Sierra, in the space of, 5 minutes, has found two really good-looking sections and capitalized on both of them.
And this is Amuro here, looking to answer back for herself, and a nice two-turn combination, going vertical in the end. A really precise surfer representing Japan at the Tokyo Olympics. She's now taking on almost an elder role in the regional QS. A lot of the younger Japanese surfers coming up underneath her, and but she's no slouch either, just improving every time she puts on the rash vest and really enjoying the opportunity to be on the tour. And we talk about these surfers traveling a lot and embracing the locations we're at. How important is that when you're on the event tour, Richie?
Yeah, it is really important. You want to feel comfortable wherever you go in the world. It sounds kind of hard, but the more you can sort of immerse yourself in what's going on in the area and really get to know the local restaurants and tune in with the community there, I think it goes a long way. So I know when we went to France, we used to embrace the culture there quite strongly of a night time.
Yeah, a lot of events in Europe back then too. There was the full tour. You used to go between France and Spain, and there's QSs and the CTs back to back as well. So if you weren't doing too well on the CT, you could always get some extra prize money or back it up with some extra points. In the
Yeah, absolutely. The QS used to really follow Summer through Europe there, and it was a fun time. You obviously had to make sure you were ready to rock and roll when the heats came around. But yeah, definitely fun. Live action here, Sierra.
Wow. She goes to the air, and Sierra rides out of an air reverse, and she looks up to the judges and said, yep, I stomped that, and I rode out clean and control, so we'll expect that to come in at a healthy score as well. You don't see the airs in the women's division as much, but it is starting to creep into everyday performances.
Oh, she is just so good. And even free surfing with her up the coast, she pulls about 4 or 5 of these per surf. So I'm so glad she's introducing them more and more into her competitive game because it's fun to watch.
And that was a legitimate air too. She really got tail high there and stomped it nice and clean. So the judges will appreciate that clean landing. We talk about aerials. We've seen some mixed scores from the judges today, but it's that landing and that smooth completion that the judges are after.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was clean as a whistle, how she landed that one. And you know, the reason why she went for that is because she's already got 2 good scores on the board, so she was clear for takeoff. And you know, she just went, okay, now I can start to pull out these progressive manoeuvres, and she really is part of this real top echelon of young female surfers, as we see surfer up and white. This is Anastasia.
So relatively sleepy so far in this heat. She'll be looking to build on her total as South African. She's come through the regional QS, and she's an experienced competitor in herself, but she has the work cut out for her for the fiery Daniela Rosas. She got a 5.5 for her opening wave, and Sierra, we yet to see that air locked in, but she's out to a healthy lead right now. And Rosas, she's definitely, you summed it up, that word fiery before. She really carries a lot of aggression through her turns. You can really see she's activated, whether she's putting on the Rashi at Huntington or she's over there in Portugal putting on. You can really see the determination in her. It must be pretty intimidating to see that look in your eyes. And who's someone in your tours, Richie, that would intimidate you just by the look?
Well, Andy was pretty ferocious, you know. Competing against him. Sonny Garcia was another one who was really formidable, kind of scary. You know, you'd sort of, Sonny wasn't the best paddler, and you'd be, you know, going for priority and sort of just growl at you if you started to come up his inside. So, but yeah, you know, both those guys competed with a lot of heart and a lot of passion, and you know, they were tough competitors.
I don't know what I would do if I was paddling for a wave and Sonny Garcia growls at me. I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's sort of reputation, you know, that precedes you when you go into a heat situation. This is Red up and riding.
Oh, Daniela Rose is unable to ride out of that one. But the surfers keep really busy today. If you're just joining us right now, we've had a great day of competition. We've had so many waves ridden in each heat, and we've come right through the clean, smooth conditions that we expect from North Narrabeen at this time of year to onshore, but a lot of ramps and a lot of opportunity for these surfers. And we're going to go down with Laura, and we're going to catch up with the winner of last heat.
Yes, down here with the winner of last heat, Laura. You know, what a way to start off your campaign here at Narrabeen. Your first time here. You love these sort of waves, remind you a lot of home. How does it feel to get the win?
Yeah, super happy to make it through this heat. Yeah, it was like super difficult out there. I saw like good ones from the sand the heat before that Taina was in, and a lot of good scores coming in, and then I got out and like got a close out and then wait for the set, but it didn't came. It was super slow. And then I started to like catch waves and try to back up my numbers, and I did like a 5 under the priority over there. So super happy to make to this round.
Amazing. Well, just, you know, surfing so well, and your strategy was great out there. You know, you're traveling with Sophia Medina and Daniela, who's out in the lineup now. You guys are the next generation of Brazilian young guns coming up. How cool is it to be able to do the Challenger Series together and make it so fun?
Yeah, it's super cool to do that. Like, Daniela got the wild card from South America, and we are here like trying to do these heats. Snapper was super hard for us, but Sophia did a good job over there. She didn't got lucky on this heat, but we are like sharing a house, and every time like going to surf and do like the free surfers, and now Daniela is in the water. I'm going like change my clothes and see her heat, and hopefully she got to the next round with me.
Absolutely amazing. You know, you're so young, 18 years old, you've got a bright future ahead. Good luck in the next round. And do you want to say anything to the Brazilian fans back home?
Obrigada a todo mundo que estava torcendo por mim. Aqui em Narrabeen é bem parecido com Floripa. E tá um pouco frio aqui fora, mas tem altas ondinhas. A bateria estava difícil ali, mas vamos com tudo pro próximo round.
Go get changed and cheer on Daniela.
A heartfelt interview there from Laura Roth, and interviewed by the one and only, the North Narrabeen queen herself, Laura Eneva. I'm sorry, Jessie, there was a queen before you. And
No, she is the queen.
former world junior champion and current Guinness World Record holder for the biggest paddled wave by a woman, and rightfully so. Laura sends it from 2 to 40 feet, and there's Daniela trying to tee off there, and it's really cool to hear Laura travelling there with Sophia, as well as Daniela and the South American contingent of the women really starting to make their presence felt across the Challenger Series, and won't be long till we see more of those women represented on the Championship Tour. And if that's one of the positives of the regional qualifications into the Challenger, it can only be a positive thing, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we really do have a multinational field here, and each region, just year after year, seems to be getting so much stronger. You know, inspired by the surfers before them, and also taking inspiration from, you know, surfers around the world. There's this movement, we've been talking about it for months now, you know, this movement in women's surfing. The bar is lifting so fast. And just looking at what Sierra Kerr did there, and a score has actually dropped in for that air.
Yeah, 6.47 for Sierra for that aerial, so she extends her lead. Now it's back to the power surfer, Daniela Rosas, who, under the tutelage of Sofia Milanovic and carrying after her her influence over there in Peru, she'll be looking to draw similar lines in her career. And there goes Sierra, her first left of the second left of the occasion. She kicks out of that one. But yeah, it's the regional quals are that opportunity for those surfers to be here, and they're no slouches either. We're seeing that level raise all around the world, and with social media these days, there's almost no excuse.
Oh, absolutely. There's no excuse. I feel like when you're seeing Erin Brooks just get so slotted around the world, or Sierra doing massive airs, or Molly, you know, what the ladies did at Pipe at the start of this year was revolutionising for women in our sport. I was actually lucky enough to do a bit of an interview with Sierra for her magazine, and we called it the Purple Patch. And prior to Snapper, she'd actually won the past 5 events she'd been in. She hadn't lost a heat. So she's definitely a part of that contingent that's going to push the boundaries for women in surfing. And I'm so eager to see where it goes, because it's crazy how fast it's lifted now, but what's going to happen when ladies like Sierra and that turn gets on tour?
And we're seeing the highlights of women surfing in a competition jersey, which is the stuff we haven't really seen before. And it's happening at Pipe, it's happening at Sunset, it's happening here at Narrabeen, at Snapper. It's exciting times for what we have in store for women's surfing and men's surfing as well, because ideally we've got the best surfers in the best conditions, and we've got the best viewing. And how stoked are we to sit here at Narrabeen on a Thursday arvo and call this action. She goes vert and doesn't ride out of that, but she's just playing around with 2 pretty good scores, Rich.
Yeah, it's an aggressive approach for sure, and she can open up a little bit here, Sierra, because she does have a healthy scoreline. You know, looking at the numbers and what's progressing through heats today, you could almost guarantee that she's going to march through this heat. You know, she may continue to build on the scoreline. Here we go. Here goes Amuro.
Oh, great technique there, and she's looking for a second turn, but she'll let it all hedge on that first turn. Beautiful vertical re-entry on a classic North Narrabeen left. A little shorter than we would have liked, but she made great action of that. She makes her way back out. The very short paddle today, low tide, pretty much right about now, at 2:35 p.m. And these surfers, we actually almost have a glass off out there right now. We had that southeast wind breathe up a little bit, creating some bump and surface texture, but it seems to have settled down a little bit.
I absolutely loved this wave here from Amuro. Looking at that bowl, oh my gosh, that just brings so many happy moments, and she just capitalized on it. I would like to say that she's one of the more technically great surfers I've seen, and I just loved that she got that opportunity to capitalize on that section, and she needs a 3.84. I really liked it personally. I actually was a bit in shock after that wave.
Yeah, great technique from Amuro. We've seen her efforts on the championship tour, the challenger, the QS, and the Olympic level as well. She's well decorated, and she's here to fight her way back on the championship tour. And a really clinical surfer, rarely makes mistakes, has a great heat IQ, and she could go very deep in this event, Rich.
Yeah, she can. You know, as you said, she's had success at a high level. She's had championship tour experience. But this is going to be a tough heat, though. It's not a given.
So Miro locks in a 5.53, goes up in a second. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back very shortly.
My name is Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead. Called me that because I knew nothing else but surfing. It's all I did when I was a kid, and it's still pretty much all I do as an adult as well. Classic cars were always a part of my interest growing up, restoring them with my dad, bringing those classics back to life. One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. Aside from surfing, there's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here, whether it's a wine bar, a brewery. Northern Beaches get pretty cool. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Action out there in the lineup. Two surfers colliding there to catch up and embracing the gentrification of the Northern Beaches. Richie, you've seen it all change from a core surfing location here in North Narrabeen to somewhere that's not just a cruisy holiday place, but on the agenda for great coffee, good breweries down in Brookvale these days, and some creative artistic hubs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, Brookvale was once a bit of a sleepy part of town, just pure industrial zone, and well, one of the real surfboard building hubs of the industry, as we see here. This is Danielle Rosas, and just goes down really hard. Sarah Kerr had to hit the eject button as well, paddling out. But yeah, plenty to do, Matty, around town.
That's right, and here goes Amuro right now. Oh, just catching a rail there. She used the priority on that wave. She had second priority, so she'll go back to the drawing board. And then that final 10 minutes, this heat's really snuck up on us. And Sierra Kerr steadily out in the lead. Amuro holding that second. If Daniela Rosas had been able to pull off that big Rio on that set, you'd have to say that would have been one of her best waves yet. Only needing a 4.04 to go into the placings, but the two-time South African junior champion, Anastasia Venter, she's really yet to fire any shots in this heat so far. The 17-year-old is capable of that, and it's anyone's game out there with rapid-fire waves. The paddle out's almost non-existent, Jess, and what's going to be the call to get or claw back to that 7.53 and try and get in the placings?
I feel like we spoke about this similar situation when we saw Rosie Smart kind of drop and weight, but I think, you know, Rich said it perfectly. He said you have to surf your way into rhythm, and I just think she's just sat and waited for too long. There's no glory Narrabeen waves coming through out there right now, but you know what there is? There's a couple 6s. There's maybe an 8 if you get a big whack like we saw, or a wave like Kira Pinkerton got a couple heats prior. So I think she just needs to start turning waves, because 7 minutes 40 seconds to go. You're going to want to chip that 7.53 down into 2 scores.
And that's a really good point you make. And as we said earlier, with the men starting to, they broke away on that higher tide. We had 2 separate peaks, and it's typically a lot of the women and the men don't watch each other's rounds. They might watch the tail end of the round, but the conditions change at the end of the tide. But you can see them all sort of sitting together. You can see a bit of distance from Sierra Kerr over to the right-hand side of the screen. But on that drone angle, there is other waves here. And talks through the other bits of the bank.
So typically Narrabeen, for me, is kind of broken down into 3 different waves. The point is of wave, so it is 4, but you're not going to surf the point during a heat. So there's the alley right, then there's the alley left, and then further down is car parks, which is what we saw all the competitors on last year. As someone who grew up here, it was really strange for me to see this comp on car park rides. It was just such a weird thing to witness, because so used to seeing comps on the alley right and the alley left. So this east swell that we've seen in the sand ripping out through the lagoon that's formed this little left bank, it's really refreshing to see typical Narrabeen and see all of our competitors go left after we saw them on maybe one of the most perfect waves in the world.
We see Amuro breaking away there, paddling out of screen, and it is broken up because we have 2 different swell angles. You can see the south getting in there right now and a bit of that east coming across. So a mixture of swells. Sierra getting that 6.47 in the air on the right, and it is, you just got to, right, there's one breaking up the other end, Richie.
Yeah, so this is about to hit the top of the sandbar. There's the real peak, the deep peak at alley lefts, and just mind surfing that wave. There was a couple of turns on that one.
Yeah, they are out there. You just got to keep really busy, and the surfers have been 30 to 40 waves ridden per heat. The surfers keeping really busy. We've seen some great scores go down. Saw that 8-point ride from Kira Pinkerton in the dying seconds of the heat, where she was able to go from 3rd up to 1st. So there's some great scoring opportunities out there, but when the commitment needs to be applied, the judges will 100% agree with you. And if you just put it up there and you can come down with it, the judges are showing some big scores for her, and we've seen Sierra the air already. And unfortunately for Anastasia, that's going to be a wave that she wants to forget, and going back to the drawing board with priority. Perhaps a little bit of nerves. She's up against some experienced competitors. Yeah,
absolutely. And I feel like it'd be so hard to look at that first round draw and look at all the different names, because you've said it time and time again, there's no easy heats in the Challenger Series. I'm just so curious to know like what goes through people's heads when you see, oh, I have Sierra Kerr, Amuro Suzuki, Daniela Rosas. Like, you look at that and you just go, oh, what? But you have to think to yourself, I'm in this too, like I'm in the game as well.
And there's Rosas now, 2-turn combo, strong-footed Peruvian surfer. So exactly what you needed to do at this time of the heat, Rich.
Yeah, well, needing that 4.04, and it feels close. It feels close, Matty. Not convincing, but let's have a look at the replay. So Daniela around this section here, quick snap. Difficult to ride with all that foam on the face, but gets the second turn. So it's going to be a close one. But yeah, like I said, not convincing. Didn't have that big standout moment that we want to see.
Yeah, like that set wave before where she fell on, where it was a bigger one and made her sit out of the seat. And a split peak here. We went with Anastasia, and on the left, Amuro just parking that one in the pocket, counting the momentum through, and oh, and a wild completion there, but she does finish on her feet.
Yeah, I liked it. I still think, yeah, definitely not the most we've seen her rip into it, but Sierra now.
Sierra, a fan of spray to start that wave, and she'll carry this one through and look to finish this with some completion. Oh, just a cruisy style to knock the top off that. She's looking to drop a 6.47, but She's got a very cool pace right now and looking very relaxed, and a late drop there for Roses, and she'll opt out. So action galore, a lot of scores to lock in, but Eventer within 30 seconds straight back into priority. So she'll have an opportunity here to build upon that 7.53. The paddle out, as we said before, it's nearly non-existent. Scores to lock in. What was your favourite out of that exchange, Rich?
I'm so confused because there were so many rides there. But by far, you know, Sierra Kerr got the lion's share of that exchange for sure. Here we go. Here's Anastasia.
Here she goes. This is the answer back she might need. Looking for some clean face, and she's pumping down the line. Trying to find some access here. She's eyeing something off, and she gets a little snap and is unable to ride out. But on the other hand, Amuro just finding green wall, and that one not cooperating. But Roses, a 3.43 wasn't enough on the wave before last. Still chasing a 4.04. And judges all keeping it in that 3 range. So holding priority, Amuro really needs to get rid of that 4 that she's got in her scoreline to try and extend that scoreline there for Daniela and for Anastasia.
She's got that 3 turner to lock in there. I'm really curious to see if that does bump up the 4 ever so slightly. It was a really nice opening first swoop from memory on that wave. And then she just worked with the rest of the wave and managed to get the finish too. So potentially that score might go higher for Daniela. But I think my opinion is the same as Rich. That wave of Sierra's, it caught your eye from start to finish.
Remember the NRMA 2-minute warning. So waiting for scores, tense moments, and this is where priority's proven to be an advantage. Just in that last 2 minutes, Rich, hasn't really made a difference throughout the day. It's just in that dying few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to use it wisely, and if you're behind, having that priority, having the top priority is definitely an asset, because you can really pull the trigger there and try and get yourself out of trouble. And it's Daniela Rosas who needs to do that. We still do have some scores owing from the judges. It looks like she's having a look at this one.
Here she goes, Rosas. Unable to really get a clean completion there, but she tees off in that last section. So with a minute to go, ask the question, and here's Sierra, current heat leader, throwing buckets on that first turn. And returns the favour to Rosas after nearly colliding with each other earlier on in the heat. Sierra with a near miss. But the heat leader looking strong and safe out into first place, but judges will be dissecting that last turn of Rosas. But what are your initial thoughts?
The first turn, it was a real shame. It was a real shame that she got caught up on that first turn, because the second turn was so good, and that wave from start to finish was beautiful. You know, I was mind surfing for sure. Now
needing a 5.04 because Amuro did extend on her lead on her second place, placing with a 5. And here she goes, last 15 seconds. This is Roses again. Oh, that one cupping out and unable to find any clean face there. And it looks like that'll be the last wave of Daniela Rosa's campaign here at Narrabeen. Count this one out. Dying moments. Amuro just with the priority, blocking Anastasia. Wow. And whoa. I mean, rapid fire, that was extreme. In the last few minutes, we saw 11 waves ridden. This is Rosa, so catches rail on that first turn.
And cleans it up on the second one, really crisp as she hit that final section. Unfortunate that she caught that edge as she went into that first turn, because that really detracts from the potential of that score. And now needing the 5, I just don't think it's there.
The wave had the potential for the score. The wave was beautiful. That first bowl, it was just went wrong on that start, but I mean, I really do feel like she's shown her colours in this heat. She's a great surfer, and it just shows the calibre of how hard the Challenger Series is.
Yeah, the emotion starting to come out. The body language is kind of telling us that she knows she didn't get the score. And Sierra, she'll be happy. And her dad, Josh, on the beach, he'll be stoked, acting as coach as well. But he's the Australian at this stage, safely in first, and Amuro waiting to see that final score drop for Rosas. Japanese competitor, experienced competitor, making her way back up the beach, and there she is, World Junior Champion, starting off with a bang here at North Narrabeen Beach. Anastasia Venter, the South African, the 17-year-old, She'll take a lot of learning and experience out of this, surfing with some amazing experienced competitors. But it must be daunting coming up with some big names like that, Rich.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, Sierra's so well-rounded now. Just an incredible talent. Part of this new crop of women that are changing the sport right in front of our eyes. With Katie Simmers and, of course, Erin Brooks. And a sigh of relief there from Amuro Suzuki. She just gets the word that she's made the heat. That was a battle, scrappy heat all the way to the end.
Working there with, looks like, Timmy McDonald on the beach. And there's Bella Kenworthy and Sierra just exchanging smiles. Still not confirmed, but it does look like Amuro is stoked. And you can just see getting that feedback from her coach, and it is confirmed. So Sierra takes the win from Amuro Suzuki, and Daniela Rosas, Anastasia Venter rounding out third and fourth. A great heat there from Sierra Kerr, some progressive surfing. And we're going to be coming back very shortly for our heat number 8. Don't go anywhere. Last heat of the day coming up next. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Matt Chinosky coming live in the booth. Jesse Starling and Richie Lovett. 3 locals up here, and we love the Northern Beaches. A view over North Narrabeen. We're here for stop 2 on the Challenger Series. What have you made of the afternoon, Rich?
Loving it, mate. The wind's just laid down a little bit here. Looks like it's conditions getting a bit more smoother on the face, which is music to our competitors' ears. We've got one more heat to go in the opening round of the women.
This is Yolanda Hopkins, the Portuguese surfer. Red, rapid fire and full commitment. And Yolanda starting off with a bang. Hoping she rode out of the whitewash clear there. And we have Kiala Bannett from Hawaii, Talia Swindell from Malibu, California, Snowa Demphley Olin surfing for Canada. This is a stacked heat to round out the day. What a way to kick it off.
Oh, absolutely. That wave from Yol was just fireworks. I love the commitment. I love the attitude behind it as well. That was really fun.
And this is Talia here opening up her exchange. And she goes for it too and rides out with a lot of control, cruisy style, hands by the side. Always like to make it look smooth for the judges. And clean, clear, brand new Channel Islands board there for Talia. But listen to the replay in the break.
Oh, Kiala here just tagging it twice. It's a really good left here. She gets a couple of little manoeuvres done right down towards the end, but a great exchange.
2 opening hits. And, well, Yolanda, she woke everyone up real quick. Just hammering that final section, critical. And, well, is there a question mark, or did she make that?
I'll have to get another replay of that. And Talia.
Yeah, so Talia, just great extension off that final manoeuvre as well, but really confident approach.
And so Noah got in the mix as well, so all the ladies getting their opening exchange. Wow, beautiful carve there. Love it. Get the finishing turn. Doesn't quite get the ride out. Kiala gets a 7 for that wave we saw. That was a really, really well-selected left there from Kiala.
The wave's starting to really turn on right now. Slightly cleaner surface conditions and a crisp combo there for Kiala. So out to an early lead. Exciting to see what that score comes in at Yolanda, and the question mark's over if she did ride out, but we can tell you that, I mean, if she did, it's going to be a great score, you have to say.
It's going to be a great score if she landed that turn. Full commitment and real go-for-it attitude from Yolanda Hopkins. I love the approach. This heat started off with a lot of energy and a lot of intent from all competitors. Conditions are improving.
Absolutely. Yeah. I really want Yolanda to get the score for the ride out, but I do agree there might be a question mark around her, but I just loved it that much, so I hope it's there.
Yeah, she's a battler though, so regardless of that score, she's going to be here for all 24 minutes remaining of this heat. And this is the replay, Rich.
So let's have a look here. Quick snap, comes into this closeout section, drives off the bottom, up into the roof of it. And right there, you kind of think she's got it.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
There was that little second where she had it with control, she stood tall, and then the whitewash sort of caught up with us. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say it's a make.
Here goes Talia, leaning back into the onslaught of the whitewash there. With no regard to body or board, just absolutely sending into the section. So some scores still to drop. It's a 2-3-3 for Yolanda. That wave we perhaps maybe caught up on, but we've still got scores to drop. So we'll have to keep you guys updated. There's been a flurry of waves to kick off this heat so far. And this is the final heat of the day. We've had a southeast wind, which is crossed onshore, breathed across the surface from about late morning onwards. But we do have a mixture of swells, so it's been really consistent. Lots of opportunity for the competitors, and we've even seen some great airs throughout the day. Sierra Kerr, that heat before last, some beautiful surfing there, and a 7 for Kiala to kick off this. And we do have Sierra on the glass with Laura Enever.
Yes, Sierra, picking up where you left off in the Pro Junior, getting the win earlier this week. But you did say you are carrying a bit of an injury at the moment just from that event. How are you feeling? Because you looked great out there.
Yeah, I landed on my fin, on my ribs pretty hard in like the final day of the junior. But yeah, it's feeling pretty good now. It's a little bit sore, but it's sweet. So just took a couple days off until yesterday, and yeah, back into it.
Yeah, you're looking so strong, and it must have been amazing to get that Pro Junior win. But, you know, focusing on the Challenger Series, pretty hard result for you up on the Gold Coast. How much fire has that given you to come here and just do some epic surfing?
Yeah, that was really like the worst loss I've ever had. So I just want to come back here and go surf and catch good waves pretty much. So yeah, that's the goal.
Amazing. Well, you're looking awesome, and you know, you've come down here a week. You probably know this wave better than most of the girls out there at the moment, just doing the obviously doing the Pro Junior. But what do you love about beach breaks?
Yeah, I mean, I love beaches because it's just rights and lefts, and I like how you can catch waves kind of everywhere. You don't have to sit and wait. So yeah, that's kind of like my surfing. I just like catching waves and trying to make stuff happen.
Absolutely. Well, we love watching you surf. Can't wait for you to catch more waves into the next round. Yeah, anything you want to say to any family and friends watching at home?
Hi, Mom. Thanks for watching. And yeah, maybe my brother's still awake. He's probably watching. So yeah, hi, guys.
Have a good night. Yes, Nikki.
Thanks, Laura. Great to hear from Sierra. A new crop of women surfers that are changing the game. This is a replay of Yolanda's third wave.
Yeah, Yolanda just stays with this one, drops down and hits that final section again. Well, no doubt about that one. That does not have any question marks around it. That was a make. And we're still waiting for some scores to drop in for Yolanda. Am I reading this right?
Yes.
Yep. A 2-3-3 for that first wave. so the judges deemed it incomplete. But you could tell she heard that because she rode out on that 5-4-3 with the hands clear of herself, just showing the judges, I clearly rode out. So it's always nice from us in the booth here, we're segregated to the beach, to know that a competitor understands the situation and why they didn't get the score. And there's Noah, and just struggling to get up, and once again a debatable one there, a little bit of a cheat, the hand on the board. But
if Yolanda didn't make hers, then that's not a make.
Yeah,
no way.
No. So many question marks in this heat. Yeah, I saw those scores kind of filter through, the 2-3-3 and a 3-1-7, and I just thought, well, I don't think they've given it to Yolanda, but I love how she's kind of come back and be like, want to see a ride out? I'll give you a ride out.
I think that's it talks to the experience of Yolanda. You know, she's done this a few times now. She is a battler, so she's just going to pick herself up, just get on with business here. The worst thing she could do was dwell on that decision from the judges. She just needs to get onto the live action here.
And Swindale, and just catching rail there. And currently in third place, looking for a marginal score of a 3.61. She started strong with a 5-point ride and just doesn't have that backup yet, just a 0.77. So she's struggling with a few nerves up there at the Gold Coast, and a little bit of the travel. A lot of these surfers traveling regionally. Some of the biggest trips they've done is, for the North American competitors at least, is Barbados. And not a lot of time away from home. So this is a big wake-up call. Talia made a semi-finals of the World Junior titles, put on a career-best performance there at the time, and she had her hands full with some amazing competitors, Zoe Benedetto, and she had Sierra Kerr as well. So great surfing from Talia through that performance in San Diego. But yeah, being on the road, life on the road, it's a different balance, Rich. And how long did it take you to get accustomed? Did you come through the Pro Juniors, or did you work your way through QS?
Yeah, I went straight out of school actually onto the Junior Tour, and then the Australian Tour, did the qualifiers, and then made the Championship Tour. So I did that progression through the different tours. But it wasn't until you know, you start traveling overseas on the qualifying series where you really start to get a feel for it, and that time away from home. And it does take an adjustment. I did 1 year where before I did the Australian Tour, I actually went and did the trials around the world. At that point it was trials and then into the main event, and I definitely wasn't ready for it. You know, I just felt kind of out of my comfort zone. I was so starry-eyed and just didn't feel at home, at ease at all. Didn't really have much confidence, but yeah, I came back, competed on the domestic tour, and started to find a confidence in my competition abilities, and yeah, from there it was a steady build. But yeah, it took a couple of years.
Yeah, and it's nice to see some of the team managers, brands, coaches traveling with athletes. Obviously, you've expressed your stoke in seeing that. Brent Power from Channel Islands is here for the Channel Islands athletes across the CT. We saw Britt Merrick, of course, down there at Margaret River, the shaper. And this is North Narrabeen in all its glory. A dredging tide, and we see the rip current running out through the lineup right now with Longreef through to the distance. And this is one of the 21 beaches on the northern beaches between Manly and Palm Beach. I mean, almost bang in the middle. And it's the longest stretch of beach here in Sydney.
It's interesting that the mouth of the lagoon there, it's actually split. You don't see that often. No. There's a kind of a pathway, an arm of that going straight out along the rocks, and then another one coming down the beach a little bit. Normally all that sand that's built up right in the middle of the river mouth there, or of the lagoon mouth, that's normally on all those rocks right up the back of the pool there. So really interesting. That last storm and all that rain has created a different vibe down here.
And a great aerial view there from the Feel New Sydney flight cam, giving us that awesome drone angle of what we have at the contest site here in North Narrabeen. It's just such a synonymous location with so much surfboard design, competitive prowess. We've seen the style of surfing change here. One of the homes of power surfing, if not along with Sunset Beach. The development of power surfing began here in the late 60s with surfers like Cole Smith, then on to surfers like Terry Fitzgerald, Simon Anderson, paving the way for a new generation of hot surfers through the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. You know, some of the most fierce competitors we've ever seen on the World Tour have not only been brought up here, but there was a training ground for so many. Even surfers like Martin Potter, Tom Carroll, Kelly living at Avalon for a period of time. Of course, Lane Beachley down the road as well. So many world champions calling the Northern Beaches home. And you got to grow up amongst them here
Yeah.
in the last 10 years at least,
Yeah,
Jessie.
I grew so lucky to grow up here. It's something I'm always really thankful for. I think being able to grow up in lineups, you know, this is where I learned to surf, and being out there with Hoggy, Damien Hardman, Simon Anderson, you know, even the Bannister brothers, like there's so much talent and competitive drive and just pure knowledge out in this lineup. And I worked with Simon for 3 years and still to this day I call him a dear friend and rely on him for information amongst the industry. So yeah, I feel forever grateful that I grew up here.
And a little sleepy through the midway of this heat. Oh, and it's Kiala's unable to ride out of that one. She does have that 7 and the 3-3-3, still holding the lead. But I think the judges will deem that one incomplete. Yolanda Hopkins jumps up into second place. It's a Malibu surfer, Swindoll, only needing a marginal score.
Yeah, here's the replay of Kiala. I love the way she surfs. She is just full attack mode all the time, but doesn't get the ride out again. Just kind of getting swallowed there. So needs to drop that 3-3-3. There's no doubt about it, and there's 15 minutes to do so. So I hope she gets plenty more opportunity.
Yeah, it might be a short period wind swell, Rich, but there's still a lot of power that gets punchy beach breaks through here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the angle of the sandbar here, when you get a little bit of that south swell angle, it does pack a really big punch. You know, there's maybe a foot or two of water at the end of these rides. And yeah, it's almost like if you want to tackle that end section, you have to kind of go up and out with it. If you start messing with the power of it when it hits the when it actually breaks and hits that sandbar, it'll just implode you.
We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll see the live action very shortly.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're here at North Narrabeen. We're in the final heat of the day, and it's the Hawaiian Kiala Tumata-Bannett who's out in the lead from Portugal's Yolanda Hopkins, but some action in the break, Rich.
Yeah, this is our surfer in blue. Kiala just coming through the inside. Hammers that end section. So looking to consolidate and really keep that first place. This is Talia just looking for something more. The wave, you can see, just not offering any opportunity whatsoever. And just trying to get rid of that 1.8, but she needs to find a better wave.
Yeah, only needing a marginal score, 3.61, to jump up into the placings right now. But Yolanda, she did that run around at about the 18-minute mark after she did get the completion that wave. We haven't seen much since. Ocean's gone a little sleepy. We've got the tide incoming now, so an improvement in conditions. I think this heat's going to come like we have seen in the last few heats, right down to the end. We haven't seen much from Sanoa as well. Really sleepy in this heat, a 3.57, a nice power carve to get things started. She's sort of gone to sleep at the moment. Second priority. Looking forward to seeing her, you know, kick off in this last 10 minutes. And often in professional surfing, especially on beach breaks like this, it can come down to 2 minutes. And this is live action now. Talia just trying to pick a right out under priority. And that's it's one of those classic, I guess you'd call them clubhouse rights. Somewhere in between car parks, somewhere in between the alley, and it's got a weird direction on it. If you can tee off, a lot of commitment, takes very shallow, bit of an undertow, and kind of gnarly if you fall off.
Oh, absolutely. I've had plenty of workings out here. It's really humbling to come home and just get whooped for the first half an hour of your surf. But I think, yeah, I totally agree. If you can get one of those rights, and I feel like any local will tell you project out over the foam on one of those end turns, yeah, you'll probably get a pretty big score.
That means you're landing in the flats, which is both practical but very dangerous as well for body and board. And here goes Yolanda, a Portuguese surfer. A little two-turn combo and getting a groove on this wave, trying to find something of substance, and she does manage to fit an end turn in, but she's looking to drop a low of a 3.17. It might just be there. What are your thoughts, Rich?
Might just be there, mate. You know, she sort of manufactured a score out of that little ride. You know, I love the energy. I love how busy she's staying. But, yeah, she was just sort of doing what the wave sort of allowed her to do and not really pushing it. I'd love to see her just really explode a couple of big turns.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if we can see her kind of get a take 3, I guess, of that first wave we saw of her.
Yeah.
Here's the replay. I love how competitive she is, even with herself. And yeah, like you said, Rich, she just didn't give up all the way from start to finish, but that wave didn't really allow her to show those big dynamic maneuvers that we know she has in her game. So Yol, I'm hoping that she gets a big alley left and we just get to see her tee off on it a couple times.
And she won't care if it's an alley right, a car park right, a bomby wave. She's going to go. We know she goes hard. We saw her at the Gold Coast, and speaking to her before this event, she just wanted to get barreled at the Goldie, and she really went behind the rocks and really hedged the bets on one of those sets and went down real hard. And she persevered, but was unable to get through into the high-end placings to really get anything of substance. We talk about the Challenger Series and the road to the Championship Tour. A quarter-final or better is really what you need, and a semi is even better. And here goes Tamara Bennett now, and she's working through the inside. This wave's stretching out. They're not offering a section on the end for her to really tee off on. Coming right down to the final 8 minutes. The tide making a little difference, Rich.
Yeah, it's just bottomed out, and there is a period where things just settle. You can see it's really difficult to find those ways where you're actually getting a 2-turn or even a 3-turn combination.
Yeah, I feel like Kiala was just a half second behind, a half beat behind on that wave. If she was just out in front of the foam, it probably would have been one of those waves where we would have seen her be able to tee off 2 or 3 times.
Totally.
Whether or not it was one of those perfect bowly ones we saw Daniela get in that last heat, I'm not sure if it was as good as that, but definitely good enough to better a 4.17.
Sure, and we know the energy through this heat has been rapid fire to start, and all the competitors had their Oakberry Asahi all around the contest sites in Australia. Oakberry supporting the events, and it's one of our favourite Asahi brands in Australia. And of course, we're stoked to have them on board. And Asahi is sort of the superfood of choice for a lot of surfers all around the world.
Yeah, I actually was lucky enough to go in the truck today and make my own Asahi.
Did you now?
I was stoked. Like, what do you want? Have anything. I was like, okay.
Yeah, certainly not complaining when you see the truck set up at any of these events. So yeah, definitely a great superfood for our surfers out there before in between hits. Here goes Yolanda. Oh, nice strong turn to start. And what has she got on the end section? Hits it up for the float, and she goes complete on this wave too. So Hopkins currently in second place and making sure she rides out of that. Looks up to the judges with some authority. She's fired up, and here goes Aldous Talia Swindoll, unable to to really get any turn of substance on that wave. She's had a couple of those throughout the midway of this heat, but she's going to have to flip the script. But a 5.75 to go to the first for Yolanda.
This wave was epic. I think I smiled from start to finish. Great first turn there. Almost buried the nose, but didn't. Gets up for the float. And this turn here, so much foam. Has to come down over a second wave. Look at her hunt for this finish. Stand up tall. Be like, you can't call this and not ride out. So Yol, potentially one of the most competitive surfers on the Challenger Series for the women's side. I just love her determination. It's amazing.
Yeah, she definitely challenged one of the fittest surfers as well. Often going for a run before the contest in the morning, getting up super early and really active. She's a full trainer. When she goes to Hawaii, she spends time with Corey Gray, big wave surfer. Those two on a crazy routine of cross training, and they love it. I think Yolanda would challenge Sally to a CrossFit duel.
Ooh. Can we organise this? No, I'm kidding.
Well, you know, there's an opportunity for both of them to jump back on that championship tour, and I guess that's a true test of the fitness, the iron legs and the, I guess the jet ski assist and the bigger waves, but still, you need those arms, right, Rich?
Yeah, absolutely. Total fitness, super important, you know, strength, flexibility, being agile. I mean, there's so many different sort of training techniques that you can assist with your whole program for surfing, you know. But yeah, strength is definitely a key point for sure.
And how's the routines, the warm-up routines? And there it is. We'll get back to that in a moment. A 7.2 for Yolanda Hopkins.
Nice.
Rockets her out into the lead, and feeling that score, guys?
Yeah, I like it. You know, it was full commitment right from the start. That first second turn combination was awesome.
She's carrying a certain confidence, and she's actually got a real relaxed vibe on land, popping around the contest side, and she might surf with that ferocity, but she knows how to keep it light on land too. So that was, I mean, the performances in this heat, although she didn't complete that first wave, one of the most exciting turns of the whole day, both across the men's and the women's.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that 7.2, it's one of those waves, if you're a coach on the beach, you're going to clap afterwards.
Oh,
you're going to turn the camera off and you're going to clap. And I just think Yol would be a great candidate to work with.
And here goes Sanoa, waiting a long time for this wave, and just a single turn there, looking for a 7.6 now, so she might try and break that one down into two scores, just carrying a 3.57 and a low of the 1.77, so starting to really get going in the last 4 minutes of this heat. She has to start now, Rich.
Yeah, she really does. With just 3:30 on the clock, it's sort of a two-wave requirement unless she can find an absolute nugget, but being down in fourth priority now as she makes her way back out, that will not be the case. The rest of the field will just block her off the best waves. But if she can manage a 4 or 5 out of this last wave, you know, she might have a chance at finding a good backup ride. Looks like we have Yolanda. She wants more.
Under priority, Yolanda picking off this left. It's a bowly one, and not much scoring opportunity on the end, but Talia Swindoll in third, now needing a 6.18. And she struggled to sort of find any section of significance. Not that there's been bad wave selection. She's took off on a lot of waves and just had a little poke around, but she's going to have to need something extravagant to turn the heat right now. And if anyone can do it, it is her. She's got a smooth style, and she's got a tall frame, so she is able to ride out of those bigger maneuvers really well and sort of spring down and pounce on those sections. This is the pressure's on, and this is what you train for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think she's a really cool surfer to watch. I just feel like she's done everything right. You know, she's been turning lots of waves, trying to find sections, but we've just seen her potentially bury a few rails, and maybe her confidence has been shook around a little bit. She hasn't turned as many waves as we've seen in this last third of the heat as we did the first 2/3. So yeah, she's starting to sit and wait, but then Sanoa, that last wave has now put her up into third. She's swapped. She's starting to turn waves. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 1:50, but I hope that, yeah, Talia, that 5-point ride at the start was so impressive. I'd love to see more of that surfing from her.
Yeah, second on the regional QS for Talia, and she really came from relatively nowhere. You know, she's a young surfer, and she's got the whole world ahead of her right now, 18 years of age, and I think she carries herself with a lot of maturity. A lot of people might think she's a little older, but she is really, really young and really new to the competitive surfing game, and especially at this level, Challenger Series. She has had a wild card into some events before, but this is her first year on the tour and really worked hard for it, but just getting used to the travel. But it's coming down to this, almost the final minute now in the NRMA. Final few moments here. Now she'll have people at the edge of her seat, family back home. It's approaching midnight back there right now, and people tuning in. Her mum, Kristen's down here watching. She's got a support network from California, traveling, supporting. We've seen that so often on the men's side, but it happens on the women's. These guys carry travel in an entourage. So and Bannett, priority in blue. She's not sitting. Interesting. She's not sitting on Swindoll. She's chasing Sanoa. So a 4.93 for Sanoa in her last. She's needing a 6.25. Canadian surfer. Third priority, Talia second. This is going to be interesting. Final 15 seconds. There's some movement. But it's Yolanda, current heat leader, who does pick something on the end. And she'll ride this one in. A bit of a victory lap. She peeks over her shoulder. Seeing if there's any more action. Ponce Professional, and there we go. Currently in second place, just taking priority. A smart heat there from Yolanda Hopkins. Hard fought though. And it looks like Kiala Tomato Bannett taking the win, but I mean, Talia and Sanoa didn't really get an opportunity in that last half of the heat to really answer back.
Nah, it was a bit of a bummer for both Sanoa and Talia, because you could definitely see the potential in their surfing. They just didn't really create enough rhythm for themselves. I mean, Sanoa, she only catching 3 waves in that last heat. That's probably the lowest amount of scores we've seen we've seen someone surf in maybe this round.
And a relieved Yolanda Hopkins there, taking the win. The Portuguese surfer, 12.63 from the Hawaiian Kiala Tomoto Bannett. And Rich, some exciting times here for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a deserved win for sure. She worked hard, did some of the biggest manoeuvres we've seen of the afternoon. And she's still full of energy, running up the beach. Great feeling to get a win in that opening round. It's always a tricky one. Moving through day 1 and into day 2, but she'll be stoked.
And there she is interacting with the coach. She's stoked, and she does things her way. But stick around. We have the WSL post show coming up next.
I was in front, and then he kind of like bounced me off and I came off.
I know, they didn't count it as a wide out.
It was a 9.
It was a 9 in the day.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show. Day one of the second stop on the Challenger Series is in the bag here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. North Narrabeen delivers once again. It was pumping out there this morning when we first rocked up. Sure, the wind kicked up. Sure, it got tough. But we got through those first couple of rounds, and that was the big goal today. Ronnie Blakey, joined by a local here. Thanks for having us, Jess Starling. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Good job, day one. Nailed it.
In the bag.
Perfect. And we've also got Richie Lovett here, who's weighing up whether he's going to surf in the Legends Heat. Rich, what's the call?
Undecided at this point. Well, I mean, you know, it's just as fun to sit in here and call all the action and watch all my friends and partners and foes of yesteryear going at it. But you never know. I'll suss the conditions out. We'll see how we go.
Nice, mate. Love to see you out there.
Yeah, I would. I really would.
I just don't know if this is capable anymore.
What's this?
This rig.
Oh, the rig.
The rig, mate.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. Let's talk about what we saw out there today. The waves were fun. We got through those first couple of rounds. Some pretty impressive performances from some of the veteran campaigners. I think we're going to have a look at a performance in Heat 1, round of 48. Nikki Van Dyke stepping up, putting together one of the most solid heat performances of the day, Jess.
Yeah, it was amazing. I think Nikki... Mate, she's a veteran and she's so good, and even just chatting to her before a heat, she just seems so confident.
And this was Rich when that wind actually kicked up, and you know, Nikki's opponents in this heat sort of struggled to adapt, but you know, so much experience for her. She just tapped into a nice clean flow.
Yeah, we've talked about adaptability, and it's those who can do it on the fly. They're the ones that are the most successful. And Nikki just showing a ton of experience here. You know, it wasn't a straightforward heat for the rest of her competitors. It was quite a tough heat as well. You know, all the girls got some great rides, but Nikki just really confident in her approach.
You kind of expected that Nikki would get the win in that heat, but Annie DeSantos impressed us, Jess, winning the trials up against a pretty stacked field there and getting herself a place in that next round.
Yeah, the trials was big too, and if anyone's comfortable in big waves, it is Annie DeSantos. I mean, if you haven't seen her Noom film 22, it just showcases how hard she actually does charge. But she's also no stranger to this wave at Narrabeen, so I'm really excited that she's made a round and she's going to be able to show her surfing more.
Bring it on. It's going to be fun. We're going to check in with the winner of the last heat with Laura Enover now.
Yes, guys, down here with Yoli, last heat of the day. You got the job done, but it wasn't easy. You were just saying halfway through that heat, you had to have a reset. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. I think it was my first wave. I thought it was going to be pretty good, and for me, I felt like I rode it out. Because there's going to be a big score, I reckon the judges had to really review it. But for me, it felt like a make. But then I had to go back out and have a reset. I stayed out in the lineup, trying to get myself straight, and okay, I got to get another one to make it done. But yeah, I'm just happy that I managed to reset and get that little 7 at the end.
And you've obviously been watching the conditions all day. They've changed a lot, but, you know, some fun waves and you're able to find them out there. Talk us through that and the conditions.
For me, as people know me, I quite like bigger waves, and I like to hit those one big turns. I was kind of looking for that in the beginning, but it just seemed like it died off, and I only had that first one. And then after my reset, I was just a bit shocked, and then I had to get the ball rolling, so I had another 3 and just start to work again, and found that 7 just lined up for me. I had last priority, so I was pretty happy that one came to me.
Yes, a 7 under priority feels very, very good. Surfing your way into rhythm. You got a 9th up on the Gold Coast, you know, off to a flying start this year on the Challengers. What do you think has, you know, changed mentally that you're taking in?
Yeah, last year didn't go that well for me in the challenges. I mean, I feel like my surf is there. It was just I had a lot to work mentally and kind of have a reset. I actually went for my first surf trip ever. I've never flew around the world just surfing. I always went for competition. So at the end of last year, I went to Hawaii just for a couple of weeks and just free surf. In the beginning of this year, I did it again, and I think it really reset my mind. And I'm ready to go and to qualify.
Amazing. Well, good luck in the next round. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Wow, that is a competitor who seems really focused, really clear-minded, and that could be really dangerous.
Yeah, that was great energy. I love the fact that at the end she said, I'm ready to qualify. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
First surf trip.
Yeah, what?
She's got some catching up to do.
Yeah, girl.
That's shocking. But Rich, the men kicked off the day, round of 80. We saw some strong performances, and the waves were looking really clean. Let's have a look at Heat 6 here.
Yeah, this is Caius King on the backhand. Started well. Had an okay result up on the Gold Coast, but once more, he's in really good form. And, this was a tough heat. You can see the conditions still beautiful and glassy. And it was Levi Slawson who eventually took the win. But this guy here, Carlos Munoz, sort of pulled it out of the bag right at the end of this heat and dropped a big number to move into the progression.
Yeah, heartbreaker for Caius. He did start the heat with one of the best numbers of 6, but, you know, Levi demanded the spotlight in this performance. So rock solid.
Yeah, chatting to him after the heat too, he was just saying that he's found a good board, he's picked it up here while he's in Australia, and he's going to surf it for the rest of the heat. And if he's doing surfing like that, I'd be quite nervous to be a competitor.
Oh, yeah. No, he's always one of those guys that seems to turn it on beautifully in the jersey, so we'll see if he can keep the momentum going. But solid heat score totals. Carlos bumps Caius back into third. Tired Lee Island, he's got to make up some ground now when they head back to South Africa. Bolito will be the next stop for him. But, just wonder how many opportunities Caius is going to get this year.
Yeah, not too sure. The Aussie leg, he really wanted to come out with a couple of big results to warrant getting some more starts in the Challenger Series. The surfing's there. There's just something not quite right, and he's not getting through enough heats.
He's getting good scores, though. That's a real positive for him, and looking like he's 100% healthy. Let's have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day. Heat 5, the round of 48 for the women, where we saw the lead changing a number of times. Hinkle, the Brazilian, she really did put up some good scores.
Yeah, she did. This heat was just back and forth from all the way from the start to the finish. We saw Mia Hupp. It's actually her birthday today. She turned 19 today.
Oh, gosh, she would have loved to celebrate progressing through this heat.
Just would have been the perfect way to turn 19, but still putting on a great performance. And then this lady right here, she has been a force to be reckoned with in the Asian Regional Series. Anon just finding one and getting to finish, teeing off 3 times with a little look in too. She liked it.
This was the story of the heat, though, coming from third place, chasing a number in the dying stages, putting it all on the line. And a neat little combination, too. Tessa Thyssen, she got the jump from third into first. She took the win. It's a big turnaround.
That was a huge manoeuvre there, just throwing it throwing the kitchen sink at it and everything else. But pulling it off, one of those real high-risk manoeuvres, and that feels good as a competitor when you nail that.
And we saw it a couple of times today, clutch performances in the dying stages. Leilani had a similar moment at the end of her heat to save her place in this draw. You really can see how much it means to the competitors. Usually we're focused on those progressing through as they come out of the water. There's been some devastated looks as well today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Leilani herself told me that the most nerve-wracking heat to surf in this event is the first round. She said it is so hard to progress through that first round. So she stayed with me up at Snapper, and she's staying down the road from me here. So I was definitely cheering her on in that heat. I was like, go Lay.
Yeah, she did well. She saved herself. Held her composure beautifully. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast. Rich, we knew we were going to have a bit of swell to work with today. What's the story tomorrow?
I think it might be a bit more Groundhog Day. I think we're going to have more of the same. It might back down just a little bit before it kicks into the weekend. But you can see here we've had clean conditions all day today. We had that onshore wind come up in the afternoon, still super contestable. But we got some energy coming our way in the next few days, which is really, really exciting. Let's have a look. Looking ahead, so tomorrow, 3 to 4 foot faces, so around that head high mark. We'll have a little side shore action, then it will turn onshore in the morning. But then Saturday into Sunday, and then Monday, things start to check up. There's a new energy there coming out of the east. I'm not too concerned about the wind at all. It's going to be fairly light and variable and really contestable.
Yeah, well, I think when we saw the wind turn onshore today, it didn't stop the competitors attacking those end sections. There was still nice, clean faces to work with too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the end sections, the wind almost allowed it to push back at them a little bit more, which in my opinion is quite fun. When the wave pushes back, it allows you to push it that little bit harder. So, yeah, I don't think the wind was that much of an issue today at all.
And it won't be moving forward. These competitors are ready for it. They're going to rip in. They're going to give us fantastic battles. Let's have a look at the best of what today served up. The BioGlen Daily Dose, our top 5 moments. Starting at number 5, Sierra Kerr just sparking the afternoon to life with a strong backhand approach.
Yeah, just showing us a little snippet, just a little bit of what she's capable of, just really getting in tune with the conditions here. Took to the air, the one and only air done on the women's side. So that progression, and she's building. She said she loves these sort of conditions down there with Josh, and she'll be moving on.
A lot of buzz around this guy and Geordie Lawler as well, but Dylan Moffat getting the job done today, Jess.
Oh, this was so great to see. Almost heartwarming, I guess, for the Narrabeen community. Dill, he's so loved. His actual teacher brought her class of students down to watch him today, and yeah, surfing like this just makes me excited to see what he can do down further in the draw.
Such a good surfer. Love his approach. Very unique, super raw, unpredictable. And looking forward to seeing more of his surfing as he moves through the rounds. Coming in at number 3, another Northern Beaches local, firing up on day 1.
Yeah, Axel from down at my hood, North Stain down at Manly, but really taking to these North Stain lefts, surfing pressure free. Trials winner coming through, but had a ton of support. A bunch of the lads from Manly came up to support Axel, and he's just finding his competitive rhythm again, but looking super strong.
He sure is. Well, we saw this moment just earlier on in the post-show. Tessa Thyssen saving herself, putting it all on the line here, and this is maybe when the conditions were at their trickiest.
Oh, they definitely were at their trickiest, and she came back and performed world-class surfing, and I think Tessa proved to us that she's looking mature, she's looking strong. She actually ran up the beach, and I was like, wow, she is looking so strong. So, Tessa, imagine what she can do in good conditions.
But coming in at number 1, highest wave of the day, looking super powerful and strong. Kira Pinkerton puts it together here at North Narrabeen.
Oh my gosh, she had so many attempts at this and was just waiting for that right wave. She put it all together, stitched it up, and hammered that final turn, and you can see the elation there. She's like, yep, I did it. She was frustrated through the heat, and then she got to that last moment and got the win. Great wave.
Yeah, big one for Kira too. She came out to Australia competing in a board riders event at Snapper Rocks where she made the final, and she looked like a local. She was surfing so well there, so I know she had massive expectations for a huge finish there. Got bumped out of the comp in the first heat, and to almost fall out of the mix here would have been very, very just sad for her, honestly. So it was a massive turnaround in that heat.
Yeah, no, I was really stoked to see, and you could see the passion at the end of that wave too. And 8-point ride came in. She was all smiles on the beach. So Kira, I feel like once she finds her groove, she really kind of sinks in and grows from there.
Most definitely. Bring it on. Looking forward to seeing more surfing like that. That's all we got for you today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow morning, 7:15. We'll make the call for a possible 7:30 a.m. start. We'll see you then.
He This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.